What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and I'm here with Jeff Kreese from the Bothan Network. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How about you, Loopy? You excited to see some Star Wars action?
I am excited. We are here with round one of the Portland Planetary Qualifier at Guardian Games in Portland, Oregon, and this is exciting. I mean, is Melee showing us capped?
That's what it looks like. It said 124, but the tables go down to 64, so it looks like we might be at a full 128 player PQ here.
You are exactly right. We have players all the way on table 1 through 64, and then, multiplied by 2. That means we have 128 people that are actually at this event, living and breathing with cards, presumably. So here we go. And this is table 1. We're going to be bringing you coverage live all day, and then we're going to be probably releasing these as VODs at some point as well. And we have kind of a old school matchup here.
Yeah, this is not a set 1 VOD. This is a set 3 game.
Right.
Of Tarkin Blue versus Vader Green.
And we were just talking with my friend and teammate Poem. People who, follow our channel a very long time would know that my first deck type was Vader, and that I played him as one of my 2 primary decks set 1. And I think Vader ECL is in a pretty good spot in the meta, actually.
Mm-hmm. I think so too. I mean, it's the only, I would say, downside to Vader is that most decks are trying to, they already have to have a plan for how to deal with units that ping, or leaders that ping, I should say. But I agree that Vader and Red-Green Villain in general seems to be in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah. So Vader's a ramp deck. I'll get the downside out of the way. It's not good into Sabine ECL. It's not, and no Vader list is good into that. I mean, if you can beat it in a best of 3 if you know the matchup better, but I mean it struggles there. But other than that, I think it's very well positioned in the mana. I mean, Han 1 could beat anything. I mean, particularly if you have
absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's just the best deck in the game right now by what I think is a pretty decent margin. It just has game into everything.
Yeah, and it won't surprise me if they, I would say, fix DJ at some point. Because they've commented that it wasn't supposed to actually allow you to destroy the resource with the Han ability, and that was an oversight.
Ooh. We saw both players mulligan, and then Tarkin ends up with no turn 1 plays. So hopefully we end up actually getting a game here. But we see some ramp and power the dark side for Tarkin, so I think they'll be able to hopefully get back into this.
Yep, and Izzy in the chat, Izzy Dave said there's a Mace deck in the PQ final in Germany. We did see that. We were just talking about that before stream here when we were doing our setup. So,
yeah, that's super exciting.
All right, so it looks like they are playing at a lightning pace. We are in, I think, going into turn 3 now, on to 4 resources. We had Tarkin play a Super Laser Tech. Vader has brought out a Seasoned Shore Trooper, the Beach Boy. And also a Consortium Star Viper, which I think is one of the anti-aggro cards that Vader ECL runs, because it's so good in A-Wing.
I've seen that getting a lot more traction as coming back. Even at the end of set 1, we saw this, the Star Viper kind of going away, and we didn't see it at all in set 2, and I really think it's making a comeback in terms of viability with a lot of space aggro decks and A-Wings and Wing Leaders coming back.
All right, so he uses the Super Laser Tech with a Snowtrooper Lieutenant to get it, and it looks like that Tarkin or Vader has first blood, scoring 3 damage to base. Wrong one. There we go.
Yeah, super nice sequencing to get the ramp to allow him to then power the dark side and flip Tarkin. So
yeah, so these players are ready to go. They are speeding through these rounds. We don't know for sure which player is which. We see that Tucker has a lot more tournament history in Melee, and also has a Vader card that you could only get at a Learn to Play, or Gen Con, or before release, so we're guessing that that's actually him. But it's the 2 players we have knowledge from Melee who the 2 are. We're not totally positive as to which deck. What damage do you see on base for each?
I see 4-0, I think. I think Tarkin might have, it's either 0 or 4 on Tarkin's base, and I believe Vader is at 0.
Yeah, and he took a swing from the Star Viper, so I think it's 4. Uh, so the board is a little bit. So how this works with live streaming commentary is the throttling, goes back and forth. So as they speed up, sometimes it throttles down, and then the other thing that happened is all the internet at the store, hits. So it goes in and out. It was looking beautiful all before, and then probably as all the players hit, it's
all the players
stressed.
get on Melee on their phone and use the Wi-Fi in the center. It kind of takes up the bandwidth a bit. But ECL Maul coming in for the Vader player.
Yep, and that's a huge card. So it's going to go and it's going to kill a Snowtrooper Lieutenant, and it's going to kill Tarkin, I think.
Yeah.
So
and Maul doesn't die back either.
Right.
So huge swing there. We saw another huge downside of Tarkin only putting XP on other units, where the Phase 3 Dark Trooper got an XP when Tarkin had to swing into him. So that really helped start the comeback. Tarkin almost made it good with the Death Trooper, but yeah, that ECL Maul was just brutal. We'll have to see how well Tarkin can come back if he has another Death Trooper or what. I think Tarkin is somewhere up in the 12 range of base damage. I'll have to try to manually keep track a little better. Game 2. Once you miss one swing, it's you never know if you're back or not.
These players are going at lightning speed, and that makes sense when you're at the beginning of a PQ.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put it at 12. I see a TIE Advance coming down onto the Imperial Death Trooper.
Yeah.
So
Death Trooper going to base. It's super awkward. You don't really want to waste a big attack on the Maul and have your guy die, but at the same time, what do you play into the ground arena? Because Maul will just kill 2 things on his way out if you play something else down there.
All right. So it looks like it's 11 damage on Tarkin's base now. Can you see Vader's? Is he still at...
I believe Vader is still at 0.
Yep. All right. So I think we're coming back, and it looks like the store internet is catching up a little bit for us, which is nice.
So 20 damage now on Tarkin's base for sure. So I think that is definitely what it says now.
Yeah, and I mean this is a matchup where Vader's game plan is to ramp into his leader.
Yeah.
We don't have lists yet. We'll probably have lists as we get through the rest of the day. We're told at some point as the store gets them to us. Shout out to Alex at Guardian Games, who's been awesome throughout getting this ready to go. But we should have lists shortly. I do see that there's a Scout Bike Pursuer, which is a grit unit on Tarkin's side. I see an Avenger has now come down.
I think we're just about to go to game 2, though, because I don't see how Tarkin's going to kill this Vader in one action, and I believe he's at 25 on base now.
Right. Avenger, of course, can't hit leaders.
Yeah. Interesting choice as well. We saw that the Tarkin player could have taken out the Maul, but decided to start trying to race to base instead. And that's it for game 1. So we see Vader take game 1 in fairly convincing fashion. Obviously, Tarkin didn't have a turn 1 play, so that hurts a lot. We saw him start to claw back his way in, but he just never recovered from that ECL Maul.
What was the time of that game? I think that we were through game 1 in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, not very long at all.
So, for anybody out there prepared for PQ, I mean, speedy play is important. You don't want a double loss, but also think through your actions. I mean, this is a complicated game. Resourcing decisions are complicated. If your deck only has 1 line of plays, maybe you should look at your deck choice. I've seen that. We had the Chicago PQ of Season 1. My wife was the Sabine player and had all kinds of rounds, but the best of 3 with Boba Yellow, where she creamed him, was over in 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And he was making mistakes, and she wasn't, so that was how...
That'll do it.
That was how that happened, right? He left a pull alive that was lethal. If you go back to that, but, listen, there's no rush. some control matchup at a 128 player event is going to go to time.
Yeah, every round is going to go to time when you have this many players. That's just kind of a fact of life.
Right, and it's there. All right, and the internet rush at the store seems to have helped. You know, it looks like the video is coming through, you know, loud and clear. Let's look at the chat. So yeah, we're excited to, you know, get through this matchup. Michael in the chat says solid ECL Maul. Yeah, I mean Maul is the card that most significantly improved Vader from set 3.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've been playing this a lot. I probably have over 100 games of Vader. Set 3 now. I mean, and it wouldn't surprise me to bring it into a PQ. No,
Nice.
I love my boy Quinlan too. But.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I love Maul unit. I tried to make it work with Maul leader because there's a lot of obvious synergy there, but it's just can get so awkward with the cost, the resource cost of Maul versus when the leader flips and how all that works with ambush. So it might make sense that Vader is just kind of the better version of what you want to do when you're trying to Maul ECL to swing a board state.
Chat's saying that the board looks better. We see that too. Zadrin in the chat. That's a great question. Do you think Vader is better than Maul Leader overall, and why? That's certainly something I have expertise in. If you want to opine on that, Jeff.
It's an interesting question. I think it's at least a little bit situational. It's hard for me to say that Vader is strictly better because in a world of Han and DJs deploying, the later you deploy, the more likely you are to never get to deploy. So Maul coming out on 6 is an advantage, I think. But the ability to ping off little guys, you can ping off your own super laser techs. Like obviously Vader's ability is huge, and his unit side is, I would say, probably better than Maul's.
Yeah, so I think that Vader is better positioned than Maul Leader, and there's a couple of reasons why. In fact, I don't think Maul Leader is even the second best positioned Red Force Leader. I think it's Kylo.
Yeah.
But the reason that I've gone to Vader is, you know, a couple of things. One is that his ping ability is better than Overwhelm. You know, and the ping ability is very, very versatile. And one thing people don't think about is it actually helps you ramp. I mean, sometimes the ping is used to, you know, kill the super laser tech, which
absolutely.
You know, gets you there a turn sooner. So that's one reason. When he's deployed, he's much more durable, which is really the more important thing for leaders. I mean, he does a total of 7 damage if you count his on attack. So I think that Vader's better positioned than Maul. I also think Kylo's better positioned than Maul. I mean, Kylo Green can do some other things. I mean, that deck can lean into Palpatine's return in a way that Vader and Maul can't, because he can choose discards at any point. And that's also a very reasonable choice. Bosk is also the last, I think, leader choice in green-red, and we see a lot of Bosk nowadays. It's not force-centric.
Yeah, Bosk Green really seems to be on the rise for sure. Do you think that Kylo as a mid-range option is super viable? I haven't seen a ton of it. I know we've seen some Kylo Yellow and even Kylo Red as an ultra-aggressive option.
Yep. So,
but have you seen a lot of that in the mid-range style?
Have I seen? I play it. So, I mean, one thing about doing Kylo is that it sometimes throws people, because you'll have people not understand it's a mid-range deck and is getting to 8s and 9s, and they'll misplay as if it's aggro, because most Kylo decks are. So that's kind of an interesting thing that happens if you play Kylo ECL. I mean, if you can tell me that you're going to be able to set up the Pelp return combo in any given game, which means you discard like a Pelp or a Maul or a Vader, and then you also have Pelp returns in hand on 6, I would tell you the Kylo's the best deck. It's just you don't get that every game because of variance.
Yeah, for sure. But it's really nice. I mean, that's why we saw the rise of Django Red, is because you just have these abilities to spike such powerful plays, right?
Right.
And it's the same kind of thing. If you're spiking a Palp return on 6, it's similar to saying you're going to triple Dark Raid into a Ruthless Raider. It's just a very powerful play that you get to make ahead of schedule.
Yep, and that's a thing. Like the Django deck, when it triple Dark Raids a Ruthless Raider, very rarely loses, and it shouldn't. So that's what that deck does. But the combo doesn't always happen. Is one thing that you
Mhm.
find. All right.
So Tarkin's up to 5 damage on base. Looks like he's been ignoring the units again. But I feel like he's gonna have to take out this fifth brother before it hits him for 5. And now the Gamorrean Retainer has Sentinel.
Yep, that's going to be there. So that fifth brother, I mean,
Yeah.
my boy Tucker, looks like he might be on a very similar Vader list to mine. So far, every card he's played is in my Vader desk. Now,
Interesting.
There's actually one thing that I found, and what I'm working on right now is I think Dooku is relevant to aggro matchups, and I got that from a cool Pelp red deck that almost top-aided Chicago. I was telling you the story about how I felt like I killed Banby. But, I mean, it's not intuitive, but the exploit thing and the action economy is cool. So we're working on that in the Vader forums. What's that base damage?
Yeah. 6 damage on Tarkin's base, 0 on Vader's.
All right. We'll keep that up. Yeah, we know that the damage counters, they're not our giant ones that Late Night Gaming has. I got to send some of those to Story. I'm actually getting some more made for the content creators, but we can see it a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, it feels kind of similar to the first game. Vader still has his ECL up. He's got ramp on the board. Tarkin doesn't have a ton of material to work with and doesn't have the base lead that I think he wants to have right now.
But Tarkin has an advantage on board right now.
Absolutely. There is an advantage on board for Tarkin. I just don't know if it's big enough to overcome the things that Vader is about to start doing. Like usually you don't want to be resupplying after your leader's already deployed, unless you're trying to get to your Devastators. And I did see at least one of those while Tarkin was shuffling, so maybe that is what he's going for. He's just trying to ramp to the super top end.
Yeah, if I'm Vader in this matchup, I'm just getting out sort of my anti-aggro units, and I'm putting every big thing in. I'm putting any Pelp returns in, and I put any Relentless in for sure. Relentless is a great card against Green Blue Villain.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you got crates, I mean, you just put your deck up as high top end as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, on the 6 resource turn, Vader was able to flip and take out Tarkin, and all Tarkin did was resupply. So he really needs to start pumping in some damage. He's got some space units. If he can start by putting an XP on this TIE Advance that it doesn't die to the Vader, or he's looks like he's prioritizing just getting some damage on base.
Yep, so he swings in for...
Should be 7.
7, right? Vader still has all 7 resources available. I mean,
I believe Vader's at 8 because he ramped again.
Yeah. That's true. Timely intervention. And that's going to be Kylo, I bet.
That's a lot of resources, yeah.
True to form. Kylo comes in, and Kylo's ability is going to give Vader probably +2. You can see him demonstrating there. So now Vader's hitting for 7. And, I mean, he wouldn't have timelied if he wasn't going to kill the lieutenant. Kylo might be the most underrated legendary in Star Wars Unlimited with ECL.
I think so. Like, he doesn't get played in the Rey Blue decks, which is kind of what the design space they seem to be going for him. But he's just so good with a big body, more health, a force unit, and can pump up something on attack. Even if you're not giving it XP, I think just the pump from ambushing him in is still really good.
I am so enthused. Not only do we have a fully capped Planetary Qualifier at 128 players, but we got a first match with a Vader green. I mean, they must have known it was me out here. So shout out to all my Sith Daddy, phrase. And, for all those who question my use of Force Throw, how good would that card have been right there with that last resource? Just saying.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I was expecting it, because otherwise what the Vader player could have done is just resourced the timely and
Oh,
smuggled it for the same amount of resources,
yep.
and then you have an extra card in hand.
Yeah, we'll see.
Um,
Hopefully Tucker continues and advances this
yeah,
tournament. You never know. Hopefully he can dodge the green bean menace, but he doesn't. That's I
yeah,
think
there is a
relentless.
relentless, but
Too.
I don't think Vader is too worried about playing events right now.
How much? So it would have been 14 damage on Tarkin's base right now, and then it just went.
Yeah,
back
it should
to
be
19.
at 14.
Going to 19.
And you see here prioritizing the health on base. If he attacks with Kylo first, he gets the +2 buff on Vader. But if he attacks with Vader first, he gets to kill this TIE Advance that's sitting here with 4 XP on it. So
Yep, and that's the right play. Kylo can also choose himself. He's the only 6-drop that hits for 8.
yeah,
So.
that's a good point. Yeah, Kylo can just buff himself too. I always forget that, which I think is probably a reason he doesn't see as much play, is because people forget that he can just buff himself and attack for 8.
So I mean,
when
I
he
think
needs to.
I think it was a whole bunch of different things, but I mean, that takes him to. It wasn't quite lethal with 8 more. It would have been 27, but he didn't have an answer. How do you?
Yeah, he didn't have an
there?
answer, and the relentless swing wasn't lethal. So
All right, so let me check if we have any lists now. At some point, I'm going to have all of the deck lists emailed to me today. But they are not here yet. So let's pop out here. So what do you think about that match, Jeff?
I mean, I think Vader showed why it's well positioned in the meta. And I think it was just kind of tough for Tarkin to get going. I didn't see any particularly new tech from Tarkin, which makes sense when you think about the fact there haven't been a ton of Imperial units in the last 2 sets. So I'm curious what the top end lines of Tarkin are that put it above potentially other blue-green leaders. Like if you see something like Akira that wants to try to ramp into Relentless and Devastator versus the Tarkin. We saw some of the old lines that didn't look terrible, but they're just not as strong as what you can do when you do things like ECL and a Maul or Timely and a Kylo. And yeah, we just saw kind of an overpower from Vader there. I'd be really interested to see more of this Vader deck as the tournament goes on.
Yep, and I am too. I think that it's a very good deck. It's ironic that we were talking about that just before, but I mean,
yeah, we were literally talking about this deck right before we went live.
Right. So I mean,
and we see it in round 1.
It is good, and I'm, I think my win rate on digital unnamed platform into mostly meta debts, because I call meta best of 3 with Vader is still north of 70, which is very, very good if that's what you're doing.
Yeah, in my opinion, any time where you can play a deck that's good that people aren't prepared for, it just gives you a little bit of extra advantage. So the question is always, is that advantage better than playing a deck that other people consider better? Like people are much more likely to misplay against a deck they haven't prepared for.
All right, so we're going to be here with the Portland Planetary Qualifier all day. Why don't we kind of go through some matchups right now that are generally there. We have Mace Blue in is it the German PQ?
German final, yeah.
Yep.
Against Boss Green, I believe.
So I'd love to see that. I mean, those are 2 decks that were not thought of as, in the best 5 decks as we started PQ season a couple of weeks ago. But what do you think about Mason Bosk?
I think Boss Green is a really good deck. I think if you just look at the deck that won the Copenhagen PQ, and you can see a lot of really good lines that you can take with that deck. I kind of look at it as a mono green Palp deck that can beat Sabine, is kind of the way that I look at Boss Green, because you still have the same number of ramp cards as a Palp Green, and you can even double up on some of the ramp with the ramp bounty on Boss Deploy, so you can still get to just the absurd numbers of resources. But you have a lot of plays, like you're actually a good overwhelming barrage deck Like Boss Green can just resupply on turn 2, which Palp Green never wants to do against Sabine, and then you deploy Bosk and Overwhelming Barrage and clear the board. So it's actually a good barrage deck, which is what you don't get out of Palp anymore. And then you still have all of the top end of timely reinforcement walkers and things like that that can really make Bosk shine in some of the matchups where a green Palp kind of flounders.
Yeah, no, I think it's a well positioned too. I mean, I've liked villain green red since the very beginning of Star Wars Unlimited. You know, it's a little bit different feel. It's fun to play. It's aggressive. You know, at the same time, it plays some big stuff. So I think Bosk is a different way than kind of leaning into the Force package that tends to suit a Vader or Kylo. But I mean, it's also very good, and it's also the answer to a lot of this like double yellow stuff that you see.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, in general, it's just good against yellow, and Vader is very good against yellow villain because of, you know, we're talking about the pings, but the pings with all of those shield units are very important.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to utilize Vader if you're playing against someone who's trying to do crafty smugglers and things like that to make their unit sticky, and you just ping the shield and all of a sudden they're just an understated unit.
Right. All right, so what about Mace?
Mace is an interesting one. In our team's initial testing, it was a very tough nut to crack. I know at least the last PQ list we saw was running things like 3 bombing runs main. For me personally, I have a very high standard for any leader's activation that costs a resource. I think that when you look at the leaders in general that we see as broken in this game, you see the ones that cheat on resources, whether it be Boba or Han 1. There was a brief period where Han 2 had a lot of traction. And you have to get a lot of value out of the ones that actually cost a resource. So you see the only ones that see a lot of widespread play are Palpatine and Rey, where you're either getting XP to change combat math significantly, or you're getting card draw and pings at the same time. And so with Mace, the fact that he already has to be a damaged unit, you kind of have to build your deck around that and try to get damage on units and then still have a resource up. So Mace has a lot of cool lines, like Open Fire into Mace ability for 4 lets you do 6 damage, which is a big number to kill a lot of troublesome units. And then you can do Bombing Run and finish off anything for 6 resources that didn't get killed. I'd be really interested to see that deck on stream, because I want to see how some of those numbers and resource numbers line up against the either the Sabine decks or the Han Yellow decks of the world, and just see how the removal stacks up.
Yeah, the Mace pings. I mean, he actually has a little bit. He's kind of a similar leader to Vader more than anybody else. I mean, he's a 5/7 on 7, and he has a ping attack that can do 2 damage under some circumstances. So, and also, I mean, Mace kind of has some synergies with indirect damage too, because you'll think that as we go into set 4, if you understand what I'm saying, you're going to have
for future, absolutely.
People are going to load up their unit till it's 1 health from dead, right? So things like Mace and Vader may even be better positioned.
Yeah, and a really interesting line I think that the Mace deck can do is if you're getting overrun in one particular arena, if you bombing run into Mace flip, all of a sudden that's 5 damage to each of their units. Because you flip to deal 2 damage to each damaged enemy unit. So if you're on 7 resources, you can do a lot of removal between bombing run, a daring raid, a Mace activation, and then a flip. So if you can keep your base healthy enough to be able to survive that long, I think it could make sense that you could do a Vader-esque flip and win the game kind of situation, because that's kind of what Vader wants to do a lot too. We saw it a lot with the Vader blue decks, right? It's clear the board, deploy Vader, win with Vader. I think Mace can have a lot of lines where he could do something like that.
Yep. And the we saw, I think it was Ian in the set 3 show match.
I believe he used Mace blue.
Yeah, he had Mace. And
he had Mace for sure. I don't remember which color he paired it with.
It might have been, I think it was maybe Mace yellow. But I mean, one thing that I took from that commentary, Jeff, is that the Mace flip can be very powerful if you're thinking ahead. I mean, and
Absolutely, yeah. It's definitely a leader that values planning.
Right.
Um, in any regard, whether it's, you've got to plan your resources to have the extra one, you've got to plan the damaged units. You want to get their damage up to at least 4 before you activate for their big units. And I could see him being very powerful in the hands of players who are practiced with a deck, understand the lines, and are used to the kind of damage thresholds that you're trying to get to with Mace.
Oh, and I'm interested in Mace too. I mean, being a Vader player and seeing kind of the symmetries. I mean, I'm interested
Hmm.
to try that too. I've always,
Yeah.
gravitated towards Churret and Han, for my red
Hmm.
blue. But I mean, maybe it's Mace because I do like Vader. Um,
Yeah.
okay,
You're
so
basically trading out ramp for more removal, right? And if you, I think comparing Vader green to a Mace blue is not a terrible comparison, at least at the surface. You just get different removal packages, different ping values, and you get your units like Yoda in there, as opposed to having to run Fifth Brother if you want early force, or having your resupply and super laser tech lines that get you to the late game quicker.
all right, couple of things from the chat. We had Zenkura Seamus asking about exact deck lists. We don't have exact deck lists yet. We'll have those at some point today. But the tournament organizer, Alex, uh, is running a 128 player event. So, um, you know, they're great. They'll get us the deck list when they can. I do have my Vader ECL list, which I saw one card that Tucker played that wasn't in my list. Is very, very similar. And the fact that he was running Fifth Brother tells me he probably is running Force Throw, too, because those two cards.
Yeah, that was my thought too. Probably Force Throw. Do you run the Fallen Lightsaber?
I do and this is the thing. We were talking about this at length on the KTOD Vader threads because there's a
Hmm.
very active Vader Green community there. But the Fallen Lightsaber is an anti-aggro card. That's what it is. I mean, and
Yeah.
it is to get on whatever unit survives into turn 2. I don't care if it's Piet. I mean, I have Piet in my deck, which is kind of fun,
Hmm.
for later. But I mean, I don't care if it's the Seasoned Shore Trooper. First, Death Star Stormtrooper is a totally good Fallen Lightsaber target. But I mean, if you
Yeah.
want to survive Sabine, one of the ways is to get to 5 with something with a lot of attack, alive, and just literally,
Yeah.
I put the lightsaber on Crumb. I mean, if that's what I got,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole point is you have a turn one play that is now harder to be traded with, and you get to your ramp and your Vader a lot cleaner whenever you just get to buff anything.
so, and I don't think people understand that because they see the Fallen and they're like, well, I can't get it on Fifth Brother. Well, I mean, yes, if you can get it on Fifth Brother, it's great. But, I mean, you need to just not be picky if you're trying to survive a
Yeah,
big aggro
I
fight.
would almost argue it's better to not get it on Fifth Brother, because you want to play it on turn two, and if you
Yeah.
play, turn two Fifth Brother and then turn three Lightsaber Ping, it might not be as impactful as a 4-drop that you could play when you have a lightsaber on your turn one play.
Yep.
So I
And
could see it either way.
and I mean, yes, sometimes it's good on Vaders in the end too. That's also true. That
Sure.
if you have your leader alive and they can't handle it, you can make them hit for obscene amounts. But I mean, the reason that it's in the deck has nothing to do with that. I mean, that's one of the many ways to
Yeah.
finish. Finishing is not Vader's problem. It's surviving to stabilize. And
Yeah, I think we've seen that more and more. You see, like, for example, you see Sabine Green lists that are running General's Blade with 0 Jedi in the list. Like, there are a lot of decks where just a 3 cost +3/+3 upgrade is very valid and helps you win a lot of games.
right. So I mean, that's the plan. But I think Vader's in a good spot in the meta with all the yellow
Hmm.
tempo around. Vader is strong into Django. Vader
Hmm.
is as strong as anything into Han 1. I mean, both of those decks can
Yeah.
absolutely win. Into Django, let's just talk some Vader stuff while we're waiting because we got some time for the next
Yeah.
round. You know, Preview of the Vader Green Masterclass that's coming when Tucker wins this event.
Nice.
In the Django matchup, by far the most important card is Ruthless Raider because you are an
Hmm.
ECL deck. ECL Ruthless Raider, if you've ramped, shuts down Django in a way, and it's kind of funny.
Oh,
because
absolutely. Yeah.
that's his best card you're using against him. So,
Hmm.
that's my strategy there. Into Red Blue, Vader is very good. I mean, because Vader ramps and then can discard, if you're running the Force Throw. So
Hmm.
that's something that's very, very difficult for both villain and hero Red Blue.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
Ramp 3 times with Vader, Anakin's not going to get you. I guarantee. So, I mean, yeah, it's a good spot. I mean, you definitely do not want to see either Sabine, but particularly Sabine ECL, on the other side of the table from you. You're probably going to lose that best of 3. I mean, Sabine has to basically, you know, get to Wrecker. You know, the thing that's become the problem is that just Sabine punches so hard late, right? Set 1, it was okay, you know, and it still wasn't good. It wasn't a favorable matchup, but she wasn't able to kill your leader and do.
Yeah, Sabine Green. Yeah, in set 2, just the fact that you get so much top end between Poe and Wrecker, and you have the option of, do I want to ECL early to stay ahead on board, or do I want to ECL late where I can always kill their leader, or Poe kill a couple of things? I mean, Traitorous used to be something that you wanted to do against Sabine, and now you Traitorous them, they ECL a Poe, kill your unit, and take their unit back by discarding a card.
That's the end.
Like, yeah, exactly. It's just, okay, let's scoop them up.
Yep. So,
and you have to sit here and think. Like, I saw a game where I saw someone ping their own Maul unit, the 7/6 Overwhelm Maul, because they were worried about an ECL Wrecker. So they had to make sure their own unit was damaged, because if you have a 6 health unit, ECL Wrecker deals 6 to base. And sometimes you just can't deal with that. Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about in the Quinlan Masterclass. You know, shout out to that, and that's an excellent deck that we'll see today too. But
100%.
Quinlan's
really good.
I've murdered my own leader. You know, just unnecessarily trading him into a unit, so there was nothing in the ground arena, and I could beat Sabine. So, I mean,
you have to worry now. In addition to all the other things you already had to worry about, now you have to worry about having a leader with 6 health left on it. You have to worry about any unit with 1 health left on it.
Right. So yeah, Wrecker's pretty good. That's something that we know. Okay, so we are going to take a break. We'll be back with round 2. We are here all day, going live. We have a bunch of commentators, but Jeff is hanging with me for the first rounds here. And we will be back as they're setting up then.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way. a trap!
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
ever ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
All right, we are here back with round 2 of the Portland event, and the players are just getting set up. What do we have going on here?
Looks like we've got a Bossk Blue against a Mono Green Palp. So interested to see how this one plays out. Usually Palp does pretty well against control decks, but Bossk has some kind of unique tools in terms of card draw effects with death marks and things. So
All right,
I'm curious to see how much Palp's going to be able to ramp. I think that's going to be a big differentiator if Palp can get to all his big stuff early.
All right, and any idea which player is on which?
That is a good question. My first answer is no. So let's see. We have Santosh versus DL94. We don't have the deck list yet, so I don't have a way. I don't have a good way to differentiate the players.
Right, and then we have Bossk Blue, which, I mean, it's got to be the best hard control deck, probably overall, right?
I think so. We haven't seen a ton of other hard control in the mix, so it's hard to say. I know there was a 1K near me that a Mono Blue Iden won. But yeah, Bossk Blue is really the only thing we're seeing in terms of very hard control.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, one thing that's interesting is that, I mean, if Bossk ever became the prevalent deck, I think you'd see a lot of yellow-blue hard control because it, you know, it has some similar lines. It's probably not as good into aggro, but it really is very strong into Bossk. I mean, I think that you know, Thork's comment is that if you actually run into like blue-yellow mill hard control, that you just will never win. And he was the masterclass teacher for it, so.
Yeah, it's kind of why it's kind of intriguing to me that there is no hard control outside of that, because it feels like you're saying there are other hard control decks that could have a lot of game into Bossk, and even against the aggro decks with a lot of yellow running around, like the Han yellow players that are familiar with playing against Bossk will just waylay their own units or cunning bounce their own units to make sure that Bossk doesn't get his double death mark off.
Right, which is, I think, I mean, the double bounty, preventing a double death mark is job one anytime you're going against Bossk Blue.
Yeah, I think this deck really relies on that more than most other decks rely on a single card. Like, I would say even more than any mono yellow deck relies on cunning, this Bossk deck relies on double death mark. They really need to fill their hand and have a ton of options to look at to be able to make the best play.
Yeah, and this is a very important meta matchup. I mean, it's interesting. We have Masamita played round 1 by Palpatine, which is a great set 3 card for double green. You know, that assists his card draw cheaply. And then we have Bossk played Deathmark on it, which is a problem.
Yeah, but Bossk needs to kill this Masameta very quickly, because you can't let Palpatine outvalue you and draw more cards than you. And this Masameta just continually drawing units every turn is going to make it really hard for Bossk to win.
So most
resupply is... Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, resupply from Palpatine. And I was just going to say, Palpatine Green is the strongest ramp deck, in my opinion, for pure ramp. I mean, it runs 9 cards usually, that ramp, usually.
Yeah.
Between the 3 commands, 3 super laser techs, 3 resupplies. And
one downside to that is you did not get the Masameta trigger. So obviously best play would have been a super laser tech where you get to ramp and then also get Mas to draw you a card. So but Bossk did get the Mas off the board without card draw for Palp, and then was able to draw 2 cards himself. So solid start.
All right, so we're going into turn 4. Palpatine has ramped once. Bossk can't ramp.
Yeah, turn 3, so it would be the natural R4. Or a 4 resource turn
3. So, I mean, Palpatine's game plan is ramp to Relentless, right?
Yeah, so the question for me is, does this Palpatine deck run Relentless main deck? Being a mono-green Palp, I would be shocked if they didn't have Relentless main deck. I think most mono-green Palps do. We don't have exact deck lists. But yeah, that's going to be the main trump card is how quickly can you get a Relentless down, and how does Bossk ever kill it?
Yep, and I think that it's real important for Boss to win game one because, Boss improves somewhat as well, going into games 2 and 3, but he doesn't improve to the level of bringing in potentially 2 more copies of Relentless and all the Palpatine returns.
Yeah,
that's usually
Palpatine can have so much more top end. Usually you want 3 Relentlesses somewhere in the 60 for a green Palp. I would expect it's probably... I usually do 2 in the main deck and the 3rd in the sideboard, but obviously it could be differences with this list, but you would expect there to be 3 somewhere.
And I don't think have had damage on base yet. Palpatine.
No damage on base. This is the 3rd ramp spell for Palpatine.
Yep.
And he also picks up his Masameda because there's nothing else to do.
Anybody looking for Palpatine green inside or interested in this deck seeing it, I'd highly recommend your compatriot Mickey's video from set 2. There's some new cards. You can hit up Mickey, who's my Quinlan fam as well.
Mickey D's done a lot of good work both on Palp and Quinlan for sure.
But I think his double green Palp video is still the first thing that I would point somebody interested into that color combo at.
Definitely. The deck didn't change a ton with set 3. Masameda was the main hit, that and Poggle the Lesser. So you changed in some of the lines you take with how well you can draw cards, but it helped the consistency, but didn't really change the main function of the deck.
Yeah. Michael in the chat makes a very good point that I think I want to highlight as far as play patterns with Boss. It makes it rough when you can ramp without playing units. That's exactly right. The first thing I tell people, I actually helped a guy beat a Bosk in Top Cut in one of the events. And the first thing is don't play unnecessary units, right? Crumb's okay because he's bouncy, right? But for the most part, if Bosk is not playing units out and you're still getting to your deck's groove, which can be different in other places. Palpatine wants to get to 8 and 9. Quinlan wants to get to 5. But there's a point to where you're going to start trying to flood the board and overwhelm the single target removal and get there. But until you're there, don't play just like a Sabine unit out into the ground arena for no reason. They're just going to kill it and get a bounty. That's what's going to happen.
Really, really interesting to see the Palpatine flip here. A lot of times against control, you'll hold your Palp flip so that you can steal the first Snoke or Avenger or whatever big thing the other control deck plays. But Palp possibly just wants more cards in their hand and wants to utilize the ramp that they have. So probably just trying to draw cards to get to those Relentlesses and Devastators that they can already play. Well, Bosk is only at 6, so if you're going to steal their Avenger, you're holding your flip for a very long time.
Yeah, I think it does, make some sense. It's very, very difficult to stick like a good stolen unit against Bosk. He just has so much removal. It's about how many you can play. And
definitely.
Right now, the 2 best cards for Palpatine are Relentless and Darth Vader. Those are the 2 cards you want to see because Relentless really is a pain for Bosk because usually it's only a restock that is a 1-cost event. Everything else costs, and then you got to remove it, usually with playing another event and then Fell of the Dragon or Vanquish, but it's a problem for him. We'll see if he has it on curve. He's going to 9.
Yeah, and Palpatine has opened himself up a little bit to power the dark side, attacked base instead of letting himself play a unit early, so maybe wants to bait out something like that to get to the Devastators a little cleaner.
Yep, so
obviously, Relentless would turn off the first power anyway.
Yep, 4 damage on boss space.
Yes, 4. 4 to 1.
But I think I'm very happy if I'm Palpatine sitting in this spot right now.
Yeah.
Particularly
I think
if he has Relentless in his
got,
hand. That's...
Yeah, if you've got it in your hand, it's good. If not, you've still got so many turns to draw it.
Yep. One thing Palpatine lacks is cards that snipe from hand. He can't typically, at least Palpatine green. Palpatine yellow has Bazines.
Yeah.
But he's probably going to get Super Laser Blast if he can't find a Relentless to make that problematic.
But even then, Boss can't Super Laser Blast for another 2 turns.
And I think let's see in Bosk's hand. I appreciate these
players. There's an
players.
Avenger in there?
Yep, there's an Avenger in there. That's there. you CCG pros that are on stream and know to tip your hands a little bit for the commentators, we love you. Palpatine
Very
player,
nice.
Spreading out your resources. Can we see how many it is? We love you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, there's a Vigilance in hand for Bosk,
Yeah.
which looks like he's playing now.
Yep. He's going to mill.
Is it just going to be shield mill, or what are we doing here?
I'm not sure what it is. It is shield mill.
There's the shield.
Oh, it's shield. I mean, maybe he healed. I don't know.
You're only at 4. I would imagine
here's
you
the
just
6.
mill here.
Okay, so what does he all flip? There's a Black Sun. There's a Timely Intervention, a Royal Guard. That's actually a pretty favorable thing for Palpatine to see those.
Yeah, pretty good for Palp. Nothing big got milled.
Now, Palp Green has the ability to get from discard. So that's really nice in this match.
And that's true too. Maybe he wanted something big milled there, so he could just get it back with his second command, which is also his 4th ramp spell of the game. Nothing to damage because all of Bosk's units are unique. So we might just go 2 XP and ramp. Nothing you really care about getting back too much either. And yeah, so now Bosk is going to have to... Well, Bosk is still shielded, so Bosk might want to attack now to so that he can attack into the Royal Guard without dying. Because if Palp plays another small unit and then gets to ping off the shield on Palp attack, that would be pretty rough for Bosk. Oh, chat saying he discarded an Endless Legions. I missed that one, but that is...
Yeah.
I mean, if you ramp this much, he's getting there.
Yeah, if anybody's running it, it's double green Palpatine and Yoda. Okay, so he goes to base. Is that 8 on base?
Yes. Should be up to 8 on base.
All right, so I think things might get explosive here. Actually, Bosk is going
Yeah,
to
I mean,
7?
We're in Palp Big Boy waiting room right now. He's got the resources. He's just got to draw them. He has not been able to draw any cards with Palpatine yet, but he's ramped 4 times. So he's still on his game plan. There's still no Super Laser Blast until next turn for Bosk.
Yep. Yeah.
But this is the last turn where you can freely drop anything that's not a Relentless.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If I'm Palpatine, I'm really thinking about just attacking into the client and then throwing the Royal Guard into him to draw a card and clear the client.
Yeah.
That's the showcase Bosk, it looks like. If anybody's...
Yeah, definitely showcase Bosk. I think the other answer is if you think you're... Oh, Bosk has initiative. I was going to say, if you think you're actually winning the race, you could just swing with the Royal Guard first. But Bosk killing that, and we'll see what the second mode is. They have more than 5 damage on their base. They could shield Bosk again, or they could go for the second mill. Looks like they're going for the second mill. We see a Reinforcement Walker, Trader, 2 Reinforcement Walkers, and some small stuff.
Yeah,
Traitorous could have been good.
There's a
Crate Dragon. Well, that's a good one.
Yeah, so now the Super Laser Blast
So
stings.
Bosk Palp add 11 resources, and this is how you can tell he's on the Endless Legions plan with the Crate Dragon's main. So, does he add 11 resources?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
He ramped last turn with command.
Oh yeah, he ramped 4 times. Yeah, so he ramped 4 times, and Bosk is at 7. So yeah, full 11 for the Crate Dragon.
Yep. So, typically, Palp Greenless like to play 9 ramp and 9 sentinels. And the ramp cards are Super Laser Tech, Resupply. I think we saw 2 Resupply casts and 2 commands.
Yeah, 2
for
resupplies, 2 commands this game.
Super Laser Tech's actually the best of the 3 for Palp because most often you can draw a card with it too.
Yeah. Yeah, drawing a card with while you Super Laser Tech, ping, and ramp is just so absurd.
The client's going into Palpatine, which is kind of interesting. Now, does he have a Relentless? Because if he has a Relentless, it effectively locks out Super Laser Blast this turn and wins the game.
If he doesn't have a Relentless, he still gets to swing for 10 and then do 8 more to base when the Super Laser Blast gets played. So even if he doesn't have the Relentless, that's a lot of damage. And we know 2 Vigilances are gone, neither of them healed.
And I think he's at 12 resources. Michael mentions Enterprising Lackeys, which is a great double green card. And it also comes out of the Smuggle Row, which essentially draws you cards too.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's
Looks like
not where
no relentless. Is he gonna kill Bosk, or is he just gonna? I kind of like just going base, especially if he's already at 12. Because if he's at 12 and you go base, you can't play Super Laser Blast because he just dies to it. So then he has to do something else to kill the crate. And it looks like he is just going base. I don't see. Oh no. Okay, so he's going. Well, Bosk only had a couple of health left, I think. So
what's damage on boss base?
It looks so. It was at 12, and then Bosk I think had 4 damage on him, which means that it would take 7 more. The number looks like it says 17, but I feel like it should say 19, so I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think it's marked as 17. So let's go with what the players have marked on base.
Yeah, because I could be wrong about how much damage was on Bosk. That's definitely possible as well.
Yeah, so he decides to bounty up the client. Or bounty up the crate dragon.
Bounty up the crate dragon. So you would assume that means there's a Fell the Dragon or Super Laser Blast incoming.
Barrage.
It's an interesting call here because it seems pretty clear that the next action is probably going to be removing the crate.
Right. So it might just be the 2 extra damage on base is what he's looking for. I mean, he's got to do 13 more. Apollo.
But this was my thought here: is if the removal is Super Laser Blast, you don't get any damage on the base. So it just seemed like kind of a risky barrage for that reason.
Paulo Barros asks in the chat, how did the Vader match end with the Sith Lord winning convincingly 2-0 over Tarkin? I think I would call it that. Which is not surprising. I mean, Vader goes well into villain green-blue and has for a very long time.
Okay, so Palpatine is out of cards and played a 3-2. There should be...
Now he's at 13.
Should be 25 damage on Bosk's base, but it looks like it might be marked as lower than that. It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, sorry. No, it should be at 20. So 20. It should be at 20 because he also healed 5 from the client.
Right. So there's the Avenger.
And now it gets the Avenger out. Palpatine is out of cards in hand. One of the downsides of playing Endless Legions in your deck is you really can never stop resourcing.
Yeah.
But you want to play out your Super Laser tech so you can Palp action it.
I think he's actually on 14 this turn. So, but he also has to have it.
The question is, does he play more than one? I see a Phase 3 and a Barrage in hand, it looks like.
That's really poor cards for him right now.
It's really interesting to resource the Super Laser tech because you could just play it and then throw it with Palp to draw a card. Like, you have enough resources to do that. So to me, at least, that would be worth a thought when you're in the 12 resource range to say, hey, what can I do to maybe draw a card?
You know, and I think actually, damage on base aside, I mean, Bosk really has stabilized here.
Oh, absolutely. Bosk is in the driver's seat. We really need a Devastator from the Palp, and that's just going to be his only unit on board and be able to be answered with a second Avenger, which we see in hand.
How much is that?
So Bosk is really in the driver's seat right now.
Is he at 9?
Palp? Yes, because it was 1 and he just attacked with Avenger. So yeah, it should be 9 on base versus 20.
I mean, at this point, it's Palpatine that has outs. I mean, he needs to find an Endless Legion or a really big Star Destroyer soon.
Yeah.
Let's see if he decides to kill Piet right away.
I would imagine you just swing with Avenger, yeah. Because we know Bosk has a second Avenger in hand, so just keeping the board clear means that he's always going to be safe from any Devastator or Relentless action.
So, Avenger comes in for 8 and kills Admiral Piet.
Yeah.
Taking Palpatine to 17 on base, 13 to go.
Mm-hmm.
Bosk has 20 damage on his base, but a commanding board presence.
Yeah, one card left in hand that I believe is an Overwhelming Barrage for Palpatine.
And that's a 6-point.
5/5 Charlton, I believe.
5/5. So 21.
You know, Bosk feels ahead when they play Palpatine with no pings.
Yeah, and I think it's.
So it looks like Endless Legions are bust here. They've got a. They're getting a pile of resources ready. Or are we gonna see the Endless Legions? We are.
All right, so let's see all of the things that happen with Endless Legions.
Oh goodness!
And he shows them the card.
We're doing things.
All right, so this is exciting. I have not seen Endless Legions on a PQ stream.
I still don't
before.
think it's gonna be enough unless he's got some amazing things in there.
Well, first one is
P
Piet.
at first is huge because now all of his other big things are gonna have
So that heals him.
ambush. So I saw a Reinforcement Walker in there, so he's gonna be able to Reinforcement Walker, get 2 triggers to kill the Childsons. Let me see Carlos in chat. Well, Carlos just got here in time for the spectacle.
All right, there's Yularen.
And a Yularen.
Oh, probably should have sequenced.
He
that
might be
Yularen
saying
that
he
crowd.
played the Yularen first and healing a few more.
Yeah. What is his base total at right now?
It's hard to say. It looks kind of like 20, but now he's just throwing another Piet away to heal.
Oh yeah, he can play that.
Yeah, because he can play it all and get the heal with Yularen.
There's another
Playing
Yularen.
a second Yularen. So the
That's
second
actually
Yularen does
2
heal 2 because
yep.
he counts himself.
Yep, 19. It's happening, folks. We are Endless Legions in here. This is a super laser tech.
Yeah.
17.
What the question? I think I see a Crate Dragon in there, but the real question is any of the big capital ships because he needs to deal with this Avenger. The Reinforcement Walker is huge. It'll let him kill the Childson and heal 6. Well, heal 7 with the Yularen as well. So he's going to be pretty low on base, and he's fairly Avenger-proof at the moment, except for damage-wise. So he does need to mill 2 cards if he's going to heal 6 with the Reinforcement Walker. He's already been milled for 12, so it's not insignificant cost. Bottoming a Timely to heal 3, and then he should have a second Reinforcement Walker trigger that it doesn't look like he is doing.
Crate Dragon is ambushing.
Crate Dragon, which also has ambush. And so the Crate is going to be putting 4 more damage onto Bosk's base, which means that he cannot cast another Super Laser Blast without dying. So I think the Endless Legions did it. The Crate adding the extra protection on top, and then the healing for double-digit healing off of the Endless Legions.
Cool.
Oh, they're now showing that he did this. I think he just drew the card because he's down to 2 damage on base or something. So he did the second Reinforcement Walker.
How about
trigger a little late.
What's his base total?
I think it's single digits by now. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think we're going to game 2 here pretty quickly.
Yeah,
it doesn't
cool.
look like Bosk took the overwhelm from Crate. He should be at 24.
Yeah, she should be.
So he shouldn't be able to play a second Super Laser Blast if he has it.
I see Yoda Killer has entered the chat. What's up, Carlos? He says he did not have Endless Legions on his bingo card. Anything can happen when you come to a PQ. Anything can happen. All right.
Deciding which unit to kill.
I mean, it's super laser tech, isn't it?
He went with Masameda.
Oh.
Which was an interesting choice. Super Laser Tech, then you could also just activate Palp and draw another card if you wanted to.
Right.
I would imagine you want to claim, but...
Yes, you want to claim and hit with the Crate.
Yeah.
I mean, he can deal with some of the things.
Everything he deals with gets him closer to death.
Right.
It doesn't look like they marked the overwhelm from crate, so if it matters, we may need to try to get that dealt with. It looks like it's 20 to 20.
You have 20 to 20 on base is marked.
That's what they have marked.
Okay.
But there should be 20 to 24, which removes a lot more of the outs from the boss player.
Right. Ooh, we got round 2 deck lists. So during sideboarding, we should be able to look at the deck list. I'm going to focus on that for a second if you want to call the match.
Yeah, because we know that there are at least 2 Endless Legions in this Palp list because he played one and milled one. So we know he's a very top end Palp. We've seen 2 Crate Dragons, 2 Endless Legions in game 1. And then Lambosk is still here contemplating if he has any outs. Entrenching the Crate Dragon.
All right.
We
so
only went up to 22.
the Bosk player is
So-
a Herbie Santos. The Palpatine player is Dylan Lightly. And
It may be prudent to try to see if there's something, because now Bosk should be at 29 after playing the open fire, but now Palp does not have lethal on board anymore because they did not mark the 4 overwhelm from crate. We'll have to see what happens. Right now, this Crate Dragon cannot attack base. And Bosk has 26 damage marked on base, but it should be at 29.
Yep. There's actually 3 Endless Legions in the Palp deck.
Nice.
And he does not mainboard Relentless.
Interesting.
He has a Relentless in the sideboard.
I think if you're playing 3 Endless Legions, that makes sense, because Relentless doesn't do anything when played. The only benefit of getting it from Endless Legions is then you avoid getting Super Laser blasted immediately.
Mm-hmm.
There is a Barrage. So I'm guessing the Barrage is going on Crate to kill the Avenger. And Boss cannot play a ground unit because that would allow Crate to attack and overwhelm in. So I would imagine, okay, yeah, we're going to game 2. So the base damage didn't matter. Technically, Palp could have won on the first action if they'd counted the overwhelm. But it didn't end up mattering. Endless Legions got there in the end.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of the Endless Legion specific things you see are Crate Dragons and Admiral Piets. Piet's not bad to include anyway, but when you're trying to go Endless Legions, you want to give all your stuff ambush, and you want to play the biggest things you can out of resource, which are the Crate Dragons. So do we want to try to bring up the deck list here before game 2?
If you want to go through what you want from this round, I am getting that done as soon as I can. I got to change it from a PDF to a
Excellent.
JPEG.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I think that this version of Palp is going to be even more favored in this matchup than the others. I think we see now why Palp was okay early flipping. You just know you have the late game when you have 3 Endless Legions main deck and 2 crates, and you don't care if they Super Laser Blast. So we got to see Bosk try to pull out something spicy here. I think the standard Bosk game plan of mill him out is not going to work, and the plan of, you know, I have better late game than you is not going to work when you can Endless Legion into double crate and turn off all ground units, turn off Super Laser Blast, things like that. So any damage that Palp gets on the base early is going to matter and going to add up. because we saw there it got to the point where Bosk died if he played Super Laser Blast. So I think that's Palp's goal, is just get enough damage on base early where Crate guarantees that all the comeback mechanisms are turned off.
Yep, and we know that Dalen is the Palp player, and that the
That'd be Santosh is the Bosk player then.
Herbie's the boss player, and we have the lists here. Let me find it.
Excellent. And I think from Bosk's perspective, I'm curious if Bosk is running anything like Regional Governor, because that's been a card that's really been going up in a lot of people's estimation, and could help curb the Endless Legions type plays.
Right, so
the other thing is just hope that Palp doesn't draw 4 ramp spells so that he's at 11 when you're at 6.
Yep.
And 7.
Yep. Here's the deck list. Oh, I gotta put something up in Discord for you. But we have the Palpatine returns and the Relentless. I think are no-brainers for Palp to bring in.
Yeah.
At this point,
it is good news for Bosk. There's only 1 Relentless total.
Yep.
So Bosk can probably still count on their Super Laser Blast and their Vigilance is working. The mill game plan is going to be really hard against 3 Endless Legions. You kind of just have to get lucky, and 3 crates main. So all 3 crates and all 3 Endless Legions mean that your Vigilance mill plan is basically never going to work.
And Bosk, on the other hand, I mean, he has 2 crate dragons, which I think come in as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Offensively, I think Snoke probably comes in. I'm not sure about restock. I mean, if it gets to mill,
I think
Bosk is going to win. So,
yeah, and it's I think the thing is with three Endless Legions, the odds that it gets to mill are very low. You have to get incredibly lucky to take it to mill. Normally, I would want to bring in restock because it can turn off Relentless.
Right.
But when they only have 1 Relentless, you might not worry about that as much.
Yeah, though it's maybe effectively 3 with the
Palp's returns,
right?
Sure. But that would be my only reasoning for wanting restock is to turn off Relentless cheaply.
All right.
Definitely. I think the biggest card that Bosk needs is something like Dr. Pershing into a double death mark. I think they really need to try to draw as many cards as possible so they can play their stuff on curve.
All right. And speaking of playing on curve, we are here going into turn 2. Palpatine opened with Admiral Piet in the ground arena, and Bosk counters with a client. Palpatine gets a super laser tech at the beginning of turn 2. So he's on line to ramp. He uses Piet to take out the shield's client. Now, Piet should have taken 2 damage there.
Yeah.
Damage on base. Both players are at 0 damage on base. That's from last round. Palpatine is up 1-0 as we go into game 2.
Yes, and we'll see here. So we've got one ramp from Palp with the super laser tech out. Okay, they got the damage on Piet.
All right.
And do you know, Loopy, if the players have access to each other's deck lists or not, or is that only a top 8 thing?
Like I said, they got us the deck list, so the store is, checking that nobody is stream sniping is what you call that.
Gotcha.
So, we were told that we could use the deck list, so we're going to talk about them. I mean, at some point you have to have like some honor among players too. I mean, if somebody,
for sure. And honestly, after this game, I think most people are going to know that he's on Endless Legions just from the other player saying, "I got Endless Legions game 1 after milling 1."
It's kind of something that doesn't happen, all the time. So
yeah,
it's
that news is going to spread regardless of what's on stream.
Right. But yes, no, if you're at an event, you should not be using the coverage to try to get an unfair advantage. And, the Store Guardian Games is very much watching that. So, should be fine.
So 6-5, we're getting into what I would call the money turns here.
Yeah,
Classic overwhelming barrage on the super laser tech.
Yeah, I do that too. That's a Vader play too.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can kill two things with like a super laser
blast.
blast.
It's gonna let him. So it was only a 3/3 Childson.
Yep.
So 1 damage on the client, and then he'll get to finish him off with the attack, and then super laser tech will die in the regroup phase.
Yep.
So.
Or he will get sacrificed after that. He actually can do that too.
That's true too. Yeah, just there is 1 resource up, so I would imagine that Palp is gonna throw him.
Yep. Which is actually kind of the best of both. That works out great. That it
Absolutely.
actually survives.
You get to kill both units and draw a card and ramp. That's just everything you want to do in life if you're Palpatine.
Just barrage your super laser techs, folks. That's.
He's attacking into the super laser tech, which is interesting. So I would imagine the super laser tech wanted to slam into the client anyway.
I don't know why. I don't know why that helps though. I think that actually the client should have probably went base or bountied.
That's what I was thinking. Is just go base with the client because it's going to get attacked anyway.
Right. So either way, Bosk takes 4 damage. The death mark is
at least Bosk is going to draw some cards here after this too.
Yeah, because he's going to be deployed when it dies. He should sack it right now. That's what he should do.
Yeah, you want to get the damage on Bosk, but it is not worth giving them a double bounty, which it looks like he's waiting till deploy. There may have been a pass action there.
Yep.
Interesting. Bosk does not want the double bounty, it looks like. Saying that him drawing 2 extra cards is not worth Palpatine drawing 1. Which, given the list, maybe that's fair. Because Palpatine's card has such good cards to draw. Maybe your goal is to constrict Palpatine's cards here and try to get in damage. I am kind of surprised Palpatine didn't just throw to get the 1 card. But
all right, so 4 damage to base from Bosk.
Yes, 4 to 4 is where we're at now, base wise.
Bosk plays a second copy of the client.
Yeah,
which represents a lot of healing. It really does kind of jam things up.
Yeah, I think that this game isn't about healing for Bosk though. Like you can't let an Endless Legions resolve. I think you've got to just try to get some damage out there onto the Palpatine's base. It's a tough ask for your deck. But I don't know. It just seems like you're not going to win the late game if all you're doing is just trying to heal.
All right, so we got 163 people watching live. Thanks for joining us at the Planetary Qualifier in Portland, Oregon at Guardian Games. We have a great matchup here between an Endless Legions Pelp deck and a Boss Blue deck. And I think Pelp is on 8, and he just played Vader commanding the First Legion.
Yeah, so Vader, we could see him try to do something like stealing the client here with the Palp flip. We saw last game that he was not ashamed to just flip Palp early, and it worked out for him. I think with his list of 3 crates and 3 Endless Legions, I think flipping Palp early is totally fine.
He's just trying to survive till then. I mean,
exactly.
It may actually be that Bosk is the aggro in this matchup.
I 100% think Bosk has to be the aggro in this matchup. Yep. You are not going to beat a triple crate, triple Endless Legion deck by going late game, especially when you see these Piets and crates and everything. Like when you're going to Endless Legion into a Piet Reinforcement Walker crate, that's just not something that any deck can handle. So Bosk is really out of his comfort zone here, trying to get damage on base.
Oh, I think this is a near nightmare matchup for Bosk. I mean,
absolutely.
Green Pelp is hard in the first place, but having to be one that uses a late game combo is a tough tough thing when you're usually the control in every matchup and have a very few.
I don't think there's any deck in this game that will go over the top of this Green Palpatine list. I feel fairly confident in saying that. You've got 9 ramp spells, 3 Endless Legions, and 3 Crate Dragons with Admiral Piet to give them all ambush. Like that is the tippy top of the toppest end you can do in this game.
Mhm.
So I think he's gonna throw Piet at the client here and then try to steal it.
Michael mentions need the full discard package for this matchup. If you're Bosk, yeah. I mean, Pillage would be great for Bosk.
Yeah, and I believe we saw that this boss does not have any discard. There was no discard and no regional governor, which is another way you could potentially try to stem the late game bleeding.
Right. Yeah, some boss decks will splash yellow, like Bazine's. I mean, something like that potentially gives you enough to.
That's the thing about these control decks. I mean, we've seen it the whole time that when you're a control deck, you can usually afford to play a couple of things out of aspect, specifically in control mirrors.
Now, I really like that play Boss just made. I mean, that was a heads-up play. Merciless Contents he uses to actually kill the client and keep him from stealing him. So
I believe he also client bountied the Vader to heal his base down to 0.
He sure did. So this is very, very good sequencing and play from Bosk. I mean, he really just managed the Palpatine flip turn. He still has his Bosk alive, and Palpatine and Vader are both dead. To a Merciless Contest and a Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah, so he handled Hurdle 1, which is Palp flip plus first Palp 7 drop. So now is the time where he needs to fade some draws from Palpatine. He needs Palp to not go directly into like a Reinforcement Walker or Relentless or something like that. And he needs to try to get some damage on base before we get to the Endless Legions crate level.
Yep. Well, we'll see. This is probably going to be Vader coming back.
Yeah, Vader and Bosk has a damage on him because Palpatine pinged the Bosk last turn, so this Vader will kill Bosk.
I think I see a Merciless Contest in Boss' hand. Definitely a takedown.
Merciless Contest is made worse by the Vader, but I think the takedown makes it fine. But man, it just feels like this is just such an uphill battle for Bosk. Like everything, he needs everything to go right for him.
Yeah, Jay Freak in the chat asks if perhaps Palpatine should have waited to flip. I mean, I felt like it was kind of walking into Power of the Dark Side there.
Well,
exactly
so
what happened.
My thought on that, and because I asked the same question game 1, right? And I think that when you're on this specific Palp list, you know that you're not going to get beat in the late game, so you just need to not get beat in the mid game. So, he did technically play around power by having 2 units, but it was Merciless Contest into power. So he kind of he played around it a little bit. And then you just need to make them keep spending their removal spells. If he's playing power, he's not playing a unit that's hitting your base, and you're just getting 1 card closer to your Endless Legions. And then now he doesn't have the same power to kill this Vader. So now every time you're making him spend a removal spell, you're just getting closer to the point of the game where you know you're going to win.
Yep, no, I can see that. Boss doesn't really do anything if there aren't any bounties. So, I mean, I think credit to Dallin. I mean, he's done a good job of not playing stuff he doesn't need to play throughout these matches. Yeah. The bounties are hard to use when your units are dying quickly. I mean, Palpatine always has the ability to sack something.
Yeah.
And
this is playing into Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah.
This is one I don't know if I would make this play after the Palpatine. There's a lot that punishes this. He's going to 9, so that gives you Avenger and Merciless Contest and power. So this crate is unlikely to be as useful as others. But we've also seen he has 1 more Palps return in the deck still, so he could bring the crate back potentially.
Yeah,
and he's just
Avenger still either kills Palp, which is actually probably my choice. If the Avenger comes out, I think I kill Palpatine with the crate trigger just because
I think so. Like
I'm trying to.
It goes back to
exactly.
You're just trying to survive, and you can take 6 power off the board. You know they're keeping the 8.
Yep. And What all happened there? I
So
saw
it was
moving his. Oh, I think Bosk assumed
he
was
thought the
gonna go
damage
base.
was going to go to base, and then Palpatine said no, kill the Palpatine unit.
And we both, I think, agree with Dallin in that choice there because you just got to understand
Definitely.
what your win con is.
Yeah,
So he resupplies.
naturally, that's what you want to do at 12.
Right.
Resupply is your only play.
This is a cool deck. You know, I love seeing the Endless Legion spell.
Yeah, a player at my locals in Colorado is really big on all things Endless Legion, and you can do some really cool things when you're building your deck around it and saying, all right, I can play whatever I want for free from my resources. So what do I pair here to have this explosive turn when the Endless Legions goes off? And this is exactly the kind of matchup that you make that decision for seeing these kind of control mirrors.
So I think he's on 13 right now.
He should be, yeah, because he was at 11 and resupplied, and I think he's at 13.
Yep.
Oh no, he's at 14 now. He was at 12 and resupplied and then resourced again.
Oh, yeah.
So he is at 14 now.
What does he have marked on base? Palpatine.
1, I think. He passed into the. Oh no, sorry, Bosk had initiative. Okay, so Bosk starts with the Avenger attack.
Does he have the thing?
Is that a? Is he at? I think he's at. Does that say 14 on base now?
He
does have the
Palpatine
Endless
9.
Legions.
I think that Bosk has no damage on base, but he's showing 14.
Yeah,
on base.
Bosk has no damage on base. I'm trying to figure out how much is on
All right.
Palpatine's. Well,
So,
we're starting with the
it's one
Yularen,
less.
so it's not going to be much by the end of this. I think one question is, do you play out everything you have? Because there's pretty likely to be a Super Laser Blast, and do you just wait for the second Endless Legions?
Yeah, it kind of depends how many crates are in there.
Yeah, and I mean, Super Laser Tech is a freebie, right? Because if he Super Laser Blast, they just go back to resource anyway. But I think the question, it looks like he's just full sending. So Palp is saying, if you have a Super Laser Blast, you have one. I am gonna heal my base back up a bunch. Second Crumb. So each Crumb should heal for 2. Each other unit heals for 1. Reinforcement Walker can either draw a card or heal for 3. Looks like he's gonna draw.
All right, how much does Palp still have marked? Oops, I was on the wrong side there.
It looks like a 12, but I'm not sure. The numbers seemed higher that were marked than what was in my head for what it should have been, so I'm not 100% sure. He should have just healed 11,
Right.
I believe, with 2 Crumbs and a Yularen first, and he did not heal off Reinforcement Walker. He drew instead.
Well, I'll put him at 1 because I think he had 12 marked before. It's hard to tell. Avenger swings in, which is, I don't know. I mean, does that mean he doesn't have Blast? Not necessarily.
Yeah, he could just be wanting to get in the 8 damage before Blast and saying, I'll take the Reinforcement Walker hit.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and not attacking with Reinforcement Walker.
Barrage
Flashing.
to kill the Avenger.
I don't know about that.
I probably still would have attacked first, because the 2 damage to base doesn't matter nearly as much as getting your card draw.
Right.
And then Super Laser Blast obviously is going to kill the Avenger anyway.
As well as
So yeah, I mean, this is the window for Bosk, absolutely. I think Palpatine kind of played into that Super Laser Blast a bit, and Bosk has been doing everything that he needs to do so far to try to win this game.
Mm-hmm. All right, and that's Mazamita.
Mm-hmm.
Merciless
we see
Contest.
Masamita down to Merciless Contest.
Yeah, and at this point, Bosk has a huge resource advantage that it's going to be hard to
Yeah,
catch back
absolutely.
up.
The Endless Legion not replacing itself, it makes it so that if you play that card into a Super Laser Blast without all the crates and the damage on base like you had game 1, then you can definitely find yourself very far behind.
Looks like 9 resources.
Yeah, a measly 9 resources for Palpatine, which is way fewer than what he's used to.
Yep. So, and what really happened is that he had a bunch of super laser techs there too, because he ramps with the super laser techs, then they're down there, and you play them again. Well, they just go back to the resource row.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, the thing that I would question with is if you wanted to get all of the small units that weren't the super laser tech. Like, you played a second Crumb that all it did was heal 2 and died to the unique rule. I think for me, I would keep something like that in the resource row so that you're more gassed up for your second Endless Legions.
And he commands to get Admiral Piet.
That's a sign. Oh, here's a crate from Bosk.
Yep, and coming in from the
So
sideboard.
crate onto an empty board while you're at 0 damage on base. This is the crate dream. You're against mono green, so no power of the dark side, no merciless contest, nothing that can easily kill this crate. Andrew in chat saying playing Endless Legions without Relentless in the row is questionable, and an interesting thing about this Palp list is there's only one Relentless in the 60.
Yep.
So it's going to be hard for him to protect from Super Laser Blast with Relentless specifically, because he went much heavier into the Piet crate reinforcement walker lines. But yeah, I agree that's the main thing.
Too. I mean, this is a very directed deck.
Yeah.
Very cool, and he got it off. I mean, usually you pull off Endless Legions, it's just the end of the game. It's just that, Super Laser Blast is a counter.
Yeah, I think that's the main counter. I tried an Endless Legions deck once, and I got it off into my opponent's 4th Super Laser Blast off of a Bounty Hunter crew, and then I stopped playing Endless Legions.
But how cool is it that we had at a Planetary Qualifier stream Endless Legions, now played twice?
2 of them. Yeah, two Endless Legions. So yeah, this is awesome. Really cool to get to see this deck on stream for sure.
Is there enough time to get us a game 3? So
probably check. It feels like it hasn't been too long.
Yeah, I think so too. I asked him if he would staff me into the event too, which
would let you see the timer and stuff.
Yep, but I am not. That has not happened.
Lauren, so he heals 1 and then takes 2.
Yeah, and the variety of decks out here, coming with 128 player Planetary Qualifier. I think that might have been a scoop from Pelp.
Yeah, we're going to game 3 because the crate's lethal on the swing.
Yep.
Yularen did not heal with crate out because he just did 2 back.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll be really interested to see how Palp plays this in game 3. I really like his lines of deploy Palp early and really pressure the removal from Bosk's hand, and try to not give him double bounties and just make him remove everything that you play until you get to the Endless Legions. But I think he could play around the late game Super Laser Blasts and Avengers a little bit better. We saw him run a crate into an Avenger on an empty board, and then the Endless Legions into the Super Laser Blast. So I'm curious if he's going to play that a little bit differently.
So they're sideboarding.
Yeah, looks like they're changing the sideboard plans a bit for game 3.
Yep. Boole in the chat asks if you were to think of how Bosk wins the matchup, what the sequence we just saw is how. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that he knew it was coming. I mean, he had an answer to it. It's unfortunate for Pelp he didn't see more Crate Dragons to row, because that's really what you're looking, because Crate Dragon is also non-unique, and some people forget that.
Yeah.
But you can play as many there. Shan asked about the video quality. There's nothing we can do. Anytime that you're streaming live from an event, I mean, it throttles in and out, so I mean, it pops up and down. So
yeah, I think another big thing that we saw from
now I'm a little surprised. It looks like they're packing up.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Are they calling time, or did someone concede a third game? Or I'm very curious what's going on here.
I mean, so Palpatine won the first match, clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think
Should be 1-1 here.
I don't think Bosk would have conceded there, but I mean, they're unsideboarded and getting out of here, so somebody might have conceded the third game.
Yeah, I am not sure what's going on, but if they were to play a third game, what I would say to look out for is does Bosk play around the Piet overwhelm crate that hit him so hard in game one? I think he stuck to only having Avengers in the space arena by the time it was a high resource count.
So the match is reported as a 1-1 draw. So
they decided there's not enough time for game 3, I guess.
What happened is I think they decided that we don't have enough time to play the third game, based upon the official timer. And that's interesting. One thing that I'd say is, be careful, and control players need to be, looking at this. I mean, it's actually the worst thing for both players to have a double loss.
Yeah.
Right, because it both gives you a loss and then also hurts your breakers. And every tournament, you cannot talk about concessions, and you should not talk about concessions or ask about it. But it's also true that if you're going to get a double loss as the other alternative, one of the players really ought to concede to the other, and then how exactly you decide there or what's the right thing to do. I think it varies there, but a double loss is just brutal because it puts you as having a loss into the tournament, and then the first tiebreaker into the top cut is, of course, opponent win percentage. You're actually giving your opponent a loss. It's
so you're hurting your tiebreakers by not conceding, but at the same time, there's definitely a human element of not wanting to give up what could have been a win. I think that's the biggest thing is just the human element of not wanting to give up a win for that.
Exactly what I'd do if I have that situation. It's very rare given that I tend to play aggro and mid-range decks. But,
yeah.
I think that I start the third game and I go to time. And when you actually then exhaust the time in the realm, because first off, if you're playing fast, there's always a chance you're going to win quickly.
Yeah.
It
Absolutely.
can happen. Boss can brick just like every other deck. If Boss doesn't find his early removal, you can just actually steamroll it once in a while. It doesn't happen much.
Yeah.
But I think that I play as much time as I had, and then, I won't concede if I feel the other guy should be the guy that should be conceding.
Same. But if I'm behind on board and time got called and I'm probably going to lose and I don't want to get the double loss anyway, I'll just concede for sure.
Me too. And that's what I do. I try to...
Mm-hmm.
You go now. The one time I think I did take a double loss was at Gen Con, and the guy intentionally slow played me. So he took the double loss with, there's zero chance I was going to do that, because he made a game take 20 minutes that was over 15 minutes before it was over.
Yeah.
Because he was doing math.
But this is also a good shout to a lot of people say that they don't want to play control in a big tournament because of the double loss. But I think a big aspect of these control mirrors is knowing when to scoop. And if you look at the game went on for probably another 5 or 10 minutes after the game 1 Endless Legions resolved, where Bosk had basically no outs. And then even in game 2, there was a Crate Dragon on an empty board, and we had another 3 or 4 minutes of deliberation. Palp draws a card, Palp plays a 2-drop, things like that. And if both players had just, when you see Piet, Crate Dragon, 6 units, Endless Legion, if you just scoop right then, and then game 2 scoops as soon as Crate hits an empty board, then we probably have time to at least get somewhere into game 3.
Right. Well, they would have had, some time too, but that game ended in a loss for both players, or draw. It says draw in Melee, but it's not that.
It counts as a double loss.
It counts as a double loss. But wow, was that cool?
It was really cool to see, honestly. Yeah, I'm really glad we got to see that match, which is that maybe the first time I've ever said that about Bosk Blue. but I really am. It really was cool that we got to see that. We got to see this Palpatine deck.
And I'm disappointed. I
Yeah.
wanted to see the Game 3. I wanted to see.
Me too.
You know,
I was hyped for the Game 3. It was really cool to see Vosk navigate the lines where they're not like the big bad guy at the playground, and it was cool to see the Endless Legions deck kind of do its thing both games.
All right. So
I
think
was super hyped for Game 3.
I think we just had a Guardian Angel, probably named Story, that went and realigned our mat, to be
Yeah,
there.
oh, it looks great. It looks great.
Yep. So, yeah. Here, let me pop up. I love seeing the innovation. I love seeing that Palpatine list. I mean, the Bosk list.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that is a great deck. If you haven't checked out the Bosk Masterclass that Thork and Griffin taught, that's on Late Night Gaming. It's definite there. For whatever reason, Bosk is not played, certainly in the United States, anywhere near the power level of that deck. I mean, it's
a very good deck. I think a lot of people are turned off by the play patterns of it, but there is no denying how powerful that deck is. It's so strong into a lot of decks. It has game into so many things. When you're a control deck that can draw 30 cards, it's just the world is your oyster,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Michael in the chat said that was Palps to lose. It was, and I mean, variance is variance. I mean, the one thing that I think maybe could have swung things is if he had put even just that crate in a row rather than leave it out there to get.
Yeah. That was the biggest turning point, I think, for me when he played crate with no other units on board. I think especially if you have the Endless Legions in hand. And we don't know what was in his hand, but I think if you just play a small unit, or like even if your turn is just a single small unit, and then create the turn after, having the protection from Power of the Dark Side and Avenger, I think is so big for trying to get that crate to actually stick, because you only need to hit with it once, and then your Endless Legions turns off Super Laser Blast with any second crate or whatever you're doing, and then so many of your draws just end the game.
Right. Yep, no, I'm looking at the lists again. It is, certainly a cool deck. So shout out to Dylan. Hopefully we see him advance again. The double loss will hurt.
Oh, for sure.
And compliments to Herbie really playing very, very well into that very unique deck, on the fly. I mean, he probably, to use Carlos's word, did not have, the Palp Endless Legions strategy, memorized before this event. But I think he did.
Yeah, exactly.
He did the right thing. I mean, because the other thing he was doing is Boss kept the ground arena clear once it got to endless things, because otherwise that.
Yeah. So he didn't give the ambush targets as easily. Yeah. It looks like the Vader green player we saw in the first round lost round 2.
Always unfortunate,
Always unfortunate, because that was another really cool deck to see.
Yeah, no, and we were talking about that before, and certainly I have a soft spot for Sith Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
If I have the, I don't have my deck down here, but I actually run a hyperspace. Vader from the Learn to Play events too. That's the colorful one, and it's signed by the main designers of the game. Other than I still need Danny, so I'm gonna try to get him the next one that I do. But
yeah,
always like to see Vader. All right, so we are gonna take a short break. Timing round is called. There's gonna be pairings, and we will be back with round 3 after this.
Thanks for hanging out.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
All right. We are back with round 3, and we're going to update things here. We have Sabine ECL on the top and Asajj in the bottom.
Yes.
Is it
It's
Asajj
like an
red?
Asajj Tarkentown?
Yep, that's what it looks like to me too. So what do you think about these decks as I set up the
Yeah, so I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. I think a lot of this might come down to the Asajj's triple dark raids. I would imagine the Asajj deck has a distinct space advantage in the east, and Sabine has a distinct ground advantage. So I'd be curious if the Asajj, I would assume they're running things like No Good to Me Dead, which is going to be their main way to stop the Darksaber. I would think they probably run Waylays and Geonosis Patrol Fighters, which are going to be their main ways of stopping Wing Leaders. So I think Sabine's game plan is pretty well known, and I think it's going to be up to Asajj to stop that. If no one stops anything, I think Sabine wins pretty handily if they just try to be ships passing in the night. So I think it's up to Asajj to have enough disruption to let her get there.
Yeah, and they're both very aggressive decks. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
I think that, Asajj's ability is kind of cool in that it can snipe things, like with a surprise strike.
Yeah.
Or really any event. What do you think of Asajj as a leader? Is that a leader that we're going to see long term?
I think that to see more Asajj, we're going to need to see more aggressive slanted villain cards. Cards that make you say, I don't want to just make this be a Sabine yellow deck, I want it to be a Asajj red, or Asajj some other color. More cards like Kylo's tie. But I do like her ability. I think it makes you have this interesting dichotomy where you need a certain number of events in your deck. You can't just play all units in Unit Rush. You kind of have to play things in the correct order, and it can make all of that be a lot more powerful, which is really cool.
Yeah, true to form, she does play Kylo tie into the space arena.
Yeah. And then Sabine plays Sabine. So usually when you're in these, ground versus space rushes, the ground deck has a little bit of an advantage because their units are a little better statted. But when Kylo's tie also hits for 3, you don't have that anymore. And now Sabine can't play an A-Wing without ECLing it in or having it get killed. So
yeah,
it's really
and Villain does have some good A-Wing answers. Both that ship and then also the Black Sun Starfighter. And the Geonosis is kind of a cool unit, I think, too. We see
that was a really cool play.
Yep.
You see Asajj making 2 droids and immediately sacking them to bounce the Cassian to exploit out the patrol fighter for 1. Now we're already on both players' flip turns. Slightly different match than last round.
Yeah, just a little bit. This is unlikely to go to time.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I see a wing leader. We've already seen some bounce from the Asajj, so I would imagine you don't want to just put the wing leader on Sabine unit. I would expect that to be the play on the Sabine leader, and then we'll just see if Asajj has the No Good to Me Dead.
And how much damage on Asajj base?
6 now.
Yep, and I think it's 4.
6 to 6.
6 to 6.
Yeah, we've not seen any Sabine pings yet.
All right, and we'll get through it. I need to... No longer Herbie. We know that these players are C.D. McKella and Boff Piskoff. And as soon as we can link them up with decks, we'll know. I see the KTOD token on the Sabine side.
Yeah.
And KTOD, Chrono in large part, has been working on that list since before release.
Yeah, KTOD's been really big into green Sabine. Both Chrono and Justin have made some really good headway with Sabine.
Speaking of which, I think that Bobby Sapphire, last I heard, was undefeated into the top 4 of London. So we'll see how that's going.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was talking to him at SCG Atlanta. His schedule sounded insane. I believe he flew in the night before and is flying out right out. He's in London for 24 hours or less just for this PQ.
So shout out
the Dark Saber.
I don't think London is streamed in any way, but we have event updates.
I don't
from all of
believe
it.
so.
And everybody,
I haven't heard of any.
You know, for the 150 people watching in the chat, the event results, let us know, and we'll be happy to share them.
Yeah. So it looks like Sabine is getting an advantage here.
So Carlos says that Green Bosk took London. So
oh wow,
that's the second today, because
yeah,
Green
second
Bosk,
today, second win today for Green Bosk. That I would not be surprised to see that deck gain a lot of popularity. Since it won the Copenhagen PQ, I think more people are realizing how good it is.
Yep, no, it's going to be exploding now. All right, now we got, I think, 13
So
damage.
if there's a ooh, yeah, only force throwing for 1. I think you have to start taking out units here.
You know, that Rebel Assault, getting rid of it, is also saving
absolutely
a great amount of damage. Rebel Assault is the best card in the Sabine deck in any kind of Agromir.
Yeah.
I have no...
Yeah, and I would imagine Sabine's going to die this turn between the Greedo and the Asajj.
Yeah, I mean, there's... What, 6, 9... 13, 15. Asajj representing 15 damage on base right now. Sabine swings into base with the Darksaber for 7 to 20.
Yeah, so you're at 20. So the tough part here is if you go all base to try to race, Sabine still has ECL up. And you see something like an ECL K2, like... I think you have to try to kill this Sabine, even though it looks like you might have enough damage for lethal.
Carlos, who's actually the PQ champ from Appleton, my man that took it down with Quinlan, says if Ventress runs Bamboozle sideboard, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I would run Bamboozle's main deck with Asajj, because the whole thing is you want to be able to play events for cheap and free.
Yep. And you run all kinds of yellow units.
Exactly. You're already mostly yellow, so... You'll be able to play Bamboozle for free a lot. But I also just love Bamboozle.
Boole says he hopes Bosk is good into Han 1 yellow. Bosk is good. Bosk green is good into Han 1 yellow. That is a true statement.
Yeah. So 13 damage on Sabine's base, 20 on Asajj's. So we do see a K2 in hand. So you could K2 over this Greedo for 3 more to base. And then I think Asajj is really backed into a corner if that happens.
I think that's the play. I mean, I don't have any... I'm not thinking about that too much.
Yeah.
We don't know whether the Asajj has a surprise strike to take care of Sabine Leader.
But even if they do, they can't kill the K2 anymore without dying.
Right.
Because they'll die to the death trigger.
Right.
They would need to be able to... They would need to bounce the K2. So they need to have like a waylay and a surprise strike. Which they could have. We haven't seen their hand at all, but... It would need to be pretty specifically those cards.
No Good to Me Dead works too.
True. They have No Good to Me Dead and Surprise Strike.
Mm-hmm. And Sabine's making the play, killing Asajj.
Oh, interesting.
Not
so killing
Greedo.
Asajj, so not going for the overwhelm on base. So now you could kill... If No Good to Me... You can kill the K2 and not die. So you could do something like kill the K2, No Good to Me Dead, the Sabine.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so...
but...
Because Asajj still has all resources left. He has representing 9 damage. Now, 2 surprise strikes, you can just take lethal.
Yeah. I don't think.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
I think Asage's hand was pretty bad there because we didn't see anything come out except small units.
All right, so
And yeah,
game one
any
goes
kind of
to
surprise strike.
goes to Sabine in the Agromir that we have here in round 3 of the 128 player Portland Planetary Qualifier.
Yeah.
Sabine sideboard strategy. This match is going quick. I don't think we're going to have the deck lists right now, but against an Asajj, I think that you're going low. I mean, I think that if you have any copies of Timely or Rebel Assault or Heroic
bring those
Sacrifice
in.
or any pumps, you do that.
I think the only defensive thing you might bring in is something like a Bright Hope because you know that Asajj is going to be a lot of 2 health space units.
That was the other thing I was going to say. I think that all copies of Bright help play. As for Asajj going into Sabine, I think that she can probably get more aggressive still. With the sideboard, we don't know the exact list.
It's like Sundari Peacekeeper might be something Sabine's looking at, which is also incredible in aggro mirrors. But yeah, I would expect any tap effects that Asajj has if they have Bamboozles or No Good to Me Deads, extras in the sideboard. You might see more trading, so we could see some shoot first come in for Asajj. But it's hard to say without the exact deck list. I don't think there's a quote unquote stock Asajj red deck list. I have seen it before. I played against it in SCG Atlanta. It can do some really cool things.
Oh, it can.
But it's definitely not like the most common deck you'll see at any event.
Yeah, and I think that Sabine is a matchup you don't mind seeing if you're running Asajj. I mean, you're trying to get under a Sabine ECL deck for sure, is what the game plan is.
It's the style of deck that I really like, where it's kind of similar to Mono Han, where Mono Han gets you into these races and then they play Cunning and tap down all your guys and you realize you lost the race. And Asajj kind of does the same thing. They just don't have the big trump card of Cunning tapping down everything, like tap tap pump. They have to rely on a single No Good to Me Dead to tap or a Bamboozle or whatever they may have. But it's still kind of a similar style where you want to get into these races and then use your tap effects to slow them down just enough where you can win the race.
All right, and we have we had 29 undefeated going into round 3. I was able to see that, and these are 2 of them. So I mean, Asajj is up and was managed to get through both of the first 2 rounds unscathed. Ran into the formidable Sabine ECL, and Sabine played well. I mean, Darksaber,
absolutely, yeah.
Darksaber is the best card for an Agromir. I suppose it's even better than Rebel Assault. Particularly if Asajj doesn't have any upgrade hate. I think that comes in for Asajj's sideboard too. If she's running Fangs or if she's running Confiscates, you need them.
Yeah. I would imagine you'd want Fang Fighters in there because it's still not bad as an aggressive unit, and it can get rid of a Darksaber, Wing Leader, XP, or whatever.
Yeah. Darksaber unanswered won that game. I mean,
absolutely.
You can't not answer Darksaber on Sabine. Every single deck needs to answer the Darksaber in some way.
Yep.
And I appreciate Carlos's comment about Bamboozle because I think that's one of the strong ones. All right, so we see Asajj's opening hand. Looks like a Geonosis, a Ruthless.
Decides I didn't see if there was a turn 1 play or not. There looked like there were a lot of events, so there might not have been a turn 1 unit.
Yeah, there were some big space units too, so I think that's exactly what happened. Both players take a mulligan very quickly. Didn't need to think about that very much.
Yeah, I didn't see Sabine's hand at all, but I'm guessing both players just no turn 1 units, quick mulligan. Try again. True Wrong Games asking how many people at the PQ. It was 128.
Yep, they capped out. They went to the wait list, so actually 128 players started playing. So,
to my knowledge, does that make this the largest U.S. SWU tournament to date?
Actually, it probably does.
I believe it does, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So I don't want to say it as a
I think that one of the SCGs might have gotten higher than 128.
Gotcha.
But it's
up there,
and it's the largest PQ.
Yeah.
All right, so you see a falling lightsaber for Asajj, making resource decisions.
Yeah, Matt saying Bamboozle isn't Bamboozle heroic. It is, but if you Bamboozle says if you discard a yellow card to play it, you may play it for free, and playing something for free ignores the aspect penalties. So you can still play Bamboozle in your villain decks. It's just instead of 2 or free, it's for 4 or free.
Right. And I think I saw a Greedo in Asajj's hand. I saw a fallen lightsaber. So it might be a double 1-drop open, which is good.
Fallen lightsaber seems interesting as well because Asajj is a force unit. I haven't seen that in other Asajj lists that I've seen.
And
so
Sabine did not have a first turn play.
Interesting. So Sabine with the mulligan and no for turn 1 play. And Peter Melton asking what happened to the Bosk Palps group. Yeah, they finished game 2 just about as time in the round was being called, so they did not start a game 3, and it was a 1-1 draw. Yeah, we see the fallen lightsaber. It looks like Asajj is going to save that for next turn.
Right, so she daring raids the Battlefield Marine.
Daring raid to turn on the Asajj pump, and then I'm guessing we're just going to see a Tarkin Town to keep the board clear. So now Asajj gets to flip with 2 units versus 0 for Sabine and the fallen lightsaber in hand. So things definitely looking better for Asajj here than they did in game 1.
Yep. Sabine there. So Sabine has 4 damage on base.
Yes.
Asajj clear and with board. I see a Poe for sure in Sabine's hand. I think I see a Bright Hope. But space is
Bright
not
Hope not looking as good at the moment. I see a K2. I would expect to just play K2 without using ECL because Poe gets to kill 2 things if you ECL him next turn.
Mm-hmm. And I think Asajj played the battle droid that does 2 damage on defeat. I think that's what that card is.
Yeah. And Poe feels kind of bad into Asajj because Asajj gets to attack for 4 and strike first without taking damage back. But that just kind of saves the 4 damage on your base and lets you get to your Poe next turn. Sabine didn't have a 3 cost. Sabine played Battlefield Marine on turn 2. So Sabine went no turn 1 play to Battlefield Marine on turn 2, replying to Eric in chat.
Right. So Sabine did not have the hand Sabine wants by any means.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was a mulligan into no turn 1 play, so only so much you can do about that.
And the round is sequenced out exactly as we thought.
Mm-hmm.
Sabine choosing not to ping, which I think is correct, given the...
Yeah, definitely.
She's way behind right now. You're just helping the other side with pings.
See where this Greedo goes.
It's going
into
Sabine.
So going for the Hail Mary 1-shot. Did not get it.
You can actually play that Kylo tie.
True. I think they're gonna want to possibly Fallen Lightsaber instead, but yeah, that is true. That it does say discard from hand or deck.
Right.
I mean, they could if they have something like a shoot first or no good to me dead. They could potentially play that and then play the Kylo's tie and save the Fallen Lightsaber for next turn.
I don't know about, so the problem with Fallen Lightsaber is that it's an upgrade for Poe to hit.
True.
I think that Asajj is deciding whether to take care of units or just pound damage to base.
Did Asajj pass? I think I saw a triple dark raid in hand. So I wouldn't mind a triple dark raid, and then you get to Asajj kill the K2 without taking damage back.
Right.
can't tell what the other. There's another yellow event in the Asajj player's hand, but I can't tell which event it is. Okay. Oh, that is the triple dark raid. Okay. So yeah, they're going that route. So obviously they want to hit a Ruthless Raider here. It would let them perfectly clean up the board. They did not. They got 7th Fleet Defender. So not what you want to see, but not the end of the world. At least you get something out of it.
Mm-hmm. Sabine takes initiative. The battle droid finishes off the leader, does 2 damage to the base when it dies.
Yeah, so base
Asajj is going
going
to kill
up to
K2, I think.
6, yeah. Yeah, Asajj kills K2. Discard or 3 to base is going for 3 to base.
Which I
would have at least thought about the discard here. They are getting the 7th Fleet back into hand, but you're really far behind, and you know you've got the Poe coming up, so you might be able to stabilize a bit. And it's interesting here, like you don't really want to lead off with the Poe because all you're getting is the Asajj leader. There's nothing else to hit.
It might just be Poe played out.
Yeah, I could see that. And then you still have your ECL for a wrecker. You're not that hurting for base damage. You're still in the single digits.
So, I mean, if you just play out Poe, either you save damage to base because Sabaj has to use an event to kill him.
Yeah. Looks like he is ECLing and dealing 2 to base. I don't mind this because now they still have to deal with the Poe, whereas if there was like a surprise strike and then Asajj kills Poe, still taking 0 damage back, so you're really far behind if that happens.
And Asajj has used her Tarkin Town already, so she doesn't have available for the Poe with 3 health.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually really not that hard for me. It's if I have Wrecker, I probably don't TCL Poe, and if I don't have Wrecker, I do. That's exactly how I would do that.
It's fair.
All right, but he did have Force Choke.
Force Choke. So not the end of the world for Sabine. You get more cards. But yeah, Sabine off to a really slow start. Still trying to get back in it. But Asajj is still not that high on the base damage.
Yep. I was actually just going to say the same thing. And I think Asajj's advantages are towards the early part of the match, not on 6 and 7 resources.
Yeah.
Now, we don't know how many timely intervention Sabine is running. I mean, that's a very good card as you get into the late game and you need to finish. And we'll see if Asajj plays into the ground arena at all at this point in the game.
Yeah, true. We haven't seen any Ruthless Raiders yet. We've seen 1 Triple Dark Raid, but did not hit a Ruthless Raider. So, yeah, I think that's the key. The key late game that Asajj is looking for is trying to find those Raiders.
And that card's just getting better. I mean,
yeah.
You saw the Piet stuff that was revealed this week?
Oh, yeah.
You know, Ruthless Raider is, in fact, have the capital chip take, folks.
I think I did see a timely when Sabine was looking through their resources just now.
I think I saw it timely earlier in this match, too. R2 comes out, scrying the deck. I think that's a pretty good indication that Sabine probably doesn't have Wrecker.
Yeah, there's a Bright Hope. You could also Bright Hope bounce R2, draw a card. So Sabine is digging.
Yep.
So they scryed to the bottom, drew a card, and now they get to play R2 and scry again.
All right, so 7 cards come down for Ruthless Raider. Asajj finds...
I'm not seeing a Ruthless Raider in there.
Nope, a Geonosis.
Geonosis Patrol Fighter with no bounce. So not the best Triple Dark Raids I've ever seen. These are not Django levels of hits.
That's an understatement. I mean, that's a horribly awful Triple Dark Raid, I think.
You don't even want to attack with it. It dies to the Bright Hope.
Right. And R2 continues to dutifully scry the Sabine deck, looking for the answers.
You get to hit it for 4 at least, but I think just... So Asajj might just want to be playing something else here.
Plays the Rokai, I think is what that is.
Yes, that what pings base for 1, I believe, when it enters.
All right, so is it 9 damage on Sabine deck? Well, actually, probably 12, huh?
Yes, because the 7th Fleet got in,
right,
as well. So we're at the point now where it feels like Asajj sees the finish line with 5 more damage in space this turn, but needs to. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Bright Hope is not dead yet. That is a very important distinction. The finish line just got a turn further away.
All right, so Rallick says that was the Vanguard Bomber, a 2/2 ship that deals 2 if you have a Separatist.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Because the bomber's another one that's not bad to get off of Triple Dark Raid, because you get the win played and then bounce it and win played again. It's not as good as Ruthless Raider, but it's not a complete whiff. Interesting that Sabine takes the Bright Hope to base. Because another option there, you get the Asajj player up to 10, so you're getting the damage in. It's definitely not just like it's definitely not a terrible decision, but I think I would like just initiating the trade there.
Yep.
Rather than trading Bright Hope for the shield of 7th Fleet, but it all depends on if you expect to go back to space anymore this game.
Yeah, and I mean Sabine has more Bright Hopes, probably.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like I have the round 3 deck list. All right, so the Sabine player, or the Asajj player is James.
Another droid deployment. And it looks like Sabine's doing their best to make a comeback here. 3 more to base. The Bright Hope sticking around definitely helps. And all of a sudden, Sabine's got 8 power on the ground. We see a Wrecker in hand, but Sabine's only at 6. So timely from the resource row won't happen next turn. Bouncing the Fleet Lieutenant. Interesting.
One of the last cards I want to bounce.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like it because you'd expect this game to only have 1 or 2 more turns, and bouncing it makes them spend the 3 resources again, and it's still 1 less damage. So they can't ECL in or they can't timely in a Wrecker if they're going to play the Fleet Lieutenant.
Right.
And it's either that or bounce R2, because you can't bounce K2.
Right. I think that the Geonosis was probably the only option to play there, too.
Yeah.
All right, so we have Asajj with certainly a board advantage in space. Both players have like 1 medium attack unit and a 1 attack unit on ground. Here's a Timely Wrecker, right?
Timely Wrecker coming in to swing the tides.
Yep, that's going to be real big.
Yeah. You kill the Greedo and then overwhelm over the droid, and so it's 6 damage to base, and you have no ground presence anymore.
Right. And the K2 and the R2 are going to be able to
and then you have 5 more damage sitting there. I think they're just debating which is getting the ETB and which is getting ambushed.
Okay, he does
Greedo did hit, but the hit doesn't do anything.
Not much.
Yeah. So I think Sabine's going up to 18. It looked like they were at 12.
You mean
and then Sabine's base itself is at 17. Oh, no good to be dead on the K2 helps.
And you said Asajj is at 18 after the Wrecker.
So Asajj has lethal in space if if the Sabine player can't do anything else.
There we go.
And considering they're out of resources, I don't think they can do anything else. I think Asajj is going to take this
I
one
think
unless
this is
like,
gonna
I'm missing
This is going to be a
the
game
mounts
3.
on bases.
Yep,
I
there's
think
a
Sabine
conceded.
is realizing this as well.
So Graham,
yeah,
Graham,
so we're going
Graham
to a game
concedes
3.
to James and a cool Asajj deck. Players
Yeah.
tied going into decisive game 3 in
Yeah.
round 3 of the Portland Planetary Qualifier. It's cool seeing this Asajj deck that's undefeated.
Yeah, definitely.
Into the 3rd round.
Yeah, seeing it 2-0, taking Sabine to a game 3. It's one of the nice things about the early rounds is you get a lot more chance to see the cool spicy decks.
Let me see. I do have the deck list now. We can pop up. See what's going on. All right, so this is the Asajj list, which is certainly the more novel of them. I mean, the Sabine ECL list, your thing. It features force throws in the main deck. There's
3
a lot of
force
events.
chokes in the sideboard as well.
Right, so there's a lot of update. I bet the confiscates
There's
came in
a lot of events.
Right.
3 force throw, full play sets of force throw, surprise strike, daring raid, droid deployment, TDR.
Unmasking the conspiracy. Unmasking the conspiracy is the discard to discard card for 1, right?
Yes, so I think the dream play is you unmask the conspiracy, discard your Kylo's tie, discard their card, and then still play your Kylo's tie. So that would be like your turn 2 play.
Yep. And then this one's in landscape, but this is a Sabine list. It's much like all the rest of the Sabine lists. Some things that I do note that I think are smart plays that Graham did here is he has Sundari's main deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Sundari's huge right now. It's also a Mandalorian, so it gets experience off Darksaber Sabine, but in general, even if it wasn't, it's just so good into aggro mirrors.
Yep. We see some General's Blade in the sideboard. Looking for aggro, as well as heroic sacrifice.
I like the General's Blade a lot in Sabine. I think just the 3-cost 3/3 upgrade is really nice.
So Graham is probably running with 3 Bright Hopes and all of his pumps.
Looks like 1 Bright Hope is in this. Yeah, so 1 Bright Hope starts in the sideboard, and 2 main deck. So yeah, I would expect all 3 to be in.
All right, so we're getting to the decisive game 3. Let me update the round tally here for you folks. What are you looking for in your hand if you're the Asajj player?
I think you want to do you want 2 things. You want a little bit of disruption and a lot of space aggro. So I think you want to see your triple dark raids. You want to see your 3-cost ships, and you want to see things like the no good to me deads that let you win that game 2, or at least helped.
All right. Players are even. We'll reset the damage down to 0.
Sabine did not mulligan, which makes me think this game they will have a turn 1 play. Looks like we see a Bright Hope in hand and a Sundari, a Fleet Lieutenant. So it looks like Sabine can have a much better start here if they can go Battlefield Marine into Sundari into K2, something like that.
The Asajj player having a showcase always looks cool. I think the Asajj showcase is a very sharp one.
It really is. I think they do a really good job with all the showcase art, honestly. It just the way the foiling looks really good. The art looks amazing. I don't think I've seen a showcase I haven't liked. Looks like Sabine deciding which turn 1 play they want between the Sabine unit and the Battlefield Marine. I don't think there's a big difference in this matchup. You're not getting ambushed into. I guess technically Sabine unit can do things like trade into Greedo better, but if you're not planning on trading, then Daring Raid Tarkin Town on the turn 1 play. So Asajj really wanting to to start with the early board advantage.
Yep. And I think that's common line of play into Sabine ECL. Her two strongest 3-cost units both require there be a unit out that's a rebel.
Yeah. It looks like the only 3-drop in hand is a Fleet Lieutenant, unless is that a Cassian? Oh, it is a Cassian. So never mind. Still a really good play for Sabine this turn.
And I think it's a good play that Graham has that I see that people don't do enough. I mean, Cassian is often the best 3-drop for Sabine.
Yeah.
So
Just
don't automatically
3-drop
resource it.
3/5.
Right. I mean, you want to keep a Cassian.
You see Han Yellow running
right.
liberated slaves, right?
Right.
I think Cassian's really good right now in any red hero deck. Just the versatility is so nice. Turn 2,
yes.
3/5.
I mean, I think Cassian will be good from the beginning and the end of this game. I mean, that's one of those cards that's just always going to be there. I mean, I think it's objectively better than Boba, which is the 3/5 that we had from set 1, but the ability to come in ready from Smuggle is huge.
Yeah, I mean, just Smuggle in general is huge. The fact that you can decide later that you want it, not use up a card from your hand. Like, Smuggle is a really good mechanic.
All right, so
really powerful.
We're into the decisive game 3. We're going into the Sabine flip turn. Neither side has scored hits to the base anyway.
Yeah.
Sabine's ECL is still active. Tarkin Town is used. So if I'm Graham here, I'm certainly looking for a Darksaber. I mean, I think that's the thing that you can do to make an answer.
He has one in hand, which is why he starts with the flip.
Right. He probably should force choke right now. Now we'll see what Graham decides to do. I mean, Darksaber on K2 is not the end of the world.
Yeah. Well, you're into the Asajj flip turn 2, and Darksaber on a damaged unit against Asajj is always risky because of that first strike ability. Like you can just get so blown out.
Well, I think that's the problem. I mean, Darksaber K2 works here, but he doesn't have the ability to ping to Dirtle anymore, right? Because he almost, I mean, the worst thing James could do is flip Asajj right now, and he doesn't. So he goes to base for 4 using the Asajj pump from the event. So this is where it gets awkward because, I mean, Asajj very likely can kill K2, and he goes to base.
The Cassian, you mean? Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, is that Cassian? It's Cassian. So it's 7 to base.
Yeah, that is a surprise strike to kill the Cassian, and Asajj lives after.
Right.
So it saved on some damage to base, but obviously to kill that and keep your Asajj out is huge.
Right. So we go into the Resource 5 turn. 4 damage on Sabine's base, 7 damage on Asajj base. Asajj winning the board presence with a shielded 7 fleet and Asajj out.
Looks like there's a Poe here though, which can clear the board.
Yep.
You can ambush, discard to kill the shield, and then discard to deal 2 to the 7th fleet.
That was the suspense I was getting to, and we found out already because Poe actually clears the entire board by discarding a card to kill the upgrade, and then which is a shield. Shields are upgrades, and a card to do 2 damage. So the power VCL demonstrated yet again.
Yeah. It's interesting that Sabine is recognizing that they're not the aggressor in this matchup and just never pinging, even though they're ahead on base damage right now.
We'll see if it keeps up. I mean, I think if I'm Sabine, after what just happened, I'm starting to now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there it makes a lot of sense anyway, because if you do ping, you're just going to lose initiative most likely. Like, you don't know that they're going to have a way to spend their last 3 resources.
And the initiative, I mean, this is going to be probably 6 to base and killing the guy, I would think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Initiative is way bigger than 1 damage right now for sure. I'm going to be curious if Sabine is, when they've already lost initiative, if they start pinging now, because it feels like they're further ahead than they were last game. And I think you definitely do want to kill the guy. Yeah, Sabine player agrees, because with all the surprise strikes and shoot firsts and all that, you can't afford to just have your your Poe knocked out by a little 2-drop guy.
Right.
Looks like there's another Force Choke in hand for Asajj, so that will be able to clear up the Poe.
I think it's probably going to be Cassian from the row.
Seems like it. And I think you still want to Force Choke the Poe here over the Cassian. Because you could Force Choke the Cassian and then have Greedo kill Poe next turn, but Sabine's just going to claim and then get another attack in with Poe and kill Greedo. So that line can go very poorly if you try that.
I had the damage reversed. There's 4 damage on Sabine's face.
Yes, yeah, 4 damage on Sabine's, and I believe 11 on Asajj's, or 13, something of that
13.
nature. 13, yeah, 13. So looks right. Sabine does ping. Michael saying he thought Sabine had a Peacekeeper in the opening hand. I thought I saw that as well, so I'm not sure what happened, because it seems like it would be one of the better cards in this matchup, so I'm not sure what happened to it.
For sure. Anytime you're going against aggro, you want the Restore guy.
Yeah, he basically attacks for 5 as a 3-drop, because it's a 5 health swing when you're both
Right.
trying to do something.
Great with Timely. Kills basically everything in Asajj's deck on the ground.
Yeah. Second, that's
a strong play.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this goes back to the Han Blue deck. I mean, just playing out Poe is a strong play. I mean, he represents 8 damage if they don't claim.
Yeah. Need to see if that's a no good to me dead. I see a yellow event in hand, but I can't tell what it is. So there's not a no good to me dead here. The sun's getting real low for Asajj if they can't stop this second Poe.
You know, and even if Greedo surprise strikes, it's unfortunate because you just lost a lot of damage that could have went to base. But
yeah, exactly. You're an aggro deck looking at a single-digit number on your opponent's base.
Well, got the Kylo tie, so
there's another Kylo's tie they could play. At this point, it's basically the flavor text of Kylo's tie. Most people just play it as a 3/2 space unit. So we'll see if they remember and think about the flavor text.
Well, I don't know. I think that's, I play a lot of Force Throw decks, but it's good in multiple ways. The TDR Ruthless finally hits.
Ooh, finally hits, yeah.
Taking Sabine, I think, to 7 on base, by my count.
Did they pay 1 too many for that? It looks like they tapped 5 for that. It's hard to tell because their sleeves are kind of lined up. Because I was just thinking if they had 6 resources total, 4 for the TDR, then they could still play the Kylo's tie with 2. But it's hard to tell exactly how many resources they have left. There's the Cassian from Smuggle that we thought we saw before. And then
They're in red. So this one goes to Sabine. Actually, I think is where that goes.
Yeah, so he was just showing that he had the ability to kill Poe, but he was already at 22 on base, so the Cassian just does it.
All right, so round 3 goes to Graham on the strong Sabine ECL deck.
Mm-hmm.
In the rumors of that deck's demise are much exaggerated. I mean, it actually
it's pretty dead as a competitive deck from what I can tell. As the meme goes. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that Asajj got a little bit unlucky. One of the key cards for them is No Good to Me Dead, and we saw 1 over 3 games. Yep. I think that's the main way that they can win this matchup. But yeah, Sabine played well, got their pose online. Asajj couldn't close out the game fast enough, and that's just Sabine doing Sabine things.
So, let's see if we can look at that deck a little bit again. Because I think actually, in particular, the Asajj list is very cool.
Yeah.
And
Oh, absolutely.
leaning into the leader. And,
Mhm.
I mean, we're in round 3. Both of these decks were 2-0 going into here.
Yeah.
So it's nice seeing the...
Yeah, both these players are definitely still alive for top 8. The loser has to win out, but the winner's in a decent spot after 3 rounds for sure, being 3-0.
Let's see if I can find it. There we go. All right, so the Asajj list here. You know, it's surprising how few units there is.
Wow. So Asajj is on 0 No Good to Me Dead's main and only 2 in the board. So that would explain why they didn't see it. They're leaning heavier on the droids, which is interesting, with 2 on the doorstep and the full 3 droid deployment. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, generally, I think on the doorstep, you know, strikes me as a card that's waiting for an S tier deck that really takes advantage of it.
Mhm.
I don't know that it's an Asajj deck, but I mean, I think that card is very good, and it would surprise me not at all to see it. I mean,
I tend to agree that it's good.
clearly something, you know, some stuff is working here, you know, because Asajj went 2-0 and then just took Sabine and gave her all that she could handle. And Sabine ECL might be the best deck. I mean, you said with great confidence that it's Han 1. I mean, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think that a lot of decks are adjusting to Sabine ECL. I mean, the things that really pushed up in the middle are the things that beat Sabine. And now you're seeing the things that beat those decks come up with all the success of Boss today in response to Han.
Oh, yeah.
You know, going
Definitely.
here. But, I mean, I think in large part, Sabine ECL sets the meta, right? Because, I mean, you got to be able to beat it at least some of the times, you know, given how popular it is.
We haven't seen another tier 1 aggro deck come out. I don't think you can classify Mono Han as that when they're trying to play 7 drops and take your resources with DJ, even though they can go fast. So we really haven't seen the rise like to tier 1 of these Asajj decks or to the Kylo yellow aggressive decks that we hear about, but haven't seen put up the big results. So I think the problem is that there's just only one aggro deck right now. That is, you know, S tier in the meta, so to speak, or, you know, a top 5, top 10 deck, and that's Sabine. So you just, even if it's not the most represented deck, if it's the only aggro deck, it's going to be a high percentage of the shares because a lot of people just like playing aggro.
But the growth of Tarkin Town has very much to do with Sabine ECL. Because
absolutely. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that, like, it's hard for Sabine to go anywhere because there's no aggro deck to replace it. Like, Sabine is always going to have a spot at the table, and if you want your deck to beat aggro, you just have it beat Sabine. You tune your deck to say, okay, what can I do against Sabine? You don't have to say, what do I do against these other aggro decks out there?
You know, I think
it's just Sabine.
I think it's a good point. But yeah, shout out to James. Cool deck. You know, I saw that he has a Asajj showcase. I don't know if that led into kind of working on this, but I mean, I think he's got something here. I mean, with the events and kind of a core, and you know, people have been working on it, you know, for a while. Certainly, I mean, I'm thinking to answer your question now that I'm puzzling this further. I mean, the droids probably have a lot to do with like Bosk and the kind of single target control type decks. I mean, just flooding out a ton of droids is a very good plan. You know,
also on the doorstep with Asajj's ability represents 4 damage because the droid's coming ready and you can use her ability on one. So I think it sounds like a pretty good flip turn. You play on the doorstep, you attack with all your droids. Now your opponent is out of actions because you've already spent 4 actions making and attacking with droids, and then you flip your leader once they've probably already claimed.
And I think
I could see that being a solid turn.
If you're out there, James, or listening to this, I mean, I wonder about that Vulture exploit card. Because the one thing is, with all of these droids, you'd like to see a little bit more exploit. But there's, I think it's a 6/5 red-black unit. I mean, I almost wonder if that doesn't give you a little bit more punch, too. Because you're playing other 6 drops, but I think it has exploit, too. So potentially it could be a turn 2 play if you play droid deployment. you
Yeah,
know.
and we saw the exploit with the Geonosis Patrol Fighter do well. We saw it bounce to Cassian and just big tempo swings, and I think that is a good benefit of the droids is you get this exploit fodder.
All right, so let's go to the general screen here and talk a little bit about what event results we know about today, and then we'll take a break before Game 4. But we heard that Boss Green took both Germany and London. Did you see that coming?
Yeah. Honestly, I did. I think Boss Green. I think there are three. I think I'm at the point now where, to me, there are only 3 S tier decks in this game at the moment, and I think Boss Green is one of them. I think that it was a slept-on deck, and it won Copenhagen, and then people started trying that list and just saw how powerful it is and the crazy things you can do with it. So I'm not surprised that it's doing well this weekend. And I think next weekend is when we're going to see people adjust to specifically say, how do I beat Boss Green?
Yeah,
But they weren't doing that yet this weekend.
We may have Upgrade Head coming back in main deck.
Exactly.
And then the other thing,
Yeah.
I mean, Sabine is a pretty strong deck into Bosk, too. So, I mean, kind of the Hans
It
coming
can
up.
be. Green has some cool lines into Sabine, though, which is one of the nice things about it, I think.
All right, so courtesy of Riley, who's a looper and a friend, the Melbourne PQ finished here. And do you know what deck won that?
That one, is that the one? Oh, no. Oh, gosh. I heard something.
Bringing the sexy back. It is Big Gar Yellow.
That's right, the Gar Yellow. Yes.
Big Gar Yellow takes the Melbourne PQ. Going through Han Yellow multiple times throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
Taking care of a Ray in top cut. So, shout out. I don't know the player's name, but awesome that they did that. We got some PQs going on out east. We'll report in as we get those results in. And then, as I said, I think the Bosk ended up in the finals Germany, and the Bosk took London as well. Now, the other finalist deck from Germany was Mace Blue, which is the second time we've seen that recently.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really interested. I want to see some of that gameplay on camera. I think that Mace Blue can be a good meta call if you know what units you're trying to kill, because Mace is a really cool math deck where you can make the points, the break points slightly differ, where you can easily kill 6 health units easier than a lot of other decks, where people may be saying, I want to get out of takedown range at 5, so I go to 6. And you can open fire plus mace action to deal 6 damage. So I think that if there are certain units that you want to get out of the way, then mace can be really cool. And things like bombing run into mace flip. If they have a board of 5 health ground units, which a lot of people are playing 5 health ground units now to dodge ping Tarkin Town. And you say, okay, bombing run the ground arena, flip mace. I kill an infinite number of 5 health ground units. So I think it can have some really cool lines in mace.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with round 4 of the 128-player Portland Planetary Qualifier right after this.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? We are back with round 4 from the Portland PQ, and the pairings are up. We actually just spent some time getting some deck lists from other matches, but it looks like we have a playmat, that's kind of unique, showing up.
Clearly a Magic the Gathering player playing Star Wars here.
Gee, what makes you think that? Those are the Moxes, I think, is what those are, right?
Yes. The 5 Moxen, and it looks like there's a Mox Diamond in there as well as a 6th one.
No Black
don't know
Lotus
the
on the
leaders and
playmat,
bases
so
yet.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it's interesting to choose Mox Diamond over Black Lotus as the 6th Mox on the playmat, but it looks like it was actually from an artist with the signature on there. A lot of artists do playmats on like GoFundMe's and stuff, and you can get really cool playmats that way.
Yep. Well, we definitely have a Sabine.
Yes.
On the bottom of the screen, and both of these players are 3-0 going into this round, and we know their melee takes. We don't know which is which yet. We'll find that out soon. Let me set up the overlay. Have you actually run Sabine into a competitive event ever?
Yeah, actually on set 1, I was mostly on Sabine Yellow and did that. I won a lot of set 1 events with Sabine Yellow.
Yeah. And I often will play Sabine ECL, particularly if my son, plays or doesn't. But we only have so many copies of it. So if my wife and son are both playing the event, I'm not usually with the option of a Sabine deck. I do think it's an exceptionally strong deck.
Definitely.
We have our custom playmat guy. We don't know what his leader base is, too. But, I mean, the nice part about Sabine is there's never really a true punt matchup. Even your unfavorable matchups. I mean, if Sabine hits...
Yeah, you still have draws that you can win with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult if you draw exactly what you need at all times. Right, and that includes top decking some stuff, towards the end, because you run out of cards, but it's very, very strong. All right, and then we have an ECL.
Looks like it might have been a deck
CAD.
check or something. Was that a CAD red, I think?
Oh, is it CAD? So this is CAD Tarkentown.
Yeah, CAD Tarkentown versus Sabine ECL.
And, that's certainly a deck that I have to deal with some frequency with our boy Carlos, just in the Chicago area.
Shout out to Yoda Killer.
Tell us about CAD Red.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the kind of matchup that CAD Red wants to see. Like you said, Sabine can win any matchup, but this is one of the reasons that I'm surprised we haven't seen more CAD Red. You have enough control ability to take it to the late game, and then to win it from there with things like CAD Bane unit that's kind of hard for Sabine to deal with, and things like that. So CAD is favored in this matchup, but like you said, Sabine can just win any matchup with the right draws.
Right, and I mean, CAD decks do or don't, try to lean into another or two of them. I mean, which is kind of a classic combo deck thing.
Yeah.
Where, I mean, if CAD pulls it out against Sabine, a Bosk, or a Zuckuss on turn 2, that's really hard to deal with for Sabine, but it only lines up so often, right? It's about like 30-40% of the time that it can line up.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of now there are 2 of them, but I think these CAD decks are probably the best ones to run it, just because the 5 drops that they would go into, they already want to run, and it's a trick to help find off Jabba.
Right.
So I think this is the best deck for it, even though in general I'm not the biggest fan of that card.
Yep.
I think the decks are stronger without it, but
and then leading into a CAD unit on 5 resources. I mean, that can line up sometimes too, but I mean, I think that Villain Yellow is certainly the strongest use of that. I mean, I haven't seen it use
definitely
too much effectiveness in Hero at all.
Yeah, I think as soon as this card got spoiled, I and a lot of other people started looking at what 5 drops exist that have 2 drops with the same tags, and the one that comes up the most that you see is Underworld, where you can go Bosk or Zuckuss, and then you go even into the 6s and 7s, and you still have good cards to hit with it.
Yeah. And I think the Zuckuss is actually probably the single strongest because it's a 6/6, but then also it gives you a 5/5 Saboteur Ambush for 4 to follow.
Yeah, like Forlom into Zuckuss, a lot of people have recognized that you really need to kill the Forlom, but when you go Zuckuss into Forlom, it's a lot harder to kill a 6/6 when you're on 3 or 4 resources than it is to kill a 4/4.
Especially when you have an aggro deck like Sabine.
Exactly.
All right. So we have the ground arena starting out with Cad playing a crafty smuggler.
Oh, Sabine goes no turn one play. Or they both mulligan. Sabine mulligans into claiming the initiative, so no turn one play for Sabine.
Right. And no ping.
Yeah.
Probably recognizing that the initiative is important here. Now,
Yeah.
it's not the most unreasonable thing to kill a crafty with a Sabine unit ECL. Doesn't look like that's what's happening.
Looks like it's going to be a red 3. Just try to go space.
Yep.
Ugh.
So now we'll see what Cad has. If there's a Zuckus coming down right now, that's going to be a world of hurts for Sabine. It's not. It's
Yeah,
punishing
and really any underworld card is what you want, because now Cad still gets to Tarkentown the red 3 and kill it.
Right.
So they go into Sabine's flip turn with Sabine having no damage on base and no units on board. And I don't even know if Sabine wants to ping here, because you're behind enough that you already need to catch up and not die. So
Yeah. No. This
yeah,
is.
this is the second time on stream we've seen a Sabine green mulligan into no turn 1 plays. So we're not bringing good luck to the Sabine players we're seeing.
All right. So red 3 comes in for 3 into Cad.
Yeah.
Cad did not Tarkentown the red 3. Maybe because
That is interesting.
Yeah, maybe because
Maybe
of the
they
punishing one.
realized that they could save it with the punishing one out.
Right.
Because if Sabine does something like plays a Bright Hope, you still can just Tarkentown it then. So I kind of like that from Cad, not just auto using their Tarkentown. I think they're recognizing that when Sabine didn't have a turn 1 play, they're already behind, so you can afford to take a few damage from red 3 to save your Tarkentown. It's greedy. It could come back to bite them, but now something like an ECL Poe or Wrecker, you can more easily clean it up with the Tarkentown.
Right.
Sabine's trying to action Dirtle here to get Cad to play all their Underworld cards out. And Waylay to bounce the K2 back to hand. So Cad is firmly in control of this game right now. We'll have to see what Sabine can do to get back into it.
All right, Sabine takes care of the crafty. So Sabine playing control.
I kind of like, I don't know, it's tough. Like, I think that they have to control the board, but the problem here is Cad just plays an Underworld card and finishes off the Sabine. If you could guarantee that you'd be able to kill the Greedo as well, I would like it.
Better, right?
But yeah, I think either way, Sabine's in a tough spot here.
Yeah, I mean, once Cad starts playing Cads, I mean, everything's over but the crying. And an Underworld unit surprisingly comes down to finish off Sabine leader.
Yeah.
Just keep pinging.
Job of finding and no good to me dead. Oof. Yeah.
Is that a no good to me dead or a sneak attack?
Oh, sorry, sneak attack.
That's a sneak attack, I think.
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack is not what Sabine
Much
wants
better
to see
in
either.
this instance.
Yeah, because sneak attack ruthless is a thing.
Oh, yeah. It does look like there is a no good to me dead in hand.
All right, this is going to be Poe.
ECLing Poe.
Oh, no, it's going to be K2.
Oh, K2. Interesting.
Into Greedo. So
I would imagine into Greedo.
Cad will
You get damage on their base. You save damage on yours. And now we see if Greedo hits. Greedo doesn't hit, but Sabine keeps staying in the same spot where everything lives with 1 health and is the only unit out, which is where Cad thrives. At least Sabine should be able to get initiative, so get in 1 more swing with Poe.
You mean K2.
Sorry, yeah, one more swing with K2.
Right.
So that is going to be very helpful.
Excuse me.
I think if Cad felt the game was closer, then they could have saved the. They could have just claimed initiative and played an Underworld card. The McClunky is fine there as well to deal the last damage. Now you get to replay Jabba next turn and look for more tricks.
Yeah, and I appreciate the CAD player marking with dice. You know, apparently
Yeah.
has some higher visibility dice. That helps. Is it
So it's
6
11 to 6.
Yep, 6
Yeah,
damage on Sabine.
6 on Sabine. It's just been 2 punishing 1 attacks.
Right. During the break of this match, and it's unlikely that this game is going to go to time with Sabine ECL involved, we'll be looking at some of the lists that have been winning PQs today.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Bosk Blue and Mace, I think, are the stories of the day.
Definitely. We
not
have
to
the Paris PQ going into Game 3 as well, so we'll probably have results for that one by the time this round's over as well.
Junior's in that, right?
Yes, Junior on Han Yellow against another PQ winner on Anakin Blue, so still waiting for the results on that one.
Sabine Ping.
Sabine Ping after CAD deploy, trying to waste time.
And Jabba comes down again, putting 2 damage on Bright Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Daring Raid is pretty good right now because he still has Tarkentown up.
Yeah.
He's got McClunky.
Oh, McClunky is also pretty good right now. How many Jabbas are we going to see in this game?
Yeah, and McClunky, Jabba's a just fine target for it. I mean, you keep pulling it back, McClunky is free.
Yeah. It's a really interesting decision point because you could McClunky plus Tarkentown, the Bright Hope, and then your punishing one stays alive and keeps hitting. Or you could just McClunky the Battlefield Marine, which it's cleaner on damage. So kind of interesting decision point here because you could also just CAD into the Battlefield Marine or CAD into the base. So a lot of choices for this CAD player here. I'm really interested to see what direction they take this.
I think CAD's going to go to base.
Yeah, I agree with this. I think Sabine's behind enough that you just want to hit their base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Michael's saying at this point he's just playing to see what's in their deck. I think that's a totally valid strategy. We talked in earlier rounds about scooping and control mirrors to save time, but that's not really a consideration here. You might as well just get all the information that you can.
Right. No, I mean, it's relevant if you see a no good to be dead, or not that. Now there are 2 of them. I suppose no good to be dead is 2. I mean, the thing about Villain Yellow is you have Waylay and no good to be dead, and as a Sabine player, you play around those the exact opposite way. You know, so it's really tough when you don't know which it is.
It's one of the reasons I like Yellow so much. There are so many options to play, and they all play around each other in opposite ways. So,
right.
That was really interesting. So. Bounces the punishing one.
He decides to pick up the punishing one. I don't know if I love that. I mean, certainly if he had a Greedo there, that would be a blowout because he could play the Greedo, McClunky it, and then play it again. I mean, that would have been the line had you had.
I get the thought behind it because it lets you keep your punishing one alive through a Bright Hope attack.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like if you wanted to do that line, I probably would have just picked up the Jabba and Tarkentown the Bright Hope to get 3 more to base and leave your punishing one out there.
And here's Timely Intervention, which if people watch my stuff, you know that I have advocated.
Yeah, I think Timely should be in Sabine. I think it's really good in there. Timelying the Poe.
This doesn't kill CAD.
You have to discard a card to kill CAD as well.
Which is what
yeah,
does. But, you know, now you're really looking for another Timely. You're looking now for Timely Wrecker because Timely Wrecker can do 4 damage.
Yeah.
That's
how you handle the 8 health units is with Timely Wrecker for sure.
Right.
And now CAD has to deal with this Poe.
Yeah, he needs a CAD unit. That's what.
Yeah, you're all of a sudden not winning the race now that this Poe's out until you can kill it,
right?
Or capture it.
I mean, you got him on a Jabba clock, but a Jabba clock moves slowly, my friends.
And yes, Tarkentown is still up, so another option was attack Jabba into Poe and then Tarkentown it.
I think he might have CAD. CAD takes care of this.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of action dirtling to get something else going.
Oh, it's Ruthless. That's what's going to be. Well, sneak
Zuckuss.
attack Zuckuss.
Sneak attack Zuckuss.
So I have
3 resources
14
up.
damage. The Zuckuss can take it to 20. He's going to trade with Poe.
Sneak attack Zuckuss to trade there, and then replay the punishing one.
Yeah. No CAD pings because
Interesting line for resource efficiency. But I don't know. I feel like this Tarkin Town may be being held too long. But at the same time, it still feels like CAD's in a pretty good position. But like you were saying, like one timely wrecker could definitely change that.
Fleet Lieutenant's pretty good.
Yeah. CAD up to 18 damage on base, so definitely in the danger zone
Flying into
of timely wrecker, a couple of for a causes. Like Sabine is seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. CAD needs to slam this door shut pretty soon, I think.
That's 5 for Bosk.
Yeah.
Or
You get to kill the Fleet Lieutenant and then have them ping the Bright Hope, which lets punishing one kill it.
Or Tarkin Town kill it.
Yeah. Let me see.
How much do you have on
Trying to see what's in
Sabine's base?
Sabine's hand. I see a Medal Ceremony. Medal Ceremony is actually huge here because it means the punishing one or Tarkin Town can't just kill the Bright Hope by itself.
I agree.
So if I saw that card correctly,
if he has Metal Ceremony, he should cast it right now.
that was my thought.
Now, Boss can do things.
Or that might be for a cause.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is that an Admiral Yularen?
Yes.
That's cool.
Yularen's well placed in the meta right now.
I like Yularen a lot. Keeping the K2. So now another timely. They're at 22. So timely is just game. If
Timely's game because
timely K2 into Bosk, suicide it, and you win.
Right. I tend to think that, I mean, maybe CAD could have turned the corner harder. I mean, he really seemed like he had the Sabine player on the ropes. We don't know which player is which at this point.
There's a CAD unit in resource, which is really interesting.
All right. So he does pound into Sabine's base. Does that take him to 18 with Jabba's got a gun?
17, I think. Yeah, 17 on Sabine's base, 22 on CAD's.
If Carlos
so if we
is
see a timely.
still watching, we decided that Jabba's got a gun in the style of Aerosmith is maybe the CAD Red theme song.
Oh, yeah. I've talked to Sharky about that as well.
Jabba's got a
gun. Underworld's come undone.
And this is lethal K2.
There's the timely, so that's game.
That was a
Sabine clawed their way back into this game.
gutted it out
Very well played.
in a tough matchup. Gutted it
yeah.
out.
Tough matchup. No turn one play for Sabine. Still able to turn it around. And yeah, you go back to CAD never used the Tarkin Town. Really played very conservatively, and I think it cost them in the end.
I think so too.
But yeah, very wild game one. We saw a CAD unit in the resource row for CAD. Tarkin Town didn't get used. And there were chances where they could use it, but it also like you get the feeling for wanting to save it for certain other units. But yeah, just let the damage add up a little too much in my opinion.
Yeah, both Carloses, the one from Wisconsin and the one from Illinois, are saying that don't get too comfortable about Sabine ECL. Carlos from Illinois said CAD played too conservative. I agree too. I mean, I feel that CAD had the board. I mean, just needed to do what we were talking about, and McClunky back Jabba to take care of the Bright Hope and push damage to base.
It's also a big proponent of why timely reinforcement is so good in Sabine.
Timely intervention.
Like a lot of them try to get along with just having ECL, but I mean we saw there 2 timelies and they were both huge.
Oh, I mean the timely is what won him the game for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, because he needed the
Timely
UCL.
Poe into Timely K2, and both of those are the reasons Sabine was able to come back into this.
All right, so I think this is the round 4 deck list here. Shout out to Alex at Guardian Games getting these to us. And also watching everything. So, this is Claire is the Sabine player. And Claire played excellently.
Yeah,
For sure.
definitely.
I mean,
Yeah.
there was no turn 1 play into CAD.
And we were at the
which is,
we were at the point where Michael was saying in chat, and I agreed that we're just trying to see more of CAD's deck list. And then you play to your outs, and Claire absolutely played to their outs there. Got back in the game, 2 timelies, very well kept, keeping the K2 on the top with the For a Cause, letting them dig for the final win con with the second timely. So
yep, and then,
very well played Sabine matchup.
Tim is the CAD red pilot with the cool custom playmat, we think. I suppose the pink sleeves might have tipped us off. But yeah, shout out to Claire. 3-0 at a PQ and to Tim. I mean, it's not easy to make it this far. I mean, PQs bring the best players.
3-0 and up a game.
Yep.
And then, we got results in from PQ in France. Junior won his 3rd PQ. Michael's saying PQ in number 2. I thought this was his 3rd PQ. It might be a 2nd, but I thought he'd already... Either way, Han Yellow taking down Anakin Blue in Paris to win that PQ.
All right. Well, shout out to Junior. He's a monster. I've tested against him many times.
Oh, yeah, same.
I mean, at this point now he's won a set 3 PQ. I mean, he really just ought to run his Bosk red deck, which is a really cool deck that I don't think gets enough love. But that's a strong deck.
Yeah, he usually plays Mono Han in tournaments, but I've played against a lot of other really cool decks that he has in testing stuff.
All right, so CAD comes in with a double cartel open, which is strong.
Yeah. Ooh, tough choice here, because the red 3 can just get Spacer Tarkin Towned.
Yeah, so he uses the Spacer to clear the A-Wing.
Yeah.
Now,
Still not using the Tarkin Town.
He might have McClunky. And he sure does.
Okay, yeah. That makes a lot of sense then.
That is a dominant opening from CAD.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about the best CAD can do, I think. You kill all their plays, take 0 damage on your base, and kill their turn 1 and 2 plays, and you still have Tarkin Town up. And a tap effect in hand. So now Sabine knows that there's a tap waiting on the flip, if nothing else happens.
It does look like CAD runs 2 now. There are 2 of them, but I don't think that Claire knows that yet.
Interesting to just flip out the Sabine when you know there's the Spacer. I think it's just giving up the fact that it's going to get tapped right now.
The reason Cartel Spacer is in that deck is Sabine Leader, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at the resource row, I see a Spec Ops soldier.
Yeah. And there's a Fleet Lieutenant, which obviously you don't want to play right now, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Second red 3. Now the Sabine flip makes a lot more sense because you wanted them to get through their attacking with space units before you played the red 3. So you're just giving up the fact that your Sabine's going to get tapped to get in an attack with red 3 or 2.
Right. But I mean, you're looking for the Rebel Assault right now.
Yeah, Rebel Assault would be huge for a lot of damage. We know there's a Fleet Lieutenant. Can't see Forlom. I think I see a Bosk or a Forlom, something with a gun in CAD's hand for sure.
All right, so Sabine strikes into CAD's base for the first time, doing 3 damage.
Yeah. I like the attack with Spec Force there first. It's 1 less damage, but it's the unit that's much easier to kill in one action.
Yeah.
So if you get ambushed into here, you're giving up a damage from Sabine, but it's kind of the high reward play.
All right, so
So
Forlom's
there's
going
the
to come in,
Forlom.
probably ambush
Yeah,
Sabine.
you want to
with
ambush
a
first.
Cad ping after. I mean, if I'm Sabine, I put the damage on Spec Force, which Claire does.
Yep. Yep, definitely. And now we see Admiral Yularen and Admiral Yularen, a fleet lieutenant.
Yularen's pretty good into
Definitely.
Cad.
It's kind of unfortunate health totals for everything out there right now because it doesn't help the Spec Force or the Red 3 stay alive.
And there's our boy Wolf. Makes every heroism used have one more defense. Doesn't affect the cartel's ability to kill the Red 3. Crafty's just going to go to base. Is it just 2
Interesting.
damage on
So
Sabine
Cad
base?
not worried about
Or is it 4?
about his health total.
4 on Sabine?
Yes, yeah, 4 on Sabine and 6 on Cad.
Timely.
Timely into, I think there's 4 of the resources. Yeah, so Timely K2.
Yep.
To
Take
kill
care of
Forlom. So
it's a total
should
of
be
7
5 damage to
damage.
base.
How much damage?
Because Forlom had 2 on him.
Okay.
So 2 overwhelm and then 3.
11.
Yeah, so 11 damage total on Cad's base now. And ECL is still up for Sabine. Tarkentown is still up for Cad.
Mm-hmm. And the Wrecker ECL, actually the shield on Crafty is kind of a liability for Tim.
Yeah, because you can let the it's hard to get the Crafty off the field for this Wrecker.
Right. Though Cad himself might end up being the target. We go to 13 damage on Cad's base.
Yeah, Michael with a good point that K2 shouldn't have died there because of the Admiral Yularen.
That is 100% true, right? Okay, so I think it's going to be in total.
All right, well, it
12.
would die now.
Right,
So everything's caught up now.
right. Oh, Cad did not attack base.
No, Cad attacked and killed Yularen.
Right. So 13 damage on Cad's base, 7 damage on Sabine. ECL is up, which is real important. But Cad has 6 health remaining, which is...
My cats are letting me know that it is their dinner time. They would request that I stop doing other things that are not feeding them.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, this Cad is in a very dominant position right now. There is still ECL up, but
we just saw a cat walk across the
yeah,
video screen.
yeah, they're basically just circling my desk right now.
Ooh,
Bazine is really good here.
Yeah, except Sabine's got a pretty poor hand.
Yeah,
I think he might just leave it.
yeah. Bazine does not die. There we go. Bazine's back.
She may seem like an event, but it is a unit.
True.
Plays out a Marine. I think it's only 4 resources left, so it'll probably be an unhappy fleet next.
Yeah.
Jabba coming down. Doesn't have a gun
Pad
yet.
trigger for 2.
Probably will have a gun soon.
Yeah.
Fight some clunky
Getting the McClunky.
to kill the fleet lieutenant that's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're heading pretty quick towards game 3 here, unless Sabine probably has 1 turn to draw something really good.
Yeah, and I think it's actually getting to the point where you prefer Poe more, because you just gotta try to stop this underworld horde that Cat is putting out.
Yeah, I mean, Cat has 2 damage on him, so Poe can kill him just with the attack, and then you could spare the discard to kill the crafty or a cartel spacer. But yeah, this is where Cad needs to just start pumping the damage in to give Sabine fewer turns to find the Poe or the Wrecker or anything to get back into this.
He trades the crafty. I assume he'll McClunky Bazine. McClunky's Jabba.
McClunking the Jabba.
I guess he just wants to find more tricks.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like he's kind of given Sabine more time than he should be. He's still in a really good position, but as we saw last game, the more turns you give Sabine to find those answers they're looking for. I mean, there's a Poe. ECL is still up.
Yeah. And depending on the cards in your hand, I mean, if you didn't draw better cards, like Rebel Assault's not good if you're playing Poe this turn. I mean,
Yeah.
I might actually kill the gun on Cad as I'm ambushing him too, just to save the damage on Poe and make it harder so it doesn't just die to a McClunky.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main reason to McClunky there is to get this Bazine back to stop something like this. But the other thing is, if you're getting damage on base, you're not going to have initiative.
Yeah.
So they're going to get to play this anyway.
I'd be interested to see
Now
if the
they-
player chooses to hit the upgrade before ambush.
That's what I was going to say too. 'Cause you can save 2 damage on your Poe here, which
does not.
Tarkentown is still up. So it does matter technically. Like they would have to throw Bazine in and then Tarkentown as well.
It depends what cards I have. I mean, frankly.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the Rebel Assault is near dead. If what you're doing is Poe, he's not a Rebel, he's Resistance. It's just a
Like
Cloud Rider.
to
It's a strong
finish
answer.
Poe.
All right. And then, is that 17
Had you
damage on
discarded the
Sabine?
upgrade, Cloud Rider would not have been lethal on the Poe.
Uh-huh.
It still dies easily. So if you have any good cards in your hand, I think you don't discard to kill the upgrade.
Right.
Because
And
all you do is you make them either use Tarkentown or throw in Bazine, but still.
And that's, I think, exactly what it is. I mean, if your
Yeah.
cards are dead, then,
Looks like there's another Poe and a Fleet Lieutenant in hand. So we may see a timely Poe next turn.
Right.
Yeah, Michael's saying he'd dump the fleet to kill the blaster.
I would have done that too, probably. Just because fleet is poor if your card is Poe. Fleet requires it to be a Rebel too.
Yeah. But now you can timely Poe, discard the fleet now to kill the other cartel spacer, or just go to game 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're at 21 on base, so pretty
All
tough
right.
from there.
We get another game 3, just like we had in round 3. So both of these players trying to improve to 4-0, which at that point you're feeling decent about Top Cut. I mean, things can still happen, but
Yeah.
nobody hates being 4-0.
I assume they're doing 7 rounds of Swiss.
Right. And yes, should be. Assuming they're following tournament regs, they're doing 7 rounds of Swiss.
Mm-hmm.
And we think that they're following tournament rigs. Guardian Games runs a great event. And it shows, too. I mean, don't forget that the stores have something to do with who attends PQs. And this one
Absolutely.
is capped at 128 players, making it the largest PQ in America to date. I don't think we've had one that actually went with all 128. where the other PQs are happening to matters. I think that the Idaho contingent is traveling en masse to Portland, so I hear.
Interesting, yeah.
And there's a PQ in Boise, I think, coming up still.
I think there's a Mississippi is going on right now.
Yeah, shout out to Frank and Courtney that are playing in the Mississippi PQ. That one's not streamed or anything. Try to get an update as to how they're doing.
Last I looked, Frank was 3-1. His only loss was to another teammate that traveled down there with him. Courtney was 2-0. I haven't heard an update. Courtney's 2-1. And our other teammate, Mephisto, is 3-0, currently in a game 3. So they've finished up round 4 by now, and I haven't seen round 4 results for them in Mississippi.
Like all three of those people. Who's a great
Yeah,
guy.
really good people.
Long-time looper. Meaning he played Destiny and was with us then.
Nice.
All right, Cat had a good start doing the Tarkentown thing.
Yes, that is the first Tarkentown we've seen this series.
And Sabine...
Timely's in a spec force to kill the Greedo. Interesting. I like that it's from the row. You still have your ECL up. You didn't lose a card from hand to do it. So I like that play. You're keeping the board clear for your flip turn. You see the Darksaber in hand. So I think Sabine is really trying to bank on this Darksaber working.
And I think a lot of the times that's where people aren't using time. You know, Clara's running 3 Timelies in her list. And
yeah.
I think that's what I do too. But most often, Timely is spent before you use ECL, not after. Because you want to save it for the wrecker on 6 when you don't want to have to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's all about just how your resources line up. Like it's better to Timely in a 1-drop on 3 resources than it is to try to get to 8 to Timely in a wrecker right away. So
I'm quite certain that in set 3, the most likely targets for Timely, if I'm playing Sabine, are Sundari and K2.
Yeah. Yeah, you're on 6 and they think you're going to ECL in a wrecker, and sometimes it can be better to just Timely in a K2.
Right.
And then you still have your ECL wrecker, ECL Poe later based on whichever one is better for the situation.
And I really like Claire's ping to open here.
Yeah.
Kind of puts it on
Definitely.
CAD as to what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Here's going to be no good to me dead, probably. Oh, it's going to be 4
I think might be a sneak attack or just a 4-lom for 4.
Yeah, 4
Oh, yeah, 4-lom and then CAD ping, so Sabine does die.
Going to play K2. She did have a Darksaber.
Yeah, she had the Darksaber. She was all set up for that. It's just CAD changes the math a little bit. Usually they can't ambush for 5.
I actually side out Darksaber personally onto Cad Bane just because it's unlikely.
I think that's totally fair to side out because they have so many ways to one-shot Sabine.
Right.
So. Trying to see if we see a Poe in hand for Sabine.
Yeah, McClunky.
Oh, McClunky just killing K2 because it is an underworld card.
Yep, so...
And now the 4-lom's back in hand with 4 resources up to ambush again.
Pretty strong.
Where we might just see another Sabine ping to make CAD do something.
Cassian I like it enough too. So because
the CAD's already been used,
Yep,
so it doesn't get one shot.
If he needed to use the CAD ping to do the 4th damage to K2.
Yes. So yeah, I like this given that the 4-lom cannot just cannot just one shot the Cassian. Another option could be just dropping the Poe from hand.
Waylay.
Yeah, Waylay to bounce the Cassian back. I think I'm okay with either just the Cassian or the Poe here. I think either way it just gets waylaid, so it didn't make a big difference right there. But
yeah, if I'm piloting Sabine into a CAD matchup, I'm trying to just dump as much health onto the board as I can.
Exactly. Like their Tarkentown is down, and you know they have a 4-lom in hand, which represents 5 damage the next turn, so Poe could survive that, and they would need something else. In this case, they have the Waylay, so it's all the same. but
Right.
just speaking in general, when you don't know what's in their hand.
5.
So replaying the Cassian here, I like a lot less.
That's Poe.
Yeah, I like Poe a lot more here.
Right.
And I think that might be why they played the Cassian last turn, because since Cat had already been used, they knew that Forlom couldn't kill Cassian, and they still had the Poe in hand as something in this situation where Forlom would be able to kill the Cassian.
All right, and Tim, pro move of showing us his hand. I saw Boba. I saw Forlom in there. Forlom's going to be the play here to do 5 damage total to Poe. I wonder where the 6 damage is coming from. And check if he has Daring Raid.
Well, you can Cat and just play any other Underworld card and trigger Cat again.
Oh, that's right. You're right. It is Bazine.
Yeah. So now Bazine, and you get to so Cad's in another dominant position. You get to take the Wrecker, which obviously would have been good.
It's strong play right there in setting up the line. To handle the Poe.
Yeah, Michael pointing out that you could just Cad flip and then Forlom, but I think this line plays around something like an R2 coming out. Because if you Cad flip and they play R2 with the 1 resource that's left, then you can't kill the Poe anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So doing the Forlom with Cad unflipped lets you play around that.
Yeah, I think otherwise you end up sacrificing your, 6 damage of health to your leader.
Yeah.
Because if they, if you put it out after, you have to Forlom ambush to kill the R2 to do 2 damage there, and I think you end up throwing Cad into Poe instead. Bosk is going to be able to clear. I mean, so here's what you're seeing. I mean, one thing about Cad, you just got to have units out to suck up some of the damage, because if you only have one possible target, there's so much that can be done.
Yeah, and that's where the Waylay was huge earlier to bounce the Cassian, and just Cad keeping the board clear really cleanly so far.
And I think that the Cad unit is one of the best cards in this matchup, and Tim's been managing to keep Claire at bay without it. I mean, we saw her come back from what looked like a hopeless position in game 1, and Tim's lines in the second and third game have really been strong. Got 190 people watching live, the 128 player Portland Planetary Qualifier. We're in round 4, which is a tight game 3 between Tim on Cad Bane and Claire on Sabine ECL. Carlos,
Claire's fighting and staying in it for sure. Another timely killing the Bosk.
Yeah. I mean, the card of the matchup for Sabine here, really isn't that hard to pick. I think it's Timely Intervention.
Oh, 100%. It's been timely for sure.
If you're not playing Timely in your Sabine list, watch the game 1 of this matchup, where multiple versions of it brought it from a hopeless situation to actually a win for Sabine.
Yeah.
And
you see a Wing Leader and I think a Rebel Assault, but both of those are going to be pretty tough to try to get use out of at the moment. So Sabine needs to draw something. The Bazine taking the Wrecker was really big for Cad.
Yeah, brutal. Because the Wrecker's what she needs.
Yeah.
Now Cad's got a gun.
Yeah.
The whole world's
much easier for him to work than Jabba. His opposable thumbs are bigger, work better.
Yeah. Well, Jabba's always a little sluggish.
Exactly.
Star Wars Outlaws, you actually get to hang out with Jabba. He's in the game.
Oh, interesting.
Salacious Crumb and Bib Fortuna as well, so check that out. It's set between episode 2 and episode 3, which is episode 4 and 5.
Well, you see a Poe and a Wrecker, so the For a Cause did its job of setting up your next turn, but you need to be alive then. So I'd imagine they need to live this turn, and then they could ECL and a Wrecker next turn.
I don't think that the Cat is running Surprise Strike. Is not. But Crafty comes in for 2 more. Is it 17 damage on base?
Maybe we'll get to see now. It's a little blurry for me.
A little blurry for everybody when the internet throttles.
Yeah.
Not much we can do.
I think they went to 20. I think it was 17 to 21 maybe, or 16 to 20, something like that after the CAD attack.
Yeah, it'd be 6
Or no,
damage.
24.
Yeah, 23 or 24. It's got to be.
Yeah, so ECL record does not do it anymore.
No, they need Poe.
Because you have to kill the CAD and the Crafty.
Yeah, and I don't think CAD has damage on him, which is a problem too.
No, yeah. And the Crafty still has the shield.
Yeah. I think this one might be going to Boy Blue. And Claire concedes.
Yeah, so...
it strikes me how strong actually that first game was from Sabine.
Yeah.
When everybody thought that the game was over in CAD's favor, but Tim really played well in the second and third games.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I think Claire did a really good job playing to her outs, especially what we saw it work the best in game one. But even in those other games, the Furacall is just a dig for a Poe or Wrecker, knowing that you've got to try to find something. I think that's a play that a lot of Sabine players don't make.
Right. And it is important, and I'm of the opinion that card plays in Quinlan too for similar reasons. I mean, Furacalls will find you what you need, later in the game, but went well, and this is a good, strong Sabine list. I like the 3 Timelies. I like the 3 Bright Hopes main in this meta. Yeah. And we'll see if Claire can find her way into the top cut. She's going to sink to 2-1, but plenty of times somebody that goes 2-1 ends up in top 8. And Tim really looks to be on a roll with this CAD deck. What do you think about the list?
Let me pull it up. There were some interesting choices. So, yeah, I see it now. So 2 No Good to Me Dead's main. 2 now there are 2 of them is interesting. I feel like it's a card that you're either on or you're not. But I think that with CAD, you're not really changing the rest of your deck much. Like the 5 drops you still want to run. So I don't hate it as a 2 of. And then 2 sneak attacks. Do we see any Ruthless Raiders?
Yes. Is it? Actually, I suppose I don't. Yeah, it's 3 Ruthless Raider. It's the 4th card.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, so 3. Okay, so yeah, so you have the full
units.
sneak Ruthless Raider.
Yep, and it was interesting to me how well. I mean, I don't think we saw another 2 of them that game, and I don't think we saw Cad Bane Hostage Taker. And still, Cad had some comfortable wins there in games.
Yeah, the game that Cad lost, we saw a Cad Bane unit in the resource row, which was interesting. But yeah, and then the sideboard with Pillage and Force Choke is kind of interesting.
All right, so let's talk some other results and some decks that are popping up here. So we're going to go into round 5 in a few minutes here in Portland. But first off, I mean, I think one of the stories today is Big Sexy, Gar taking the Australian PQ. So this is a deck that I've had to deal with. I think it's a cool deck. It's kind of like a aggro tempo, type deck in blue-yellow. So what do you think
Dr.
about
Evazan seems really cool in this list. Because he comes out as a 4/3 shielded, and then when they try to kill him and take the shield off, you just McClunky him back to hand and play him again later. And you've got stuff like Perilous Position and No Good to Me Dead to protect him a bit. So yeah, this list seems really cool.
Yeah, and it's got action economy. I mean, it's got blasters, and it's got
blasters, snapshot reflexes. So you got 6 ways to attack while you're also putting an upgrade on a unit. Jackie says hi.
Hi, Jackie. Jackie, just like everybody else, is really interested in Gar Saxon Yellow. So
yeah,
shout out to this. I mean, if the Boise crew is in fact in Portland, I mean, there's a world where maybe there's a Gandork, running Gar. I believe top cut the prior Portland. It was one of them. It was either Seattle or Portland that he top cut with his Gar yellow deck. So yeah, if you're looking for something interesting, check out Gar.
Also, a really cool interaction with the guard deck is that you can put snapshot reflexes on a vehicle. So you put it on the lurking tie, and then it doesn't die to the perilous positions or making openings that some of the blue decks have been running to try to deal with it.
Yep, and you also have the tie advanced to help with that.
Yeah, tie advanced. Like you have a lot of ways to keep your lurking tie alive in matchups where most decks can only kill it with a -2/-2 effect.
Right.
So I think that's a really cool avenue to this deck.
All right, so Mace Blue is picking up steam. This is the list from not the runner-up list from Germany this week, but this is the winning list from a few weeks ago. What do you think about Mace Windu Blue?
This is really interesting. I've been trying to find a home for Steela, and she's felt a lot worse than I thought she would. Like when she was revealed in initial testing, I thought this was going to be like one of the best cards in the set. And I think this might be the best deck for her because this deck is running something like 17 tactics. You've got the full set of bombing runs, and you've got a nice removal suite that is both damage-based and unit-based, utilizing like a 1 of Grenade Strike in the main. And I think when you have stuff like that, Steela really helps you with the options to find exactly which removal spell you want in the right situation. And Mace is even more prone than other decks to needing exactly the right removal spell. So I think that's a really cool way to use Steela.
Right. No, I like Steel Guerrero. It uses a lot of stuff that you see in blue-red. You know, you still have the Yodas on 3. Choosing not to go with Kanan in this list. But you see both Luke and Obi are very strong units towards the end of the game.
Yeah. And you see the Razor Crest top target package, which I think really helps Steela still be able to find things even when you're in an aggro matchup. And you see things like Tech Crate that let you take it to the late game, as well as Regional Governor. I think that card is very good right now. Even if you say, oh, I need to play my Crate next turn, I'm going to play Regional Governor when I'm at 8 resources and name Super Laser Blast or whatever you think that their best answer to Crate Dragon is. Name Avenger, whatever you don't want them to play.
Yeah, so people looking out there, maybe you've played red-blue before, you're looking for something a little strategy. I mean, we were talking before, I mean, Mace kind of has some similar play patterns to a Vader, where, I mean, you might be dirtling a little bit. I mean, you're using pings effectively. Sometimes it is a 2-damage ping, and I'm interested to see where this goes. And I think also Mace has some natural synergy with what we're seeing from the Jump to Light Speed set, because you're going to have a lot of people loading up damage and leaving 1 or 2 health on things, and, you know, ping leaders are going to be good in that meta.
Yeah.
All right, and this is the story of the day for sure. This is the Copenhagen winning Boss Green, but Boss Green taking 2 PQs already.
Yeah. This deck is insane. I've tried it this exact list, and I've seen it played. Like, usually I don't like this much top end in a deck because I think it hurts your early game too much. But when you have 9 ramp spells and 3 of them can be doubled by your leader ability, when you have the ability to flip on 5 and immediately go into an overwhelming barrage, all of those things help make sure you get to this late game that is just so insane. Between all the top end that you see there, you can timely and reinforcement walkers. You can Vader and Maul things like Crate to close it out. This deck has just been absurdly good in any time that I've seen it.
Yep, no, it's a ramp deck for sure. It relies on Bosk. I mean, the bounties that Boss does are just strong. Bounty Hunter's Quarry really does work against aggro. You're trying more for price. On the other ones, it interestingly doesn't run Deathmark, which is a strong card, but I think the green bounties are the 2 best bounties.
Yeah, I definitely think so too, and it's really interesting how much game this has into Sabine that a lot of the other green ramp decks lack. Because here, you're perfectly fine against Sabine resupplying on turn 2, because that lets you go into Sabine's flip turn where you can flip Bosk and play Overwhelming Barrage. Or you can flip Bosk, play a bounty, and play like you have so much play when you ramp on turn 2, even if it's just a resupply and you're not adding to the board. The plays that you can have against Sabine as well, that let's say they play a turn 1 A-Wing and you just put a bounty on it and ping it. naturally Sabine says, I'm going to wing leader that, but then that A-wing still dies to open fire. So the fact that you have that much versatility with ramp and the removal package, you can really get a handle on the aggro decks early game when you're playing this list.
All right, so, and we'll try to get the exact winning list as soon as anybody in the community knows them. You know, I have some feelers out, so as soon as they pop up on any site, we'll be talking about there. Let's look at the matches here, because we're getting to the point of, you know, knowing some things. I mean, I think we had, looks like 14 undefeateds going into the round 4 that just completed.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, how do I do this? I can do new event. I'm going to do it a different way.
Yeah, and we know in the Paris PQ that we know that Monohan won, and that the top 8 was 5 Monohans.
Yellow Fever continues.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think that's, you know, one of the... That's literally the first thing you say when you're talking about the idea of bringing, like, a Vader or a Bosk into an event, is that it's good into yellow in general, and certainly mono yellow Han.
Yeah, I mean that's the question you ask about any deck: is can it beat Sabine? Can it beat Mono Han? What are your lines? What do you do if you get DJ'd? And you can't take a deck to a competitive event, in my opinion, without being able to answer those questions of how is it into Sabine and how is it into Mono Han.
All right, so here's what we've seen at the top tables of the Portland PQ. We just saw Tim take care of Claire on Sabine. Now I think it was 2-1. It wasn't 2-0. So
yeah, 2-1. Claire got game 1.
Right. We have Shubertron winning on table 2. Zach Snone winning and going undefeated on table 3. Cam, who I think we've seen before, winning on table 4.
Mm-hmm.
The Papa Stones winning and going to undefeated on table 5. Another double loss draw, you know, happening at a top table on table 6.
Yeah.
And the last undefeated Bernie 00 takes it. We're getting into where the wheat starts separating from the chaff, and you're really getting into the top cut. Breakers matter a lot. And we should have another exciting feature match in just a few minutes here. We're going to take a quick break.
Yeah.
And come back and join us.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Don't know the power of the dark side. Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
Welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here with round 5 of the Swiss. I am Jeff Creasy, and I'm joined now by Poem. Welcome in, Poem. How you doing today?
What's going on, Jeff? Thanks for having me in. We're going to be doing some commentary here, some Star Wars action.
Yeah, it looks like we have a Mr. Boba Stonks Hunter on Mono Han here on the stream, playing up against Bosk Blue. So second time we've seen Bosk Blue on the stream today. What do you think about this this matchup?
It's a classic confrontation. You know what I'm saying? It's I would say two of the decks that are maybe in the top, the top maybe 4 of the meta. I'd put these two. I think both these are the decks that you have to kind of deck build around and think about. So I think, just right off the clip, both players are probably prepared for this matchup and kind of have a game plan into it and such.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you something now that we see this Bosk Blue here. In set 1 and set 2, we saw a pretty wide variety of control decks. And it feels like in set 3, the only control deck we've really seen is this Bosk Blue. Why do you think that is?
So, someone made a good point that, yeah, like it depends on like, which set the leaders are from. Sometimes it's like I think the game developers have been a little bit cautious with like leader power levels across the board. So every once in a while, somebody sneaks through that kind of breaks through, and so I think that's kind of where it is there's like a little bit of a leader power funnel that's going on over at FFG. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I think that there are some other type of control decks and stuff, but this guy just can do the hard control maybe a little bit better than everybody else. He can kind of try to control the control decks and such, but he's competitive. The mass healing, the big super heal, top target, all that kind of stuff. Like it really can.
Wow, that is some respect to see 3PO. We see a force choke onto 3PO, so really not wanting Han to just draw unlimited cards, and I think recognizing that he's not going to be able to kill ground units quickly. One note to everyone watching: this is game 2. We got word that Cody, the Bosk player, got a game loss in game 1. I assume due to a deck check error. Not sure on the exact specifics, but this is game 2. So when that happens, we have an unsideboarded game 2, and then the players sideboard for game 3 if there is a game 3. So right now Han is up 1-0, and they're in an unsideboarded game 2.
Wow, that's interesting information because the Bosk player is going to have to win 2 games. So you can see how fast he's snapping those cards onto the table. When it's his turn, he is going, because he knows, hey, I built this deck to win game 1 and, go to time in game 2, and here I am, I'm going to
here I am down a game.
I'm going to get, to 14 or 15 rounds in this game or whatever if I win. And I'm going to have to do that twice. So he's just he's sweating it over there.
Yeah, honestly, it's interesting. This is the second time we've seen Bosk Blue on stream, and the second time we've seen it really need to get damage into base. Because when we saw it in round 2, I believe it was against an Endless Legions Palp list where Bosk was very much not the biggest dog in the yard. and here we have it. We see it again where he has to actually hit the base because he can't afford to just let Han run out of stuff and have like a slow grinding death.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna try to win by mill. He's gonna try to get stick a big unit, which is gonna be hard with the bounce. But
yeah, I mean 6/6 Charleston's a good start. That's the best unit you can start with in the in terms of actually dealing damage. But it looks like Hunter with this Han is also trying to get some damage in.
We're going to be guessing on the base count. Unfortunately, the dials are mini dials.
I believe I should have been paying closer attention. I believe it's 14 damage now onto the Bosk base. But
Okay.
I need to try to pay closer attention to that. I think it's 14-0 in terms of base damage.
So we're just kind of hoping to the Han's hoping to stick a couple units and maybe get a nice Bodhi in a pivotal moment to snap that super laser out of there.
Yeah. And it's interesting here, the Charlton prevented the Han flip there, so Hunter was still able to use his resources, but he wasn't able to get the Han action into 7-drop that he wanted, and now he has to choose if he wants to pay for the Falcon or have access to a 7-drop this turn. We see an Enfys Nest in hand, so it wouldn't surprise me if he bounces the Falcon and then activates Han to have a guaranteed 7 resources, because the Charlton could just take out Han as soon as he flips. He does keep the Falcon out. So maybe realizing that he just needs to get the damage on base more than he needs to play a 7-drop this turn.
Yeah, Han unit would be just so good here. Bounce that Falcon, make a resource, and then just snap that Childson out of there. But
keeping the Falcon out makes a lot of sense with the surprise strike, because it's just a quick 6 to base. So I think...
yeah, he's just trying to maybe just push in the space lane and see what happens.
Yeah, Marek asking in chat, it is 1-0 because there was a game loss awarded to the Han player, a loss for the Bosk player. So Han's up 1-0. We assume it was a deck check. With the top target on the Falcon, so you really have to kill that this turn. So I would assume there's a takedown or something that's going to finish this Falcon off. And if you get the double bounty, that is really big.
It's this whole day, the boss player is looking pretty good here. It's just the whole time issue that he's up against.
Yeah. And waylay for Han to waylay their own Falcon would be huge. I don't see that in their hand.
Yeah, Bosk is cooking here, so we're healing 10, is it?
Yeah.
Or
12, I believe,
12,
right? Because isn't it 6 on a unique unit, and you double that?
Six,
so yeah,
6 doubled. Yeah, that is what we
back
want
to single digits for sure. And then we have 6 damage now onto Han's base, and then so it looks like yeah. So Bosk in control here, and Han scooping it up and saying we're going to game 3. So I think Han recognizing that they're not winning this game and they do not want a double loss. So now what we've got is we've got a lot of time for a game 3 in which I would imagine we're not going to see any early concessions.
A smart move there from the Han player.
I definitely agree.
Yeah.
Realizing that once they got the double top target off, you're just not going to get there on damage. So you can make them take another 20 minutes, but they'll win the game before time gets called, and then you'll just be stuck with a double loss. So really smart move by Hunter to just go to game 3 and hope this one works out better for you. And either way, give yourself enough time to play it out fully.
So what's the winning line for the Han player? What is the way to navigate through? How do we deal with that Childson? How do we deal with the Bosk leader? I mean, what are we trying to do?
I think your main lines are your main lines are you let them have the Childson and the Bosk leader, and you don't let them double bounty. So the lines are you use waylay and cunning to bounce your own units, to make the bounties fall off, and like even there, if there was a cunning, tap Bosk and bounce Falcon so that you don't get double top target, I think that Han can win that game. Even though it's spending 4 resources and one of your best cards to bounce your own unit, I still think that's the way that Han wins this game. The DJ lines can be good, but they can be hard to stick when the boss deck has so much removal and the leader flips on 6, so it can be hard to get there. It's much easier to constantly DJ loop the leaders that come out past 6. And for Bosk, they have to control the Han flip turn, which we saw happen there, either with a 6/6 Charlton sitting there or with some instant removal spell. because they want to stop the 7 drop while Bosk is at 5.
All right, well,
I'm
let's
sorry,
see how this
Bosk
game
flips at
3
5,
goes
not
here.
6. So it's really hard to. That's why it's really hard to DJ the You can't do a lot of the control decks with the later deploy leaders. DJ just stops them from deploying, and you don't get that against Bosk.
All right, so the space and ground lane got reversed there, so not to
Yeah.
confuse anybody. That
Well, it
looks
says
like
on the
that.
playmat what's what. They just did it the opposite
Yeah.
way game 1. So now they're following what it says on the playmat.
So we got that little 3/5 guy with all the keywords. Forget his name.
Liberated slaves.
Okay.
Deathmark is here, but there's only one left, so I wouldn't expect this slaves to die this turn. Bodhi before the attack is really nice, just to see what's going on.
Vigilance looks like
Force choke and an open fire. I would imagine we might just take the force choke because that's the only one that connect. That's the only way right now that Bosk can kill it. So now you have to ping, and then spend your whole turn open firing next turn. So 3 damage now to Bosk's base. None on Hans.
Things are looking a lot more stable for Han here, so I think we have a game. It's just
Definitely.
how are things going to play out?
Bosk is going to get to draw 2 here, but they're most likely going to be spending their whole turn playing open fire, unless they drew a cheaper way to deal with it. So I honestly, I think both players are kind of okay with this start, where Han gets to stick a unit, Bosk gets to draw some cards, but that Bosk isn't dominating the whole field. And so now with this tech out, you really need to first action flip your Bosk, because if you get DJ'd and can't deploy this turn, it's kind of a disaster.
Yeah, did we see a takedown or a force choke is the question.
We did not. So a force choke got taken by the Bodhi,
Mm-hmm.
and there was nothing else.
another one.
There's a second force choke to kill the tech.
Okay.
Hunter needs to draw his card, which he has not done yet.
He does not. He forgets the card draw trigger, unfortunately.
On activation here.
They're playing super fast. We're making a couple mistakes, and we've got plenty of time. I think it's just take a deep breath. We're good.
Order base, so this should be up to 10 damage on Bosk's base now. Still 0 on Hans.
We'll see if that card draw, not drawing that card, impacts the board state here later on.
Yeah. No double bounties for Bosk this game, which is a really important thing for this deck.
Power the dark
Power
side.
the dark
What
side.
are you
Interesting
doing?
decision here.
That's so interesting. Wow. Yeah.
Keeping the Han unit out over the keeping the Han unit out over the leader. I think I like that. It's much worse to Merciless Contest, which I don't even know we haven't seen yet, but it's better against a lot of other units, and it can allow you to bounce this unit to kill bounties if you want to. And now you have Han activation back live, so you can constantly know how many resources you might have on a given turn.
Yeah, I guess the counter argument to that is just how it's easier to use unit removal on non-leaders.
Yeah.
Is that a
like
Power
that
the
Fell
Dark
the
Side or
dragon
something
that
like that?
cannot hit
Yeah.
leaders.
Right. Right.
Activating Han to go to 7. And yeah, that was the biggest punish for sure, was Fell the Dragon. Into DJ, take a resource. Alright, so Han is preventing getting to like Avenger levels. Third 4-strokes. That's all 3 4-strokes down. Hunter did not draw a card again, so he should have 2 more
Oof.
cards in hand. And it's
Oof.
really on the Bosk player as well to tell him to draw the cards.
Yeah, I think the Bosk player, the guy playing the event, I mean, he definitely
Yeah.
knows. He knows that he's got to know this is happening. That card would be very good if it didn't
Yeah,
have
I mean,
that
2 more
drawback.
cards in hand would be huge.
Yeah, we've got an anemic hand, and looks like a cunning left is what I see.
There's a top target on the entrenched.
So do we just bounce? Just discard him in the hand and then bounce that unit back to hand or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, any waylay or you can't cunning bounce the plow anymore, but waylay would be
Okay.
good
Okay, you can't do that, yeah. Oh, because it got entrenched.
because it's
Yeah,
got
you're right.
entrenched as well. Yeah, so it's too big.
Yeah. Too big. Smuggles in a Falcon. He's got a nice board, but he's looking at 8 resources on the boss side, which is the magic number.
And that's the super laser. Yeah.
He's got
At least he didn't lose a card from hand for that Falcon. Having smuggled it in, but Power of the Dark Side and then a Crate Dragon for next turn. So we'll have to see what Han can do against this Crate, because that is looking like it could be tough.
Yeah, crate. There's no answer for a crate dragon, I don't think, in a Han yellow deck at least.
You can waylay it.
I have thought about running Han yellow with some blue hard removal. Just you know, it's like we're at this late stage. Doesn't matter how much you need to pay.
Yeah, you can pay 7 for a Vanquish or 6 for a Fell the Dragon or whatever you want to do.
It's a little bit of a janky idea I've got in my mind, but
yeah. We see a tech in hand.
That's a free one for you guys. You guys can test it out and try to.
Interesting, playing
see
the
if it
cards
works.
before attacking. I feel like you want to try to get in the damage first because he could have this crate kill the Bodhi. And then also Zori draws you a card, so you might draw something else that you want to play more. There is a waylay. There's another 3 damage to put on something.
How much bounce can we draw here to deal with that crate?
I believe Boss. Well, actually, Boss got lower from the top target, so is it 12 now? Something to that effect. 13. So fairly low damage on Bosk's base after the top target heal. Looking through the discard to see what removal spells to play around. A new adventure to take the damage off of tech. And then has the discard to the Zori still.
Assuming we're just slamming the crate down again.
I would imagine so. You can still have a few more turns even if they have another waylay. And then Truong asking about the drawing cards. It's a little bit of a calling it cheating. I think is a bit heavy-handed. Usually, what I would say is it's up to the judge to try to determine if there was intent there. Obviously, if there is intent and any player is intentionally not telling their opponent about the way the cards they're playing work, then that would be considered that. But we don't have enough information to say that there's intent there. It is on both players to maintain the game state. So, but it looks like there's a lot of damage here. So yeah, Hunter just wins anyway with the cunning plus the prize strike pump.
Wow.
So really huge taking him down. Double waylay, just keeping on delaying the crate. is huge. And yeah, the official ruling is usually for anything like that, it's a warning for both players for failing to maintain the game state. So it's not just on the Bossk player per the way the competitive rules are worded now. But yeah, either way, well navigated by Hunter, realizing there that he had the damage, just needed to keep bouncing the crate and making Bossk pay for it while he gets in the damage. So
I wonder if the Bossk, had other answers in hand, and he just, if he doesn't slam the crate, he can just like try
Yeah.
to, handle the cunning pumped units and stuff.
It definitely gets trickier for sure. But we know he had already gone through one super laser blast. He'd already gone through all 3 force chokes. So, yeah, and I'm curious what was in Bossk's hand by the end. We didn't see him get off any death marks in the third game. So he was more hand limited than a lot of Bosks usually are. But yeah, well played by Hunter. Teammate of mine, super happy to see him succeed. I believe he's at 4-1 now. So I'm not sure if he was paired up and the Bossk was undefeated, or if they were both 3-1 going into round 5. But yeah, very live for top 8 still.
All right, looks like we're going to be taking a little break before we start round 6. But thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back here. Not sure exactly when, maybe 15 minutes or something.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? It's a trap! Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
Have I ruled with fear? I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? We are back, and we got the late night double duo to commentating this. Poem is back, and this is Loopy here, and I think that we're on table 1. So if so, we should have a matchup between Tim, who we saw previously, run CAD Red, and Zach Schoen on something else. So I see what looks like a yellow Han here. Yellow Han was the most represented deck today. We have those stats. All right. So actually that worked out pretty well. Oh, this is a Django, though. Okay, so we have a different match. Let's try to find out what we got. Django, Tarkin Town, and Han Yellow.
Another clash of some very powerful meta decks. So looking forward to streaming this one or commentating this one with you there, Loopy.
Yeah, and I ran. People were surprised by this, but I have a Django showcase I pulled very early in set 3, and I ran Django at the Chicago PTU. Ended up 5-2, which was disappointing for me. But I think it's a very, very strong deck.
Looks like the overlay showing the match results from last round. Want to update that?
Yeah, I'll get that in a sec. One thing at a time. But what do you think are the pressure points in this matchup?
I think that the Han Yellow has really worked hard to try to make turn 1 not just be a blowout. So, the Django's going to have to get value later in the match. They're going to need to try to, curve out nicely. See their triple dark raids into Ruthless Raiders and find their top end fire sprays and things like that. So it's just the pressure's on the Django deck just to kind of make sure that they they're consistent and they find what they need. Yeah,
and I agree with that. I mean, Django does have that kind of like high roll ability. It's one of the reasons I used my Agent to Zion Matt, because that was a guy that would not shy away from luck-based decks. But when it triple darks raids into the Ruthless Raider, that's just a really hard thing for any deck to stop, frankly.
Yeah, I think, the Han, he's able to he's not really relying on upgrades, things like that. He might have the jetpack, which is pretty good in this matchup, to get a little shield on a unit so that it can't be tapped from some type of ping action. So Han definitely, the Han deck kind of came about as a result of an existing meta that included Django, Sabine, and Bosk Blue. So the Han Yellow is sort of a response to all of these decks. It tries to have play into everything and also have power on its own, and it's managed to find a niche, and become one of what I would categorize as like the top 4, or the most, I would say the 4 pillars of the meta. There's sort of an aggro deck in Sabine. There's your mid-range tempo in Django, and then you have got the Bosk Blue. But this Han Yellow is similar to Django in that mid-range category, but it's kind of has its own little niche within it.
All right, and I got base damage. I can track that again. For everybody watching at home, we know that the video quality gets bad at the start of every match. I mean, it's been consistent today. It's the store's Wi-Fi. We need to get the video out of that store somehow. So I think when all the players are checking standings and pairings, everything at the same time, that's just causing a little bit of a bandwidth, which causes video to throttle. So stick with it. It'll come back in a couple of minutes. And you don't need to tell us in chat. We're actually commentating off the same video as you guys are. All right. So I've actually been playing quite a bit of Han Yellow. I agree. It's a very strong deck. I think that, with Django, you're not as strong in space as they are. So it's a matter of, I think cunning is really, really important here. And then, bounces, particularly for fire spray late game. If you have one or don't, that can make a huge difference. Turn
like L3 into a cartel.
Yep.
And
L3,
Han, making sure he's got those cards in turn 1 that are immune to Django, just winning the game on the spot.
Yep, and if you can play an L3 into Django, that's always a good thing to do because the shield keeps it from getting tapped down.
Yeah, definitely want to see. It's a difficult decision tree in the deck building with Han Yellow, because like a 2/2, if you were to slam that like there, like that against Sabine, and they ECL you with Sabine Explosives Artist, you are not too happy about that. So it can be tricky.
Yeah, and we see Han play a DJ from hand, which is a very fine play. It's a 3/5.
It happens sometimes. I mean, you'd rather smuggle him and play your other 3/5 or something, but beggars can't be choosers. Still a 3/5 unit hitting the board.
And if you draw multiple copies of DJ, I think that happens. But you're much better off playing a DJ than no turn 2 play for sure.
Yep. So we're in ground and in space. We're doing a little bit of lane dodge in here, kind of for both players. They're just kind of occupying their own lanes here, trying to get a board set up. The question right now is, do we have a cunning? I don't know if we want it yet, but how many have we drawn? I'm going to play a jetpack from hand. I do like that play. I feel like you don't necessarily have to smuggle that guy every single time. You can just pay 2 for him. So this kind of disincentivizes any type of ground unit from being played here. They can then get value off of that shield.
Yeah, I think that's real strong. I mean, it makes DJ hit for 5, right? And then it also gives him a shield, so he's hard to tap down.
Yeah, so we're not...
Now, another
not sure
cartel
what
spacer
Django...
is very strong right now.
Cartel is good. It's hard to say what we'd want to play on the ground for 4, but like, for example, Gamorrean guards right now just gets blown out. So I'm not sure if he's running the guards, but I think the Django lists have been known to, try that sometimes, but I don't think it's in the standard 50.
So the P-38 comes in for 3, taking Han to 5 damage on base.
So shielding here, preventing Django from doing what he wants to do. So L3 and jetpack really providing value. We're getting action. We're getting hits in. The Han is, he's basically racing here. He's gonna just be, he's doing the body blows now, but then the cunning's gonna happen hopefully and just turn the game around.
Now we'll see if Han has a spark. Yeah, I imagine Han doesn't have a spark, or he would have cast it earlier this turn if he was sequencing well. Because he would have wanted.
I love that play. When I play Han, it's even on a 3 resource turn, you can do something like 2/2s, like a jetpack and a spark or something like that. I love that kind of play.
Yep, and he did the thing.
Get in the hand.
He does the strongest play in the deck, which is Ruthless Raider coming from a triple dark raid. He actually takes the shield from L3, not from DJ, knowing that shield will expire, which I think is a heads-up play.
Definitely.
Okay, so Han's damage should be at 13 on base.
Yeah, so where are we on base counts? You're tracking everything? You got 13. How much we got on the Django base?
I'm doing the best I can. If you're in video, it's actually easier for you to read that with zooming in than me, because I can't really change anything. But tracking what I think the damage was, I have 13 damage on Han's base and 7 on Django's.
Yeah, hard to tell. Need to ship them some of the late night gaming dials.
We're working. I was actually texting with the cool lady that made those there about getting some more to send out to some of our content partners around the country. Matt says, can we get more matchups like Boss Blue versus Double Green? You can only hope. As you get farther in the tournament, your matchups are what's in the top couple of tables. So it was cool seeing Endless Legions played.
So that looks like just a sad Han, just kind of being deployed into nothing, into the floor. Is that what happened there?
No, I think it was Tech.
Okay. Is that Han in a discard? Oh, is that his deck over there on the side? I'm kind of confused. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think he destroyed the Han unit from from Han
Gotcha.
or something. I don't know why there's...
He's got a deck in a weird spot. I'm just discombobulated.
Yeah. Matt in the chat corrected me. We saw Endless Legions played twice. That is true. Okay, I think 13 on Han's base, which is what I got. And 7 on
You got that little exploit guy that does damage to the ground units. And then it taps with Django.
Yep, so the heavy persuader, always be persuaded. Taps down the DJ. Now, I think it actually should be 2 damage going into DJ. Because he didn't have 1 damage on him already.
It's interesting, if he already had the tap with the tank, why he chose to sack his P-38 there instead of his cartel. Do you know why? Was it to tap?
Well, I actually know. The P-38 is what tapped DJ. And then he used the 2 damage from the Persuader to kill L3. So that's actually what happened. So the damage on DJ is correct. The players have on further review.
I see.
All right, so this is actually the flip turn probably of both players because you'd expect to see Han's ability here. I think he might be thinking about whether to pull the trigger on a second DJ right now. Because he could do that and keep Django from flipping. Tech is out. Tech being out makes it so you can cast DJ from the row for 5.
Is it one of those things where he's maybe got DJ in the row, but he's got maybe a Han unit in hand or something like that? So
he's also got DJ here, so playing DJ would kill one of them.
Right. Yeah, that seems bad.
So it's one of the tough decisions. Han Yellow is not an easy deck to pilot. It's known for that. And there's certainly a difference in, going against an ace pilot of that deck and then, some people that are just picking it up.
Yeah, it was like caught some of George the Hulk piloting and just bouncing his DJs to play more DJs. And against the control was a sight to see. We do see the DJ smuggled in to prevent a Django deploy. Interesting line.
All right. So that also makes it so Han can deploy this turn. And I think it is strong. And he decides to kill the DJ with the jetpack. He could have kept the other one.
Does that...
Because you can choose which unique unit to kill. I think the when played happens.
It looks like they're getting a judge decision on that. Perhaps. I don't know.
Whether you can play it out. So we're not sure what the question is, but players called the judge over. You see him helping. Maybe he saw the top card of his deck accidentally. Yeah, that looks like what happened. Because he took the deck. He might have brushed it or something. I'm going to go quick pop over to the player audio. We do have a camera by the table, or I might be able to hear what they're talking about. If you want to keep things rolling here for a second.
And we have action here. Cartel Spacer hitting base.
Okay.
Looks like they got the judge ruling sorted out.
All right, I never even left, so it's... I think 15
Ray says
probably.
You can't kill the new GJ or they get the resource back.
Oh, that's
like that resource is associated with that particular DJ.
Oh, yep, you're right.
Thank you, Ray. I was thinking that was something going on there. There's a reason. Yeah, so I mean, Django hit his lines. He's kind of doing what he wanted to do, but he countered Tech DJ combo, unfortunately.
And Tech DJ is strong, has been, will be until it gets errated. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see the ability of Han to destroy that resource changed at some point. I mean, I think they've been pretty clear that it's essentially an oversight.
Yeah, it was one of those things that McBobber saw like right away, and I was like, don't tell anybody. But then people figured it out, you know.
Yeah, that's our Ace McBobber. Anybody out there? Quick plug for that. If anybody's watching his 2 cards reviews are full of great ideas for decks. I think. Django comes with a Force Choke, which is a tech card for Han and Sabine.
Did we see a card draw?
We did.
Okay. We were in the last match in the Force Choke. There was no card draw like multiple times.
Well, let me see if I can get the. If they've got a. Yeah, we're not sure which table they sent. Oh, he sent.
It
This
says
is table 1.
Says this is table 1, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. But maybe it's different. Maybe I misread. He just sent lists over too, so I can get that. Alex has been great at Guardian games. Johnny on the spot. So Zach is running Han. And Tim O'Donnell is actually on Django. So maybe there's just 2 teams.
So we have a surprise strike into base, so base damage starting to add up on the Django base.
On the Django base.
I can see a 2 as the first digit, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. I think
That's all you need.
Yeah, I think that the surprise strike is a key card for both decks here.
Looks like either 20 or 21. I can't really make it out. I think we're that high up.
On Django's base?
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard for me to tell, honestly.
Yep.
So P38 taps down DJ. What do we have here on 6?
Now Han has 17 on his base too. There's a Persuader in the ground arena. Now Django's resources are tapped.
Steven, we're dealing with bad Wi-Fi at the venue in Portland, unfortunately. But we appreciate you hanging in there and still trying to enjoy the match. Falcon coming down on the Han side of the board.
And I think that Django scooped. So round 1 goes to Han Solo, piloted by Zach.
It's really hard to come back from a Tech DJ combo. Let's just call it like it is. Tech DJ is better than Triple Dark Raid, Ruthless Raider. I mean, they're both crazy good, but you know, they're there's one that's completely game breaking.
Well, also when it prevents your deploy, because not only it was that, but it ripped him back to 4 and it kept Django out of turn. I wonder if maybe the next match he considers flipping right on 5, just worrying that you're
he or like trying to find some other way to like interact with the board, try to prioritize your force choke. Maybe even mulligan for force choke, honestly. Just clean out either tech or DJ, whichever one you wanna do there.
It's often
some
safer.
People have said, some people have said just wait for the DJ to come out and then force choke it.
I do that too. You know, I think that's their Django. I mean, really needs to look at trying to find his Greedos and his ground units. I mean, because he has so few ground units in the first place. But he does run 3 Greedos in his deck, 3 SBI agents, so it's kind of the same 1-drops that you see. He did find his Persuader tank, you know, which is good, but you can't just sacrifice the ground arena to Han because he'll pull off his combo and win. And I think that was a game 1 that really exemplified exactly that.
Yeah, Sandpit says DJ tech unless instantly stopped. And there are a few ways to do so. Is a crippling combo. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you have to be thinking about it with your deck building, you know. So we're seeing more force choke and things like that. You got to have some kind of answer. Maybe it's a swoop down from the space lane or something. You got to do something.
All right, so this is the Django list that we're looking at. I think that from the sideboard, let's see, does he have any Han-specific stuff? I mean, he might or might not be getting Bazine. He's almost certainly getting Swoop Down. I imagine Swoop Down is in that deck to try to give you more things that can kill Deck and DJ.
I would just love to see swoop down played more. I feel that like that's definitely not happening.
Yeah, and I think this is a very up-to-date and smart Han list that Zach has, that he's run through. He's got jetpacks, which are very good to this matchup. He's also got Gamos, which really gives Quinlan decks a hard time. I can tell you that. So this looks similar to like Alex's list that we saw through here. Putting Plo Koon into the sideboard primarily, as it's situationally good for Han. All right, both players are considering mulligans. We're going into game 2 of round 6. Zach piloting Han Solo Yellow is up 1 game on Tim piloting Django Tarkentown. Both players are undefeated, table 1 at 5-0. At this point, I mean, essentially, the winner of this is into the top cut. Really doesn't have to stress about round 7. The loser, you'd hate to start 5-0 and then have your last 2 be losses and not get in on breakers.
I'd say both of these decks, they really, really, like we've been saying, demand your attention in your deck building, like so much so.
Yep. And
I mean, you've got to factor in the tapping that you're going to be seeing, the Tech DJ combo and the Han side. It's just there's so much to be thinking about in your deck building. You definitely have to consider these two decks on the table right now.
And piloting too. Tim leads with Greedo, which I think is one of the ideal.
Greedo in space.
Space Greedo. I mean, the rules are that whichever, our mat does not define it. It's wherever the first one is played.
This is true.
So there. So DJ is going to get Tarkentown.
Is that a daring raid?
Yep, that's a daring raid Tarkentown. Last time when he played DJ, it meant he had a second one in the row. Let's see if the same thing goes through this time. Probably.
Yeah, the 3/5 doesn't stop the daring raid Tarkentown. It stops ISB agent or like a P38 or something, but and still punch through that stat line. So Django really happy with that particular interaction, especially because he has a Greedo.
Right. Now Greedo plus a surprise strike takes care of either Tech or DJ or breaking in.
Yeah, and biggest issue that we have is there's really, as far as my knowledge, there's no way to ping that Greedo. So you're gonna have to like sack a unit into it. I mean, I think this game, just my initial vibe is just based on round 1. It's definitely the table's leaning a little bit on the to the Django side.
Yep. So Bodhi Rook finds a no good to me dead. It is always tough with Han Yellow and trying to make your hand Bodhi proof. Sometimes it's not even possible. We had Greedo go in for 3, so it should be 3 damage on Han's base. And none on Django. Azatuk.
That
came in
nice
from the
2-for-1.
Yep, and that's
That is a nice 2-for-1. That does help a little bit there. Although we know that Django has some pinging ability to punish that.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully he's got, some type of ISB or P38 to just level the playing field here.
Han chooses to have Bodhi Rook go to...
There we go. Okay, yeah. So I would declare this game heavily favoring the Django, just based on the Greedo daring raid into a 3/5 unit instead of a 2/2, and then you see the P38 to take out the trash.
And Han is up 1 game. So losing this round is not the end of the world, but he likes to finish it. Pretty much, I mean, it's the winner of this round, you know, doesn't have to worry too much. Is one of 2 undefeateds is what it would be. Both of those are going to be in, even if they drop their round 7. Okay, Spark, and his choices are Force Choke and Swoop Down, is that? I think it might be a hyperspace.
That's all
swoop
he's
down.
got. That's all he's got this round. So this hand destruction is very much impacting the board state.
But Han's base
I
continues
used
to
to.
pile damage up.
I will tell you, I used to play Boba Red in the previous set, and I found that I was very good into most of the meta. But what would get me is hand destruction. So like the Han 2 blue deck that was there, he would get in there and he would clean you out, and then you would just run out of cards. And so you had to sort of run Jabba the Hutt in that deck back in the day, just to get a little card draw off of Jabba. Desperate times called for desperate measures. But I do have experience in knowing that a little bit of hand hate can really slow these yellow-red Tarkin Town decks down for sure.
All right, so Han deploys a resource and then deploys. Django goes into Han to tap him down using Django's ability. Django would take 4 damage back. Han takes 3.
And the other card that really helps with card advantage, ironically, is the triple Dark Raid, because
Yes.
it sort of cantrips itself, and
It also says draw a card.
it basically says draw a card. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Force Choke hits Han leader, which is a good thing, but gives Han a card.
So Django has no hand. He's got 2 rounds in a row where he had resources remaining. On 4 resources, he only got to play the Force Choke in that round. He only spent 2 resources. So he has basically not spent. He didn't spend 3 that round. So he's kind of running out of gas. And this hand hate is. It seems like hand hate is a way to attack this Django deck. If you were wondering,
And also
struggling into it.
Yeah, Django doesn't run hand aid, but it's one of the things that Han Yellow is can struggle with, because he turns his leader ability turns card advantage into resource advantage essentially. But if you can take their cards, that's there. L3 is going to come in and take care of Django, I imagine. So this turn, he can't have a tap down. Han continues to take
Does that
damage.
shield come off of? Should that shield have come off? Okay.
Yep, players
players
correct
thought.
it. I see Django at 2.
So I thought Django was up really early on, and then we kind of gassed out a little bit. So we'll see how things transpire here.
Yep. Daring Raid is good there to take care of
Django player
L3.
playing a lot of really inexpensive things. He's playing Greedo and Daring Raids and all these kind of things, and these cards are very good. But then they can, when you play the 2/1s on turn 1, you're already down a card. Based on what other decks usually do. They play 1 card on turn 1, so you're already kind of reeling there. And then you get Bodhi Rooked and you get Sparked. And then here's Akira to even try to mess with the hand even more.
Yeah, but I didn't get to the speaker soon enough. But I would doubt that. I mean, maybe Kira called Cartel Spacer, but it very well could have been a Fire Spray or Ruthless Raider call.
See that Ruthless Raider Fern
Yep.
helps him turn the corner here. He's happy to see it for sure.
Absolutely. I don't think Django's ever displeased to draw Ruthless.
The late night gaming ship.
That's right.
call it.
And it's just getting better. I mean, we had a release of a card that does 12 damage if you control a capital ship. You know, guess what card has the capital ship tag? You know, Ruthless, which is already in every red-black meta deck, I think.
Well, there's also just like triple dark raid getting better. There's that new ship that like that's a 6 cost that
the
when
ramp
you
ship.
play it you can smuggle it in. So you just TDR that and then you get to make a resource there and then you just play it again the next round and like you just ramp twice. Like it's so crazy. So green, red, villain. Someone's gonna have to figure out a solid list with that color combination. Or I would guess Darth Vader just to try to give you some other ways to ramp to get that big boy down.
Mm-hmm. All right, Django's going into base. Should be at least 21.
Oof. Wow. It's interesting you go base, but maybe you just play the fire spray. You know, first. Because of the hand hate. Just play the fire spray. He doesn't have a way to deal with a 4/6 Ruthless Raider. I mean, he could bounce. I guess he could bounce it with Cunning or something, but
Yeah, our Cantina bouncer. All right. So Han is trying to stabilize here. One thing Han does not have is any meaningful healing.
I don't know what that card is. That's some alt art.
It was
Something
Waylay.
or other.
That was Waylay. He waylaid the Big Falcon. So, I mean, what's going to happen with that is that Big Falcon's going to come back this turn.
Mm-hmm.
He chooses to not attack with Kira first. Oh, no, it's not that. It's actually Emphas Nest, which is even better. I think one of the primary reasons Emphas Nest is in the Han deck is Django and Ruthless Raiders. And there's more damage than that on Django's base. I think it's maybe 12.
Emphas Nest definitely a card that didn't catch my eye when I first saw it, but it's seeing a lot of play and definitely has some power to it.
Oh, absolutely.
And the thing with Emphas Nest is if you can't deal with it, it just keeps doing it over and over again. And it bounces your guy and you play your guy and it just bounces it again. So it can be definitely a tricky nut to crack if you don't have a deck that's running just some hard removal to deal with her.
Right. And Han is on the ropes but making a comeback. Han did get game 1.
So we're gonna get an attack off that Ruthless Raider.
Yep. And
Gonna get bounced and then play it. He's gonna be able to play it again.
yeah, Han should be at, I think, 23 or 24.
He's reading Zori Bliss.
That's Sorry Bliss.
So Zori Bliss lets you, when you attack, you draw a card. At the end of the round, you discard that card.
Right.
So nothing really happening yet. She's seeing some play. She's an interesting option.
Yeah, she can be smuggled, I think, is one big advantage, and she has pretty good stats.
Yeah, I think the Force 7 definitely dodges a lot of removal.
So if my count is right, it's very difficult to see the dials right now, but I believe Han should be at 27.
Yeah, definitely a tricky situation to be in, especially if there's like a triple dark raid.
And he continues to
seeing-
hand hate.
So this is what we need to see here is the
I think he's got to
punished.
take no good, because he can't afford to let him tap down Enfys.
He needs to be able to bounce that Ruthless Raider. But he's going to
Okay.
get this lurking tie, which will be present lethal. So does Han have enough damage this round?
And my count of 27 was correct through all the blur, so I'm trying, guys.
So we have to get to lethal right now as the Han player. And he can't, so we get a scoop.
Yep. All right, so
Yeah.
tied up going into a decisive game 3. 1-1. Going to hit the sideboard, so we can look at the list here in a second. The winner of this match, knows that they're going to be hitting the top cut. The loser is going to be most likely in a win and you're in situation, and don't win at your own peril. There's 128 players that started today, so not a lot of X2s are going to be in the top cut. Top cut is 8 still. Oh, they might be on sideboarding.
Did we miss something there? He must have showed him the cunning, maybe?
That
He
might
showed
be
the
what
cunning
it.
and-
That could have been that Django conceded showing the cunning.
Yeah.
All right.
Looks
so
like he showed the cunning. Yes, we missed it. Han won that match. He showed him the cunning, and we had the Django concede. Okay.
All right. So Zach improves to 6-0, undefeated. And Django will be moving back to get the mess. I think that was actually a pretty typical matchup that you see between Han and Django. I mean, it really is a very evenish type matchup in my experience. I think Han might have an advantage. But what were your thoughts having seen that game go through?
Yeah, we just have a nice conversation in the chat just about like from Sandpit talking about card advantage and things like that. Like card advantage isn't that big of a deal in this game until it is, And if your deck has no way to generate to generate cards, draw, or just simple things, just to kind of recoup some loss to. If you're playing 2-1s and then you get sparked and bodied, like, do you have an answer? Do you smuggle cards? Do you have some type of way to get, cards back into your hand? And that's just, it's a really good point there from Sandpit. It's not like you're just trying to draw cards for no reason, but you just want to be able to curve out and be able to play stuff every round.
Yeah, and I think that second game in particular, Django really had Han in a very bad spot. But he really wasn't able to do much on 5 resources and 6 resources. I mean, he was playing 1 or 2 resources worth of cards, where Han was using everything and kind of developing a board and getting some big stuff out there.
Yeah, I think that's where Han has built in just consistency across the board, and he does well into these types of these blue-red discard type decks as well. Like these Ray Reds or whatever's, these, that are trying to pillage you or force throw, blah, blah, blah. Senatorial Corvette, that kind of K2SO stuff. If you have smuggle, it's just a good counter to some of that for sure. I mean, I'm personally like when I play green villain, for example, I try to play Imperials and play the Tarkin unit, and people always laugh at me. People have been laughing at me about that for like a year and a half.
Tarkin unit.
Yeah, but they're not laughing when, you know, someone plays a force throw. I have to discard, my second to last card, and then I play a Tarkin unit and draw 2 more cards and, win the game or whatever. It's like,
oh, and I think that last game really was a demonstration of it. Is just the power of the card advantage. I mean, Django really had the board under lock and control, but he just couldn't do that much with it. Now, the match probably changes if Django had drawn like surprise strikes there, and some things to just pound base. That's what he really needed to do, but just didn't do it, and there's no way to draw cards in the deck other than triple Dark Raid, which I'm sure he cast once he had.
I just wonder if the Django needs to evolve when we're seeing so much hand destruction in the Han deck, which is now a meta contender.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with the meta of Sabine and Bosk and things like that, and they're not smashing your hand over and over again. Like, your triple Dark Raid is enough, but
yeah, I don't know what's really available to Django other than he could play some more Smuggle, because Smuggle does do something too. Like when you're smuggling consistently, that keeps the cards in your hand.
It could be a little bit of Smuggle if there's something there. I'm not sure what options he would have, like Jetpack maybe or something. But
yeah, I mean, he has his blasters. I think those are already in there. I mean, Bazine smuggle cards. I mean, there's some other smuggle cards that he could do. He could be doing like Arm to the Teeth. Actually, I run an Arm to the Teeth in Django.
Zane, yeah, I don't know. Arm to the Teeth is a little greedy. Maybe, just to have a smuggle option.
Yeah, well,
but again, like Jabba the Hutt, I don't know. I always bring him up, but he's kind of not the greatest, but he's hard to kill, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he would really make sense there, but
all right. So
I like your ideas better, like Arm to the Teeth and Jetpack. Try to sneak a couple of those in there.
Yeah, and Jetpack I think is good into the mirror too. I mean, anything there. I mean, a shield on a Jetpack really can do a lot. I've been thinking about Jetpack for Quinlan, to be honest with you. All right, so that was the last round, second to last round of Swiss. We're going to be back with a final round. Hopefully it's going to be a win in your tournament, and then we have the top cover after that. So we have a few minutes left of the round. We'll be back with round 7 after this.
Thanks for tuning in.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me. I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopy at Late Night Gaming. I'm not Poem, I'm Loopy. Hold on, let me change my name tag here. But we are going into the last round of Swiss. We're back joined by Jeff from Buff Network.
Thanks for having me. Good to be back.
Yeah, were you able to catch any of that Jango Han match?
That was a wild one. It was a wild. I was sitting there counting the damage, and I was like, "Wait, it looks like Han has it. Why is it?" I was trying to see if I was counting wrong, and yeah, the cunning at the end. I mean, I think that's what makes that matchup good for Han. Is cunning just helps you win the races. But yeah, that was a crazy last game for sure.
Yeah, I didn't see that he had cunning. Which obviously is a pretty big tempo swing. That particular card, but yeah, no, and I think that Jango certainly can struggle into Han. It can certainly beat Han too.
Yeah,
but it can be tough. And I mean, the Han decks are very versatile, and they're really adjusting to quite a bit.
Yeah, we saw the jetpack come in, which is really good against Jango. Obviously, Blaster lets you get in the attack right away, but jetpack lets you not get tapped down by the Jango ping, and then also trade or go base, whichever you want to do. So that's a super nice tech into that.
Yep. All right, so let's look at some lists while we're waiting on the pairings here. Shout out to KTOD. I think this is actually just directly Bobby, but I have the two winning Bossk lists for us here. And
is this from the London one?
Yeah, so we're going here. We already looked at Garsaxi. Here's Mace Blue from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
This was the prior Bossk list. So this is actually the one that won London. What they submitted.
The London winning one. Yeah, we looked at the Copenhagen one.
So this does not exist in a Doobie link there. But we see actually Deathmark running main deck
Deathmark, here. Daring Raid, it looks like.
Yep.
Which is a card I'm really high on in general right now, but it's just hard to fit in sometimes.
Yeah, so there's 3 Daring Raids, 3 Force Chokes. Looks like 3 Bounty Hunters Quarries, 3 Price on Your Head, and 2 Deathmark. So, I mean, it has a thing. He's gone down to 2 Barrage, which I think is reasonable in the current meta. We have 3 Resupply. On the unit side, it looks very much similar to what you expect from Bossk, with Maul's Vaders, the Reinforcement Walkers, what he chooses as the primary Atrop, with Palpatine as well.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting. He has both Phase 3 Dark Trooper and the Cell Block cards.
I think that kind of makes sense, because when you cut the 3rd Barrage, you're losing points into Sabine. And I think the Death Marks don't help you there, so maybe they were trying to make up those points with more Ground Sentinels to get to the late game. And also, you see all the Force Chokes. Like, it seems like they made some concessions and then tried and then shored the matchup back up.
Yeah, and you know what I think is this is really just expecting less Jango, because what he did was basically move the Black Suns to the sideboard. I mean, obviously the Space Sentinel is important to be able to throw in Jango's way to there, but I mean, he must have made a meta call that there'd be less of that and decided.
Yeah, he does still have the Daring Raids, which help against Jango too. So, but yeah, that's interesting. Some of the differences when you see the Death Mark camp versus the no Death Mark. And yeah, I feel like this is the best Barrage deck that exists right now. That card as a whole has gone down a lot since Boba's demise. But I think this deck could be the resurgence of overwhelming barrage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's what Vader's trying to do. I mean, Kira is still
Yeah.
a good. Kira and Krennic. Krennic is actually a better barrage deck in a way than Kira. The other thing that's interesting about this is what I don't see in the boss list. Boss Green is Relentless, which if you don't find Boss
that's
Blue,
interesting.
that's good. But
Looking-
I mean, you'd think he would have a
Yeah.
hard time beating Boss Blue.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the Palp matchup as well. They only had one Relentless in the 60 and couldn't deal with the Super Laser Blasts. Because we see a lot of the big hitters of Devastators, Crates, Palps, Returns, in both the main deck and the sideboard. But yeah, I think it's just an interesting meta call that they would rather have Emperor Palpatine and more Devastators than they would have a Relentless to deal with some of these control lists. Just really not respecting it.
All right, so this is the winner from Germany, and shout out to Lev again at KTO Discord for getting this to me. Looking through this, I mean,
Here's one Death Mark,
one death mark. We do
one
see
Force Choke.
we do see the two Relentless with Pelp Return in the sideboard.
Yeah,
Farless,
I think it's just a safe sideboard plan.
and
The one Crate, one Devastator main. I kind of like that split. They both have their uses.
and he's maybe respecting Django even less because there's no Black Suns at all in this deck.
True.
There's no
Yeah.
Daring Raids either.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a list that doesn't want to run into Django for sure. You've got one client.
Which
That's
is
about it in terms of your healing.
Which is something that Boss Green does. One thing about Boss Green is it can play out of aspect 3 drops, particularly if they're
Oh yeah,
villainy because of Bounty Hunter's Quarry.
yeah. Bounty Hunter's Quarry is huge for that, and then also you just get to 5 easily. You don't have a barrage on your flip turn. Fine, I'll just play a client for 5. It's not the end of the world, even though obviously you want to just get it for free off your Bounty Hunter's Quarry, and then Crumbs and Yularans.
Yeah, and I think
I'm interested by all the one-ofs. It kind of makes sense with the Bounty Hunter's Quarry. It's kind of like the Triple Dark Raid-esque where you get to like search and filter the ones that you want, but you see like 1 P at 1 Kylo's tie. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yep. So, and I think that your boy Ian is in the final of a PQ. If I'm correct
Yes,
about
he's
that.
in the final of the Maryland PQ. Last I checked, he's still waiting to see whether he's playing against Han Green or Kira. The game he's waiting for is going to Game 3. He's on Han Green, going to play against either Mono Han or Kira Green. So
All right.
They'll be paying attention to that one.
So, looks like we have a Django mirror here in Portland. We're going to figure out what match this is. This is probably not Table 1 because Table 1, Zach, who we just saw in Han Yellow, is in the top cut. And it might not be...
It's like a Django mirror.
It is a Django mirror. So we'll figure out which 2 players it is. But Django mirrors are tough. I think I ran into 2 mirrors. I mean, certainly Surprise Strike is a very key card as far as winning the race. And
Am I crazy, or does one of those bases not look red?
it could be. There's a couple other Djangos. There's blue Djangos and a green ECL Django, I think, in the field as well. So if you get a sense as to which deck this is, we will get the deck list shortly. This is the last match to switch. This is likely a you're in situation and very dangerous to lose, as there's not going to be a lot of 2-loss players in the
Going to be
top cut.
2
before
or
this is
3
over.
2-loss players by the looks of things. So you do not want to have to rely on breakers for that. You'd much rather just win this and know you're in.
Right.
Yeah, I believe this is a Django Blue against Django Red.
And Django Blue, I was hoping that it was. There's 2 Django Blues in the match. I don't know if he's on Security Complex or another one, but we'll switch it. But Django Blue is a good deck.
Yeah, there's the client. So it's the... Yes. So Django Blue, for sure.
We'll call it Swamp Django till we know otherwise what base he's on.
Yeah. Everyone blues in the swamp.
I run Django Blue. My teammate Solo really likes this deck, but I do very well with it. I mean, you can triple dark raid those tanks. I mean, that's a lot of times what you're trying to do. Has a lot of healing and stall. You know, certainly more control-y than Django Red. So he's going to power Dark Side to clear the board. We see...
This is table 2, so Burner versus Rob Briggs.
All right. Any idea?
Oh, wait, sorry, that was the last round, too. So this is the Papa Stones versus Tim O'Donnell.
Tim O'Donnell's on Django Red. I think we know that.
Yes, we've seen Tim before, I believe, on stream.
That he's going to be the top player. Let me add that up. Might even say Tim already. Yep. Tim actually stays right where he is. Thanks, buddy. Helping our overlay. And then we'll just call this guy the Papa Stones. So shout out to Papa Stones. Everybody here has been playing for a while today.
Yeah.
And excellent finish. I mean, it's not easy to win 5-6 of these matches at a PQ.
Oh, for sure.
And, you know, I find a lot of players beat themselves up too much for, you know, not getting to top 8 at a 100-some player card tournament. I mean, give yourself a little grace. It's hard to beat a whole bunch of super smart people playing a real complicated card game with consistency.
Django Red always gets the Ruthless Raider off the Triple Dark Raid. It's written in the contract.
The contract that Django made with Infernal Forces to go through.
Yeah.
So that'd be, all right, I think it's probably going to be 6 damage.
It should be 9 now because he took 3 from the punishing one, 2 from the ETB, and then 4 from the attack. So I believe Django Blue is at 9 damage on base now, and I don't think Django Red has any damage on their base.
Yep. And that is exactly right. Now, Django Blue has the advantage of a lot of healing, which Django Red
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And actually, so Django Blue should be at 11 now, right? Because the Ruthless did a total of 8, and then it would have done 2.
The Ruthless did 6,
Oh,
because it didn't die.
It was Triple Dark, right? That was the sneak attack.
Yeah.
All right, so Django flips. Django Red flips. He might... I don't know if he's going to tap down Django with the client.
Well, he tapped down the other Django player tapped their punishing one, so it seemed like the Django was used to pre-deploy for that.
It just wasn't actually exhausted on the board state.
Yeah, he just didn't exhaust it.
The Djangos look at each other from across the table.
Well, I think that flip is really important, because if you don't flip then, and Django Red plays something like a Flamethrower, you just lose your chance to be able to deal with him.
Right. And Van-based Flamethrower is a card you see in Django Tarkentown with significant frequency.
Yeah.
2 resources left for Django Blue. Django Red's action. So Tim considers his options. Taps 3. Or 2, excuse me, for no good to me dead. Django is sleepy. Papa Stones puts Django fully inverted. A lot of times that's used instead of explanation mode, so it doesn't fully ready next turn.
Yeah, it's a nice way if you don't want to use the little reminder tokens.
Yep. And we know that Django Tarkentown has a Ruthless Raider in hand because he triple Dark Raid last turn. And it's looking to be a pretty strong play. He's probably going to use it to kill the P-38, but then something will get exhausted on his side.
Yeah, that's the annoying part about the P-38. You want to kill it first action, but you know it's just going to immediately go and tap one of your things down too.
Is that a Confederate Tri-Fighter? I think it is.
I believe it is. So no base healing for Django Blue.
Wow.
So the first action we may see just the P-38 swing into the Confederate Tri-Fighter and then tap down the Django leader on death, or Vigilance.
Vigilance is the bane of the Confederate Tri-Fighter's existence because it actually kills
Yeah,
it
exactly.
and then does what it's supposed to. So
Yeah.
and I have the
Kills it and then laughs in the face of it trying to say you can't heal.
I think that actually that takes Django Blue to 4 damage left on base.
4, and then yeah, up to 7 now after the punishing one attack.
All right. But the reason to run Django Blue is having all kinds of heals. That is why you do that. All right. So the client dies to a Ruthless Raider. Back up to 9.
The client had damage on him? I didn't think he was damaged.
Oh yeah, he attacked
Isn't that
into
crazy?
Django last turn to tap.
I thought that was to pop the shield.
I think.
Or, no, the shield got popped with the triple dark raid. Okay, yeah. So the shield got popped with triple dark raid. 3 damage on the client from attacking the Django, and then Ruthless Raider finishes it. Yeah, I'm caught up.
All right, so Django Tarkentown. If I'm Tim, I'm really looking for a way to end this right now. I mean,
Yeah.
Ideally, you have 2 surprise strikes because, I mean, you're going to be having, Mr. S coming down soon, which is not a card
Ooh.
that
There's CAD.
that Django can. Now, why is Cad flying? Cad can't fly.
Yeah, only Leia can survive in space. Everyone's seen the movies.
Yeah. And the 2-player mat does have ground and space marked, but the rules say that it's actually the first card played into either arena that defines it. So
Yep.
The
The
mat
players are
is,
playing by the rules.
or the mat is advisory only.
It's more like guidelines.
Yeah, so that CAD's a problem.
Absolutely.
All right, so he taps down the opposing CAD, takes blue
I'll be
Django.
interested to see if this CAD attacks. You don't get the win played, but still, if you don't have anything in space, it's kind of annoying to give him a Ruthless Raider back.
Mm-hmm. Does Papa Stones have Stoke? I mean, that's what he's got to secure. I mean, I think that this matchup is in large part about sticking a Snoke. I mean, Django
Oh, yeah.
Red really has a hard time dealing
So
with
hard
it.
for Django to beat Snoke. Although the main card they have to beat Snoke is Ruthless Raider, and there are 2 of them around. But this is a tough choice, too. Do you even want your Ruthless Raider back? Do you want to give the control deck 2 cards?
I think he's going base with CAD.
Well, either way, do you rescue the Raider to...
Oh, no, he killed Django.
No, he killed Django. And then it looks like he decided not to rescue his Ruthless Raider because he did not want to give 2 cards to the 8-resource blue control player.
Which is a reasonable decision.
Yeah, absolutely reasonable.
There's a whole lot of cards that heal. There's a whole lot of cards that heal. Now, Django does not have a blue unit out, so to the extent it's there, the surprise strike is helpful.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we should have 21 damage on Django Blues. He's got
21 on the blue base.
He's got to find a heal now.
But there are only so many heals that work because like Vigilance doesn't kill a unit. He does have power of the dark side.
Yeah, and he uses it on an already
See a
exhausted
CAD
Ruthless.
unit in hand, it looks like, for Django Red.
He's going to get his Ruthless back. He's getting out of control.
Yeah, so he did Death Trigger 2 damage to CAD and then Force Choke to kill it.
Mm-hmm.
So we gave him 1 card instead of 2.
Vanquish, but he takes him to 25 damage on base.
Be 23, I think, because he doesn't get the win played, right?
Oh. Well, when it dies, though. I think it was 25.
Yeah, well, he was at 21, I thought.
I think the other one died.
Oh, no, oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. He was at 21, then the other one died to go to 23, then the one off CAD died to go to 25, so yeah.
Yeah, and
Now he needs to find 5 damage
Yep.
before CAD Blue finds some heals.
Mm-hmm. I mean, with
CAD Blue, Django Blue. But yeah.
Yep, and Django Blue Vigilance is pretty good right now. What's that? That's an ISB agent. to finish
ISB agent to finish off Django.
off, but there's the Vigilance.
There's the Vigilance. You're not too worried about the unit dying. I mean, I would imagine Django was just going to Vigilance for the heal anyway.
And what was the second mode? Must be Mill.
It was kill ISB agent was
Oh,
the
kill.
second mode.
And then here's the Ruthless. Back
There's
up
the
to
Ruthless,
22.
and then there's a Merciless contest to immediately kill the Ruthless. So now we should be back to 24. And that also explains the kill ISB agent mode, because you wanted to keep your Merciless contest on.
All right. So blue.
I see a Fire Spray for Django Red.
Yeah.
Do you want to risk it, though? You've seen one Merciless contest and a Vanquish.
Well, I think you got to play around at least Power and Merciless if you're going to try a fire.
I think so, too. You
Try to
have
fight-
the luxury of being able to do that.
I mean, probably the best card to see right now is Bazine. There's the Fire Spray.
Yeah, he
but
just runs out the Fire Spray.
Unprotected.
Yeah.
There's Power of the Dark Side.
Yep. And then second plays out a P38.
Yeah, I think that was takedown.
Well, Django Blue could have killed them all either way, but still, that was not playing around the power there for sure.
Yeah. I think we saw Tim's list before. I don't think he has main deck Bazines. I think that they're sideboards.
I believe that was what Tata was on a long time ago. He had a really cool explanation for it. He said he always brings in Bazines from the board, but he never knows exactly which cards he wants to take out for them. So he thinks of it as he plays 2 of the games sideboarded with Bazines, and then games main deck with other cards that are good into other matchups.
Yep. So Django Blue does run Bazine and checks through.
Yeah.
I think he declined to use it because he had a Waylay and another one. Kind of dead cards right now.
A Waylay, and it was like might have been a Snapshot Reflexes.
Yeah.
It was some kind of funky non-unit yellow card.
Unplayable cards is what they were.
Yeah, cards that do nothing on the current board state, so you can keep them.
So Django Blue does not heal that round, but Django Red does absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Which always feels bad. Kylo Tai.
And I believe we've seen all 3 Ruthless Raiders from the Django Red.
And Bazine hits the base. And first
Oh yeah, Bazine coming in hot.
Bazinga. If you caught the original Bubble Green Masterclass, that's what a one damage Bazine attack should be followed by.
I dig it.
Mm-hmm. Little chilly. Just a little chilly in here.
Yeah. With a little Super Laser Blast.
In his back pocket, but he does no heals. Now, I wonder what he just looked in his deck box for. Oh,
The experience tokens. Yeah.
All right. So we got Django Tarkentown way ahead on base damage with 26. Django Blue hanging in there, but getting a board back. He's gonna waylay Chili. I'm not sure how effective that's going to be.
I would say Django Blue is ahead right now where they want to be. There are no Raiders to come and 1 Fire Spray down, and an empty board, so they only have to deal 4 damage. But I feel like you're in a decent place where you can keep them from doing that.
And the Cartel Spacer does not exhaust anything because it does not see another cunning unit.
Yeah. Second CAD.
Which is a huge
I
problem.
believe Django Red already claimed.
Yep. Yeah, we're just talking about this at the end of the match with Poem. Is one thing Django Red does not have in a typical list is card draw, and there's really not good sources for it in Yellow Red Villain either. So
The only real card draw they can have is Triple Dark Raid, which is kind of delayed, a weird card draw. But yeah.
Well, Triple Dark Raid is there, but I mean, we really saw that match that Tim just had the misfortune of really being in control against Han Yellow and unable to do much with his resources.
Yeah.
Due to tough draws. All right, Papa Stones now showing 11 damage that he can attack with this turn. Django looking for a way to do the final 4. I mean, 2 daring raids gets it there.
Yeah, we've already seen 1 daring raid hit the face.
There's probably 2 more in the deck.
Yeah.
The Ruthless Raiders, you can't bring them back from the discard, which is where all 3 are. Force
Choke Cad to not kill him. And then Django Blue should draw a card from this. We've seen a lot of Force Chokes without cards being drawn today.
Well, I can't say, because the deck is actually, well, the deck is up there. He did not draw a card from the Force Choke, you're right, because his deck, I think, is on the midpoint of the board.
Yeah.
So we would have been able to see if he drew. So remember to draw on Force Choke, people.
Also, when you play Force Choke, tell your opponent to draw.
It is what you should do, because, I mean, you should check, because it is on both players to maintain the board state. CAD is actually very good there for Django.
Well, we know there's a Super Laser Blast because he showed it for the Childson.
Yep.
I probably would have CAD not captured anything,
Mm-hmm.
just so that their units get killed as well, because you know he has the Super Laser Blast that board state.
Yep. And the Boba or Django player is looking for his Final Vigilance, and to the extent he has Cargo Juggernaut, that's also a very helpful card for him right now.
Yeah. And
I like
not capturing lets the Django potentially just tap down, but I don't know.
So this is a little bit different list than what we've run. There's Snoke.
There's the Snoke. So this is looking pretty grim for Django Red.
He's got to have another CAD unit. It's there, or Emperor Palpatine. I mean, those are the answers to Snoke that exist for Django Red.
Because even Fire Spray doesn't kill Django Blue now, because he needs to deal 4 damage.
Mm-hmm. Though you can no longer fell the dragon on the Fire Spray.
True.
That is an ISB agent.
There's the Waylay. So he has a way to get a turn reprieve, potentially. We could, like, play the punishing one.
And Papa Stones has a lot of damage left to do to base. He's still got to do 17 damage.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Here's Bazine. We'll see exactly what's in Django's hand. We see a Surprise Strike, which is relevant. A Daring Raid, which is relevant.
Yeah.
Waylay, Snapshot Reflexes, and a Punishing one.
think.
Yeah, you take the Daring Raid. Absolutely.
Take the Daring Raid, yeah. But when you know they have the Surprise Strike, you know any unit is lethal, so you can't leave anything out, even with the Snoke out there. So Django has to claim.
And there's very few resources. That Bazine came from the row.
Yeah.
So now he's got to take care of a... Well, he gets a top target out. That's good.
Oh, because yeah, so Django Red already claimed this. Yeah, so if he can kill the punishing one this turn, then he's feeling good.
Oh, I think he has to. Because punishing one still hits for 1. And then with the Surprise Strike, it's 4.
The Surprise Strike would be lethal. Yeah.
The ISB agent actually isn't lethal because it's static, right? So...
Correct, yeah. So Surprise Strike on ISB agent with a Snoke out would hit for 2.
Oh, I guess Django hasn't claimed because he just waylaid his own unit.
Maybe he passed.
Must have passed.
And so yeah, ISB agent dies now with from the Bazine 1 damage.
Yep. Alright, so that was a Death Trooper.
Yeah, punishing one back in hand. Was that 2 Fell the Dragons and something else, or was it 3 Fell the Dragons?
There's a lot of Fell the Dragon, I'll tell you that. But Fell the Dragon
there are a lot of there. I do not think those Fells will be seeing any dragons, but...
Yeah. I mean, once Snoke out, it's actually kind of a non-bow with Fell the Dragon.
There are no targets in Django Red's deck for Fell the Dragon with the Snoke out, I don't think. But
CAD.
Oh, CAD. True.
All right, so I think
scoops it up.
I think that Django Red scoops, right?
Yes.
Is unable to do it. We saw Django Red fly out to a early lead in that match, and then really struggled to do the last 4 damage, which is kind of how this one goes.
Yeah. Yeah, this matchup shows you why a lot of aggro players, they try things, then they go back to Sabine.
My man Carlos says Django should hit him with some Foricaws. Duh. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
that's the Quinlan Tarkin player, Tarkin Town player
Yeah.
in the room.
Hey, he just plays a single out of aspect Chaos of War and wins that game.
All right. Carlos tells us that Cad Tarkentown is up a game in the finals of St. Louis. He's keeping up and supporting his Bane fam. Oh,
Yeah.
here's a good one. Papa Stones has a YouTube channel, and it does a market watch on cards weekly. So,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, if anybody knows Papa Stone's YouTube channel, get it out here, get it in there, and we're going. We got 150 people watching live. The final round of Swiss. 2 Django's trying to get in, one of the healing variety and one of the space variety. Try to get the channel out there. And let me see if we have the deck list. I think we do, because it's 8:39. So let me try to get the round 6 deck list. Round 7 deck list.
And yeah, it looks like the Maryland PQ is just about to start their finals.
Yeah, Ian's
With,
in that, right?
Yeah, Ian on Han Green versus a Kira 30, I believe. It's Kira Green. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's 30 or ECL.
So that might get to the extended time limit in the top cut of a PQ. That's a very, very
Yeah.
grindy match.
Oh yeah, Han Green has some wonky control lines that just grind like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this Django blue list bring in? What differentiates this from like a CAD blue?
So, I mean, I actually just got his list up here. Now, it's Jordan Pierre on Django there, so that's Papa Stones. So, let me get the list up here. I mean, I think we know your typical Django Tarkentown list. More than
Yeah.
that. So this is the Django blue list. And you see Super Laser Blast. We have 3
One
top
bounty
target.
hunter crew, which is
main deck.
spicy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see.
One no good to me dead. Interesting.
Yep, so this is the kind of control, like CAD blue type Django blue list. It's not running the triple dark raids, for vehicles like the other Django blues that I've run before, which is also a pretty good deck. I think that for Django, you're probably bringing in the making openings.
Definitely. That's why those are in the board.
You're
And
bringing-
you already have 3 perilous positions, so it seems like this Django blue list is pretty teched for the Django red matchup.
I would think so. And the Snoke comes in.
Yeah,
Enticing Reward might come in just to find some of this stuff. So
I could see that for sure.
Django red is very, very strongly the aggro in the beginning of the match.
Absolutely.
And really needs to be, focusing on sticking things, going wide and carrying your surprise strikes, not resourcing, would be the best advice I could offer a Django pilot going into something like this. The Confederate Tri-Fighters they have are definitely spicy. All right, we are getting back to the match. I think they're into the round. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
You're looking at that.
We see a lurking tie here, so the Django blue should have 5 answers to this in the perilous positions, and we would imagine they brought in the 2 making openings.
Don't see any in his hand, though.
Yeah, don't see any in his hand, and this is, I think, Django Red's path to victory is, especially, I know some Django Red players have run the Imperial buff fighter to get their lurking ties out of range of those effects.
Yeah,
But
so
I think that's main path to victory here for Django.
So looking at Tim's list, I'm not going to block the gameplay anymore, but he does have a couple of Confederate Tri-Fighters that he can bring in from the sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
The Bazines are probably coming in from the sideboard because I think that clearing the Super Laser Blast is something that, if you're winning, you need to do.
Yeah. Oh, that hurts. Greedo hits a Ruthless Raider off the top.
Ooh, that's the last thing you want to see.
Yeah.
All right, so 4 damage onto Django Blue's base. So he's at 7 total.
Mm-hmm. And we see the Tarkin Town to finish off the Child Sin.
Yeah, and that's
And
actually
then the
that turn recovered. Other than the Ruthless going down to Greedo. I mean,
yeah, and that's not really something you can play around. Like that's just gonna happen sometimes. If Greedo hits there, you get to save your Tarkin Town and potentially Tarkin Town the Pershing. Like, there's no world in which you don't Greedo hit there. It just feels bad when he hits the one of the cards you really need in this matchup.
Yep, and that said, I mean, Merciless Contest is off for Boba or for Django Blue.
Yep.
Power of the Dark Side is off because they can just pick the Lurking Tie.
Yeah, just
I mean,
pick the Lurking Tie and have him not die.
He's got to find a
He also
make an
can't be
opening
tapped
or
by Django.
perilous or some way to do it. He does.
There
find
is the Perilous,
position.
so he gets the Perilous. And we knew he had 3 of those and 2 make an opening, so the odds were he was going to get it, but still. That was...
Still got to draw the card. You still got to
yeah,
draw
exactly.
The
You
card.
still got to draw it.
All right, so 10 damage now into Papa Stone's base with this cool Django Blue deck. He decides to Pershing.
There's a Vigilance, it looks like. Still 2 turns away from that. Or 1 turn, I think they're on 5, right? Yeah, they're on 5.
Game tally here. Papa Stone's on Django won the first one.
Yeah, Django Red deep in the tank again. This is another tough couple of turns for him. He really needs to be piling the damage on right now before the big blue hitters can come in and take over.
All right, we got a report in that Cad Tarkentown wins St. Louis PQ. I imagine that's near in real time, given Carlos was almost certainly rooting on his Bane compatriot.
Yeah,
It's kind of a
his
baneful
deck
guy.
brother.
Jabba's got a gun. All right. The Djangos hurt each other.
Yeah. Triple Dark Raid. Do we get another Ruthless Raider? I saw a Fire Spray. Looks like that is the best hit.
Fire Spray's a pretty good hit.
Yeah.
It's going to get 5 more damage in. I think it's 15. Can you see how much damage is on Django Tarkentown's base? Is it still
0.
0? Yep, that's what I thought.
Yeah. Because the Django doesn't have any damage marked on him on the Django blue side, but he did run into the other Django, so he should have 3 damage on him and did not go to base.
Yeah, I think so too, and I don't see how that Django would have gotten a shield. So
Yeah.
it's not security complex, and you can't use security complex on a leader anyway. But
There is the Vigilance play again.
Again, you know, the fact that the card that stops healing is defeated by the primary.
Defeated by the card that also heals.
Yep.
They may be asking a judge to make sure that he can defeat it and then heal. Looks like there's a judge standing there.
And you can.
Yep.
All of the double aspects cards, you can choose the modes and the order of the modes.
And you fully resolve one mode before going to the next. Although I didn't see him move the dial back to 10.
No, now it's at 12. And
Okay.
yeah, and we also have the. I still think that Django has 3 damage on it. The both.
Yeah. Oh, there is a dice on there. We just can't see it because it blends in.
Oh,
So now the blue Django is at 6.
they're both at 6.
There's just a black and white die on it that blends in with the leader art.
Camouflage dice.
Yeah, camouflage dice. So both Djangos have 6 damage on them.
Yeah, and we're working on getting some big late game reels to story. I mean, these commander dials are great under normal circumstances. Obviously, there's some throttling issues that we're struggling with as much as anybody. But tracking the base damage also works. The the last stream we had from Portland, unfortunately, crashed quite a few times. Which
we haven't had any crashes so far, so that's been nice.
And you just said the thing, so everybody say a prayer.
Oh, of course
right
I said
now.
it. I bring up every perfect game when you're in the 8th inning every time.
Yeah, I mean,
baseball players love me.
I might do it if it was the Cubs, but I'm a Brewers fan. As I'm calling, games today, Bob Uecker died this week, who was just an institution for Milwaukee. And it's actually kind of fitting. He was in the Miller Lite commercials in the 80s, and there's something like hundreds of Miller Lite cans by his statue. And it takes a lot for Wisconsin people to give up unopened alcohol.
Give up their beer, yeah. That's crazy.
It happened there, and
Yeah, Bob Uecker, also a staple in the Major League movies. That was where I first got
Harry Doyle.
Got shown him as a child.
Yep, and on Johnny Carson. So sure. Yep, I think base damage is now 15 on Greedo.
There's the Bazine. That's a lot of things.
Okay, so Super Deck Blade, Vanquish, a client. I think that's what? Fell the Dragon.
A client, 2 fells, a Vanquish, a Super Laser Blast, and a Power of the Dark Side.
Right. I think it's 2 powers of the Dark Side. Unless that's Takedown on the side. I can't tell if that's a hyper. I think that's a hyperspace Power of the Dark Side. So he's 2 copies.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I think it's a Power of the Dark Side on the end, and then a Fell of the Dragon inside of it.
Chris,
I think.
Schutz mentions Mr. Belvedere. Yeah, Mr. Belvedere. But yeah. And Uecker was calling games up this year. He called, I think it was 56 years. He started calling for the Milwaukee Braves, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Takes the Super Laser Blast, which I kind of like because you have a clunked up ground board where these powers aren't doing as much right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then, did you get the heal from the top target that was on Django?
I did not. There's 17 damage marked on base right now.
Oh,
so
interesting.
I can see it. We're going to stay with what the players have marked until the players correct it. I think, actually, top target is optional whether to resolve the bounty or not. So
true. Yeah. If neither player marks it, then it's assumed that you didn't take the bounty. So we'll see if he goes to 21 here.
He
Looks
goes
like
to 12. Oh, does he go to 21? Or is that 11 or 12? Well, looks like there is just a concession there.
The players decide the game's over. I don't know who they think won. I would imagine I can't see CAD Red scooping there if you've already lost game 1. So I would imagine that CAD Blue might have scooped it without the Super Laser Blast. He didn't have an answer to the Ruthless Raider. I'm not sure. But they're shuffling up for a game 3, it looks like. So it seems like CAD Blue scooped there.
Yeah, and that was actually, certainly Bazine was the play of the game.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
And it's fair. It's probably one of the things where CAD Blue wasn't 100% to lose that game, but if you're a decent percent to lose it and you're a slow deck that needs to win a game 3, nobody wants a double loss in the last round of Swiss when you're on a winning end.
Yep.
So I would imagine that's why he conceded, to just try to make sure that there was time for a game 3 in a game that he thought he was pretty far behind in. So.
All right, so we got 168 players watching online. Yeah, lots of shout-outs to Uecker, which came up. Can only hope to be half as interesting as that guy when he calls a game.
Oh, 100%. He was so entertaining.
And everybody on the break, if you want to check on YouTube for Norm Macdonald Uecker story, you can thank me later.
Oh goodness, I'm gonna have to write that one down. I'm gonna need to check that later.
Yes, Wampa Stampa. This is Django Blue versus Django Red.
I might keep saying CAD Blue because I keep thinking Yellow Blue villain is always CAD Blue, so that's my fault. But it is Django Blue.
And it is similar to a a CAD blue deck for sure. You know, looking at this list, it's a very hard control-y type list.
Yeah.
It's not the mid-range Django blue, which is another thing. Cody Bond with the prediction of the day says he's confident Django will win. Thank you, Cody.
We'll have to see, because they could both lose.
It could happen. Because we are still in Swiss, so it's only 55 minutes. I think that it was actually a tactical concession by Django Blue there, knowing that he.
Oh, absolutely. I would say Django Blue had a couple of turns to try to draw a super laser blast and could maybe pull out a drawn win, but was definitely something under 50% to win, and they made the decision to take it to a game 3 where they're more confident in getting a win in time.
Mm-hmm. The winner of this certainly makes the top cut. At 1 loss, the loser is in a world of peril.
There are going to be a lot of X2s at this event. This is maximum number of players for this event. So 2 to 3 X2s are going to make it in, but we're going to have a very large number of X2s to choose from.
Yeah, and we have seen a couple of double losses, including one on stream.
Yeah.
And probably my favorite match of today was round 2. I think when we had the CAD or the Pelp Green that was running Endless Legions go against the boss.
3 Endless Legions, 3 crates main. That was a deck. Childson, we see a Super Laser Blast that looks like another Power of the Dark Side. Just your standard handful of blue removal spells.
You know, God bless all the dad jokes going on in the chat. You know, I like the cut of your jib, and Bob Euchre would too. Wampa Stampa says that the loser would be in a perilous position. Ha. Well played, sir.
Guessing we're going to see Force Choke Tarkentown.
No. There you
Oh, hey, look at that. A card draw Force Choke. We got there.
Yep.
Oh, Force Choke into Surprise Strike for 6 to base. So at least CAD Red able to use their resources fully and get some damage in that turn.
And that's the game plan. And
yeah.
I mean, the Surprise Strike is not a card you would ever resource in this matchup if you're Django.
Yeah.
It's just
The
so
blue
hard to
immediately
find.
flipping. I like this attack first.
Yep, with Greedo. Absolutely.
Even if you have a way to tap their Django, I think you just want to get in your damage. You know they have a ton of removal spells and whatever.
Yeah. And Greedo's a very good unit in this matchup too. I mean, I don't think that the CAD list is running the P38s. Or, excuse me, the Django list. Now you got me.
The Django blue, yeah.
And Greedo, in a deck that's all 1-to-1 removal, is not efficient at all for the control player.
Yeah. Greedo flips ISB agent this time. Much better for him than flipping a Raider. But still not a 2 damage. So 12 damage on base for Django Blue. Still at 0 damage on base for Django Red. Bounty on the Kylo tie, interesting.
I mean, that signals vigilance to me.
It does. I'm still surprised that you wouldn't Django into Django first.
Yeah.
With the client still having a shield on it, I can't think of what Django would do to tap the client.
You know, if I'm Django Darkendawn, I'm considering waylaying in that Tylo tie if I have it.
Yeah, waylaying the tie, and then you have the decision: do you want to attack with the tie first, attack with the Django first? So it should be.
So
there's the Ruthless Raider. 2 to Django, tap him, and 2 to base. So it looks like we're back to 14 on base for Django Blue.
14? He just healed 10.
Oh, you're right. He healed 10. Is it 4?
Yep. So
that's right.
That's
I forgot about the client bounty as well, and I was trying to remember what the damage numbers. He just takes out the Django leader. Interesting choice here for power, because if you choose your Django, then Merciless is on. Yeah, I think I like sacking the Raider here. You get 2 more into base, and you're still immune to Merciless contest now.
I like it too. And the shield comes off of the client, who gets force choked.
Yeah.
Poor Werner Herzog.
Another client.
Now there are 2 of them.
Yeah.
The client is a problem for Django Tarkentown. I mean, ignore that at your own peril. It can heal a lot. And a top target.
And you got these top targets too. Like this Django deck looks like frankly obnoxious, I think is the best word for it. So much healing to go through.
Just imagine if you could also triple dark rig Cargo Juggernauts.
He had Cargo Juggernauts in the sideboard, right?
I don't think so. I think you have to be running triple dark to have that make sense.
Yeah. There was a blue list we saw that had Cargo Juggernauts in the sideboard. I'm getting mixed up which list we saw at what point though.
So I think that Django Blue, the control Django, has 10 damage on base, now to 13.
Yeah, 13 now. We'll see. Looks like he's aiming to kill this Django leader this turn.
I mean, it's probably just takedown.
Yeah, well, one of the upsides to killing your Django leader instead of the Ruthless Raider to the power of the dark side before was then you could waylay it if you get bountied. That top target went to the wrong discard pile. Another Ruthless Raider.
He had both a top target and a bounty, so...
Yeah, so he should have healed for 11, right? 6 from the top target, 5 from the client bounty.
Izzy Dave says Quinlan Blue just beat Sabine ECL in the Alabama PQ. Mississippi PQ,
nice.
I think that is, but... I think Frank was probably the Sabine, right? I know
Frank lost in top 8 to Mephisto on the Bosk 30.
So, yeah, Quinlan Blue is another good deck. I was talking about that before too. Quinlan's a very good leader.
Yeah, interesting. I haven't seen the Quinlan Blue yet.
So it's using like force, and it is actually trying to use now. They're doing them a lot to play Luke early.
I do think that Grogu is a very annoying unit. So if you're in some kind of blue control list using now there are 2 of them in 4 stuff.
All right. So now does he have 2 super laser? Nope, just 1. So he gets there. Don't forget to draw your card with Bazine. And actually, you see Tim.
All right, there we go. We see him
reminding him.
Yeah. Bountying the Ruthless Raider at 5. 5 health remaining. I feel like for this matchup, we need a second counter of the total damage done versus the damage that's on base now.
Oh,
because
sure.
I think this is going to be the 3rd client bounty we've seen claimed this game, and there's been 1 or 2 top targets.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. I mean, the client is a huge problem.
Absolutely.
Because you can't let him sit on the board. It's just.
Yeah, and you don't. 5 health is so annoying for Django to kill too when they've already Tarkin Towned and everything.
Right.
So.
Certainly a key matchup or a key unit for Django Blue to find. Would you see
Yeah.
a force choke remove the client?
3rd force choke. So that's the second time a client has been force choked.
I don't know what he did to take off Vader. But there.
He
All right.
existed.
Oh, man.
3rd top target.
Yep, and it's on a Kylo tie, so I think we have Big S on the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like actually it's the Edmonton one.
Alberta.
Yeah, Alberta.
I believe that Canada is not a state yet.
I don't know. I mean, I saw actually some rather concerning things, about Canada earlier this month. We're not going to talk about politics today, Jeff. It's not something that
True.
we're gonna do.
That's on me. That's on me. Sorry.
All right.
Snoke comes out, so that is usually very backbreaking for Django Red to try to deal with.
And with all the healing, that is 2 damage on base.
Yeah.
The chat's going to get us in trouble with saying things like East Alaska. All right, guys. With their flapping heads. There's nothing funny about it.
Eh?
Canadian bacon. Like
That's a good one.
I
I like
that
Operation Canadian Bacon.
That's a John Candy movie, is what he's referencing.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a sideboard
the
card.
Space Sentinel out of the sideboard, yeah.
And that is even worse news for Django. It's about to be.
I don't know, yeah. I don't know what Django's got to come back into this.
I mean, he's got to find a CAD unit to scoop up Snoke and then.
That's true, yeah. CAD unit, because these 2 units combine for 1 power in the space arena right now.
But I don't think that you can concede until it's, the fat lady has.
Yeah, it's game
sung
3 of a winning, and you're gonna play it out, but man, Django needs to find something soon. But yeah, I think it starts with the CAD unit to capture the Snoke, and then you can at least fight down the Sentinel. ISB agent and a daring raid, so he's gonna try to damage down the Snoke. The other option is get a few damage on the Snoke and then have CAD unit capture both.
Yeah, that ship is a 3/6.
Yeah, so you need to get so Snoke has so you need to get him from 12 to 8 health. So ISB agent is 1, daring raid is 2 more. So you could attack with the punishing one for 1, and then daring raid, and CAD would be able to capture both units.
Yeah, it's literally the punishing one right now. That's all it is for. In fact,
the punishing one.
That's the gives the. Yep,
yeah.
You hear me clucking. All right. So is it 7 damage on Django's base? Django Tarkenton?
Should be more than that because he attacked with Snoke and the Space Sentinel.
So it's gonna be 10.
Yeah, I think that's a 10. Looks like there may be a judge question with some kind of Snoke interaction, probably. Some of them can get kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you wanna go to judge.
Greedo to kill himself to not flip an event.
And actually hit a fire spray, which is a card you need.
Yeah, it looks like that was the last note for for Django Red.
So, once the Snoke hits the ground, it's really a tough matchup. The Snokes, I'm sure. And this is a cool list. Let's get back to the list here because I really like seeing this Django blue list, popping in here.
Yeah, I mean it was Snoke day, school's out. That was cool to see.
So this is Tim's Django Tarkentown list. But Jordan Papastones, who's apparently got a YouTube channel, check him out. If somebody wants to find that for me, I am happy to link it or just pop it in the chat so everybody can sub to this guy. does Mark and Roch. But this is a control deck, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's actually running restock, so it's somewhat of a mill deck. It's mostly removable.
Yeah.
There's the client, who was the...
2 Cad Bane units and 2 Snokes, 3 Avengers.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting top-end choices.
Yep. And it's done well. I mean, 6-1 through a PQ of 128 players.
Yeah,
is
locked
nothing
for
to
the top
sneeze
8.
at. Right.
So, might be seeing them again.
Yep. And the other thing, you know what deck can't beat this? The best hard control deck that everybody said. I think that Bosk Blue is a horrible matchup into this. To where,
Yeah.
You know, because the yellow player on Django can...
You got 3
you know,
Bazine's main deck. Like,
three Bazine's main deck, and he has a Bounty Hunter crew. He has a restock, you know, which some Bosk 1 run restock, but I mean, with the ability to recur events from discard, I mean, that's really a problem.
I mean, I'm thinking back to when hard control decks used to play Spark of Rebellion double out of aspects, and now this Django blue list just gets to run 3 Bazines for either 2 or for 4 without using a card from their hand.
Yep.
So that seems huge in this in those kinds of matchups.
Yep, and I think it's good. I mean, it's got some the sideboard is actually mostly anti-aggro, which is a thing because you have the Cloud Riders.
It makes sense. In there. The tech in the sideboard seems super nice though. To let you also do those control, because if you're worried about any kind of discard or mill, you can just put it in the resource row and say, I'll get it with tech later, and it's untouchable.
All right, so we are through the Swiss rounds, and boy, was that a cool matchup. And shout out to Alex for finding that one for us, because, I mean, the Django Tarkentown is a top-tier competitive deck, and we just saw a much more novel and but well-tested and well-piloted, you know, Django blue deck. I mean, he knew his lines.
Absolutely.
And the first game, you know, he was hanging on by a thread. I think Django needed to do 4 damage for quite some time. The second game, you know, shout out to Jordan for knowing to concede early, so we had time to play.
And I think if we were in an untimed round, I think Django blue still could have won game 2. But it would have taken a long time, and it was not the highest of probabilities. So I absolutely think it was the right call to say, you know, I have a 40% chance to win or a 60% chance to get a double loss. I'm just going to go to game 3 where I think my odds are much better. And he showed that it was the right call.
And game 3 is there. All right, we are going to take a little break, get to Top Cut. We are going to be back, and we are going to finish this out. But we've got 184 people watching strong. A lot of stuff is going out. The other thing that'll happen is the Wi-Fi should be a lot less populated as we get down to a top 8. That's something that we saw at the first, you know, PQs. So, thanks for joining us, everybody. Certainly sub to Take the Initiative. Story, Rebel Trader, played well. I think he had 1 loss last I checked, so he actually might be still in the event, but he provided all of the camera gear. And Take the Initiative is a great, great channel for setting meta and having some competitive matches. He probably commentates more than anybody. And certainly if you can subscribe to Late Night Gaming and Bothan Network as well. Check it out.
Yeah, don't forget to also like the video you're watching. It really helps the algorithms.
Yep. So... all right, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back with the Top Cut after this. See you soon.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
All right, welcome back, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are to the top cut of the 128 player Portland Planetary Qualifier. We have a sudden death playoff match here between two Janko facts. And calling this match, we have Jeff and Jonathan from Bothan Network.
Thank you very much, Loopy. I'm Jeff Creasy here with Jonathan Fisher. How you doing today, Jonathan?
Yeah, doing great. Glad to be here for these finals, this top cut.
Jonathan, I'm getting a bit of an echo. Are you muted in Video Ninja?
Let me check. I was not. Did it get better?
Yep, good now.
I just thought you were
Cool.
like saw Wicked recently and were doing your Oz impression. The great and powerful Jonathan coming in. All right, guys, have fun with this match. Everybody watching, thanks for tuning in, and I'll be back for the semifinals. They're doing the deck checks here, and Cinderella Django Blue is on the feature table.
Yeah, so this was a super interesting field. There's so many players here. There were 19 5 and 2s in this event. One of them made top 8. So congrats to Cam Sullivan for winning the tiebreaker lottery. Also, huge shout out to Rebel Trader of Late Night Gaming. Ended up 5 and 2 and got 10th. So that always feels bad to get just outside of the top 8, but still huge congrats to him on a really good run.
Yeah, and it's always by just a couple percentage points when you make it 10.
Oh, absolutely.
It's so close.
Yeah. And so we just watched this Django Blue player take down a Django Tarkentown, and we know that his deck is very teched for this matchup. He has 3 Perilous Positions main. He has 2 Making Openings in the sideboard. He has 2 Snokes main. So this is very much the matchup that this Django Blue player wants to see. But the benefit of Django Red is it can win any matchup. You can always spike your TDRs into Ruthless Raiders and get there with some surprise strikes. So
Yeah, I watched the match. It wasn't free, like Django Tarkentown put up a good fight.
yeah.
I lost to Mike Bobby Sapphire on stream in Atlanta playing villain blue-green control on Emperor. And those tools that you mentioned are now in my list. So, I didn't have to make openings at that event, and now I've got a couple because, man, you just need to kill that Phantom as soon as you see it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm really interested in this. This is really an interesting top 8 as well, because we have not been seeing much Django Tarkentown in other top 8s from PQs coming today. But it's 3 of the top 8 here is Django Tarkentown, and I know Loopy is working on a graphic for the top 8. So that will be here after this round. So by top 8, we'll have a full tournament bracket to show everybody. But this is ranked. This is the 2nd seed on Boba Blue against the 7th seed on Django Red.
I think even when you're in the top 8 with the best players in the region, you can still see regional meta games.
Yeah, for sure.
So these players are probably very good on this deck, and you might not have that caliber of pilot in some of those other regions playing the deck.
True. Looks like they're attempting to break the life counters. We'll see how that goes. Might have smoothed it out a little bit.
Yeah. As Loopy was saying, hopefully the internet's a little better during this top cut.
Ideally, you'd think it would be. There's not 120 plus people all of a sudden looking at Melee for pairings.
Yeah, that's tough when everybody's there during Swiss.
Yeah. And we don't have the official word yet. We don't know when they're going to get the okay to start. I think they're looking over each other's lists for a few minutes now. So I would imagine we'll get started here shortly.
So what do you think we're going to see a repeat here, Jeff? Papa Stone's going to take it again?
I do. I really believe in this Django Blue list in this matchup. I think that Papa Stones did a really good job metagaming for this tournament, and I think he's very prepared for this matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to 3 games if Django spikes one of the games, but I would be very surprised if the Django Tarkentown can manage to win 2 games against this blue list.
It is a different player. This is not the same player, right?
Yeah, correct. This is not the same player we saw last round. It is a deck rematch, but not a player rematch.
Yes, even the list could have some variance. I don't know if we've seen that.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know this Django red list exactly. We've seen the Django blue list a couple of times.
I saw a ship came out of the sideboard. What was that? It was a
I
Sentinel
believe
ship.
those were the top 8. The top 8 prizes, I believe, like the Tranquilities and whatever. But one interesting thing about this matchup is now I think that especially in the last round of Swiss, the Django red player may have been trying to guess at what to play around. Not knowing that there were 3 perilous positions in the main deck for Django blue. Not knowing that there were 2 making openings in the sideboard. So this Django red player is going to be better informed, which could give him an edge in adequate decision making.
Yeah, was it the Gar Saxon or something? I'm forgetting the name. The Sentinel ship.
Clan Saxon
It's not the
gauntlet
Gar
things.
Saxon.
Yeah, the Space Sentinel out of the board.
Yeah, so this guy's gonna know that's something he needs to be thinking about.
Yeah.
And you're right about the making openings. I mean, perilous position, I think his opponent would have assumed there's 3 of those, but the making openings are a bit more surprising.
Yeah. And I'm curious if this Django red is running the Confederate Tri-Fighter. We saw it in the last matchup, but we also saw it not do much because it just got killed with Vigilance and he still healed. So.
Yeah. Well. He didn't heal, right?
He didn't heal the second time. So we found out when Papa Stones came into chat and he said the wrong order. He said heal and then defeat. So there was a small judge call that he could not heal with, and that was the game that he lost. But
he's not gonna do that again. That's not happening. That's not happening.
For sure. Django blue gets to start with initiative here. Looks like we're ready to get kicked off.
I think that's pretty important that he has initiative in game 1 for his chances.
I think it helps for sure.
It lets you do things like just claim and power. I mean, you could do that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think it's helpful.
Oh, we'll definitely. See. I'm curious to see how many client heals we get. That was huge the last time we saw this Django blue deck. We saw the client get force choked twice, but that was after the shield had to get pinged off and after it healed for 15 health. So
yeah, that was impressive. I have found client to be challenging to use sometimes. Mm-hmm. So it's impressive that he was able to position himself for that.
Yeah, I think it's really good specifically against this Django red list where they don't do a ton to kill your ground units. Their goal is to tap your ground units and kill you in the air.
Absolutely.
And Django blue doesn't really care. It's hard to tap down the client anyway because he has a shield on him at first. So
yeah, no, it's really interesting right now. All the Tarkentown decks. He's good body with the shield. Yeah, so here's that power play.
I really like that. You see the perilous position in hand and you see the client. I really like just playing the merciless contest now because you're not going to want to play that after you play out the client anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a client next turn or just a perilous position on this Greedo.
I also like Django going wide here and setting up a lot more targets to deal with. He's going to get some damage this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think what you don't want to do is just get in a 1-to-1 removal matchup with the blue control deck.
Right.
Oh man, just throwing the hand down, the power move. 2 clients, a vigilance, and a perilous position. So that is a very good hand.
And I think a Snoke.
I thought I saw 2 clients. Was I wrong? Was it a client and a Snoke?
I thought I saw a Snoke.
I just saw it for a second, so I could be super wrong. First blood, 2 damage. And then into the triple dark raid.
Yeah.
Hitting a Ruthless Raider is going to be big here because it means that Greedo... well, I guess either way it doesn't matter because Greedo plus Tarkentown can kill the Childson anyway.
Yeah. If he wants to. I probably wants to, but I don't know.
Yeah. I would imagine you want to just to clear the way for your leader next turn and to be able to hit into Django blue when Django's deployed.
Oh, he did
So-
get to see Popstone's main deck as well. Like, if we knew he had the Sentinel ship, you might not
It's in the
use the
sideboard.
Tarkentown. Yeah, it's right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe you do use it here.
Greedo hits the Kylo's tie, but there are no resources left to play it this turn, because you can play it if you hit it off Greedo. And then, yeah, Tarkentowning to finish the Child Sin.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players turn their base upside down to indicate that.
Yeah. I'm fine with any method as long as it's just differentiated some way.
Yeah. It's probably like judges next to the table saying, "Please mark that base."
please use the counter.
I doubt the players were too particular there.
Yeah. Darky in chat starting arguments with Yoda Killer about how to play Cad Red.
And how many strikes I have. So, I mean, I like where this is going for the blue player
Yeah,
currently.
I think so far Blue's done what he wants to do. He's used up the Tarkentown. He's got a client out. He doesn't have a ton of damage on his base. He's at 7, and with how much healing is in this deck, that's basically nothing. So we saw that Django Red has a Ruthless Raider in hand. So that's one of the key cards that he's going to need. Can't play it till next turn, but
Okay, so we've got 7 on the base for red, for blue.
another triple dark raid. So this is where Django wants to be. We know he's got 2 6-drop in hand already, and we'll see what he hits off the second triple dark raid to try to get some damage in. There's another Ruthless Raider in there. You could do that. You could tap down the Django and then deploy yours. Or you could pop the client shield and start trying to kill him. I think both have their merits.
As annoying as the client is, what's his path to finishing the client off if he chooses that option?
It's gotta be try to hit him twice with Django, I think. I don't know. Either that or well, he has another Ruthless Raider in hand. So you Ruthless Raider ping the shield, attack him with Django, second Ruthless Raider to finish him.
Yeah.
It's a lot of resources into him, but it's really only one attack, so it's not the end of the world.
Oh, we have
he's getting the battle tank, so he's not even getting the Ruthless Raider. So he's putting a Ruthless Raider on the bottom with Triple Dark Raid. This is super interesting. So he knows if he plays the Raider, he can't play any other cards anyway. So I think he just plays the tank and now has a ground unit in play that could either finish Django or do more work elsewhere. Top target on the Cartel Spacer, not where you want to put it because it's not a unique unit, so you're only going to heal for 3 off of that. But I'm guessing it's the only unit that he can imminently kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would do that if you want initiative. If you don't want to put it on the Django leader, maybe.
Yeah.
So if he does something here, then I'm not sure. Although we expect Django to flip, so if he has like another top target, he could just do it. But there we go. Now his opponent does have the showcase.
There is a showcase buff that is known.
Yeah. Back to hand.
Yeah, so now he has the battle tank again to play this turn. Now it's more awkward to play. It is kind of nice to have in hand when he already has one Ruthless Raider because he can sack it for the extra damage. Because a lot of this matchup seems to come down to do you have the reach to do the last point of damage.
Back to hand. And the stream, Loopy's taking a break this round, so the record where it says even 1-1, that's not correct.
Yeah, the base damage is off. Loopy's setting up the bracket right now. So once he's done setting up the bracket, he should be able to track base damage.
Yeah. Is it 15-0?
15 or 18 and definitely 2-0.
Oh, 18. Yeah, I think it's 18.
I think it's 18.
Yeah, I'm trying to write it on paper.
We'll see here. Yeah, he's up to 20 now on the Django Blue. So apologies, I should have been stating that out more. So now Django Blue is at 20 damage on base. So there's Vigilance to kill the Cartel Spacer and heal 8. Oh, sorry. Heal
Yeah,
13 because it was also a client bounty.
Wow.
So he should go from 20 down to 7.
I have 6. So it's 4 plus.
Oh,
10.
sorry. Top target is 4. I thought top target was 3 on a
No, it's
non-unique unit.
4.
So
It's
4 from
4.
top target,
Yep.
5 from the client, 5 from vigilance. So yeah, healing 14 from 20 down to 6.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's a lot more than 3 pixels. They're just not well formed.
Yeah. We got a wild George the Hulk in chat. George, what do you think of this this Django blue control list that we've seen murdering the Django Reds? 5 more to base, but he's still got a lot of work to do to make up the all the healing and the damage that's already been healed.
Yeah, so are we 11-0? Did that Django get to hit?
I believe it did. I believe it's at 14 now.
Okay, 14.
So yeah, 14 damage on base
Alright.
for the Django blue. Getting
Those
to tap
P38s.
the fire spray here is really nice.
Yeah. Go ahead and exhaust it, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, friend. I mean, I think he's gonna remind him to exhaust it.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting exhausted now. So I would
I think
imagine it's
so.
3 from Django. So yeah, 3 from Django up to 17.
Yep, 17-0.
And then Django goes in to put 3 more. So now the Django Tarkentown Django just has 1 left.
He probably doesn't have a targeted removal spell here or event. So
Well,
I'll
it's
just use the
interesting. I think you
client to
have to
finish
kill
it
the
off.
P38, but it does let him finish off your Django. But it stops him from tapping more things next turn.
Yeah, it is also interesting where to put that 1 damage, because you've got the client to kill Django.
Yeah.
Because it could it could let Takedown kill the Ruthless if you put a damage on it.
Yeah. Jordan in chat asking what made top 8. There are 2 Han Yellows, 1 Django Blue, 1 Sabine ECL, 3 Django Tarkentowns, and 1 Bosk Green.
Did we
So
see?
very much a Django red heavy, Django heavy top 8.
We saw CAD from the blue player, right? CAD unit.
Yes, CAD unit 2 main deck, and then interesting. So there was a client bounty on the Django into perilous position to kill him and heal 5 more.
Okay, so I think that's 12, or is it 12?
Looks like 14
Oh, Ruthless Raider.
because Ruthless
14.
Raider came in
Yep.
as well. Yeah.
Yep.
So we've now seen this Django deck heal for 19 this game. Not counting tap downs as heal, just straight up damage removed from the base has now been 19.
Still the shield just sitting there on the client.
Yeah. I mean, Django Red has been making a conscious decision that says, yeah, you're gonna heal with the client, and I'm just gonna outdamage it. I'm not gonna waste 7 or more damage to kill this client.
Yeah.
There's the Snoke. So usually this is the death knell for Django Red, but they do have two of their units out that actually help with it. That can still deal damage.
Yeah, I mean, paying 8 for Snoke is very scary sometimes. It's a little waylay,
Armed to the
and you're in
teeth.
some trouble.
Armed to the teeth is really interesting. This Django deck's going to need to come up with some more removal, which it has in bunches, but this could be Django Red's path to victory if Blue can't deal with this.
Yeah, I have Blue at 19.
Yeah,
so...
19 damage on Blue's base. I believe Django Red is still at 0.
So Surprise Strike?
Yeah, so Surprise Strike here gets you in for 7.
Yeah, wow.
So 19 to 26.
Okay.
And
Are
that
they,
leaves you dead to the Ruthless Raider attack. And if you kill the Ruthless Raider, then you are dead to ping plus Fire Spray attack.
or you're dead to the next Ruthless Raider too, right?
Yeah.
26. Yeah. So if you just Laser Blast and he has another Raider, you're dead.
And we know, the Django Blue player doesn't know, we know that Django Red put a Raider on the bottom because he killed it with he put it on the bottom with a Triple Dark Raid where he took the Assault Tank instead. But let's see what Django Blue's got here. They don't have the Space Sentinel main, so it's looking pretty rough. Got to have something to heal right now, and then you've got to kill the Fire Spray. So it's Vigilance, kill the Fire Spray and heal 5.
Because of the Snoke. Because of the Snoke.
Yeah, the Snoke lets you Vigilance kill the Fire, because the Fire Spray had 1 damage on him, so he was down to 3 health remaining total.
It had 2 damage. That's where he chose to put the P-38. But yeah, it was.
Gotcha.
It was enough to do it. Yep. So we're back down to 21.
21, Ruthless Raider attacking for 4, but now I think I see another Fire Spray in hand. But Ruthless Raider for 4 doesn't let you... So you could be greedy here. Because if you play the Fire Spray, then Arm to the Teeth would pump the Fire Spray for the win.
Right.
It's tough to say, though, because there's a lot to be said for just getting in your 4 damage now. There's only 3 resources up, so the most likely outcome is going to be a Merciless Contest or a Power of the Dark Side, and you beat that by attacking now.
Well, if he had another space unit to deploy, like a small one, I can't tell from his hand, just for protection from that, and then play the Fire Spray.
Yeah, well, because the other thing is, there's 3 perilous positions, so that's the other thing you're playing around by attacking now.
All right, so we have him at 25, right?
Yes. 25, and I'm not sure if we had a pass or a claim from the blue player. It looks like it was a claim. Okay, so the blue player claimed. Oh, and then Daring Raid. So Django Red takes game 1. Wow. I mean, it just goes to what we were saying.
Yeah.
Like this Django Blue deck is built to beat Django Red, but it can have whatever draws it wants, and things like Arm to the Teeth really made the difference there to get in those last couple points of damage, and we did not see that in the last round of Swiss.
Yeah, Smuggle and being able to put it on space units makes that card really interesting.
Yeah. Rollick in chat asking if we're getting another ASMR commentary like in Atlanta. I don't know. I don't know if the internet is ready for that.
Also, it's really hard, actually.
It really is. My voice was not made to be whispered. I am a very loud person.
That room was so quiet. It was so hard.
But yeah, looks like my prediction is already at risk. Where I thought Django Blue was gonna take it. There are more making openings in the sideboard.
Yeah, but he didn't lose to things that make an opening kills, right?
True. He lost to 2 Ruthless Raiders and 2 Fire Sprays. And a Surprise Strike and Arm to the Teeth.
Exactly.
So.
All right, fellas, we're going to transition over here. I put together the bracket, which is what the people are seeing here now. The matchup we're looking at is the Papa Stones, who has a YouTube channel, we're told, playing the Django Blue list that I think is very much the one I didn't have on my bingo card today, as possibly being in the top cut out of this top 8, against Trasnos on Django Red. We have Derek and Hunter, a Django Red versus Han Yellow going on in the 3-6 matchup. The 1 seed and undefeated 7-0 Han Yellow playing against Boss Green, which is the last.
That's a very interesting matchup.
Yep, I think that's the last one the Han wanted to see. Of these.
Of these, I think Han wanted to see that the least for sure.
And then we have Rob Briggs, who piloted Django Tarkentown, playing against CAD. I'm told that the Django was up 1 on CAD already, and that is a very tough matchup for CAD because the Djangos tend to run the Mercantize, and really can be a problem. So this is a heck of a top 8. I mean, I heard that Django
Yeah.
Darkentown was dead as a competitive list, but
Yeah.
it looks like maybe the rumors of that are not so much. And I believe that's what Mike played, Bobby Sapphire from KTOD today. I believe that's what he took.
Yeah, I think I remember him saying he's just going to stick with it. So I'm sure he's happy to see this.
So, yeah. And this is a fully capped PQ. I think that's the first one that we've had that actually had 128 play. So,
Yeah.
First off, that shows the, folks, if you don't get your tickets, the wait list is not a horrible thing. I mean, certainly there must have been wait lists today because for 100,
Yeah, for sure.
Not every ticket sold up would register, but they actually seated 64 tables, which is awesome. And Guardian Games has been great. Alex has been dutifully getting us deck lists and information throughout, picking good matchups, and
Yeah, they've been awesome.
I love that we get to see the Django Blue deck again on stream with the national stream watching. We're cresting 200 people watching concurrently. And everybody out there in the chat, let people know. I mean, we should be through a lot of the video quality problems, hopefully. And we get that, but at the same time, it's the only possible way of getting camera footage out to YouTube is using a Wi-Fi. Yeah, Michael in the chat says, I wouldn't mind seeing Han versus Boss Green. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, one of those decks has got to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Looks
Hunter.
like Django took it 2-0 over the Han Yellow. So it looks like that means Derek beat Hunter in the top 8.
Yeah,
Sad
too
news
bad.
for me and Jonathan's teammate Hunter.
Yeah.
But honestly, anyone just getting to the top 8 in this event is a huge accomplishment. This is such a tough field. So yeah. And then Han Yellow is up 1-0 on Boss Green. So that's Zach with the 1 seed over Cam Sullivan.
All right,
so they're
it
in
looks
game
like
2
the
now.
top 8 quarterfinal is going to there. Let's transition back to that, and Jeff and Jonathan on the call.
All right.
Yeah, here we are for game 2. So I think I feel like this gets better post board for Django Blue. Mostly you get the making openings. But we really just saw his removal not line up very well there. There weren't any super laser blasts, and he died to the Ruthless Raiders and to the fire sprays. So
Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised. This is not a free victory for him. I know he won his last round, but
it's
this
not
is hard.
free. I think that's why a lot of people like the Django Red deck. Nothing is free when you're playing Django Red. It's just this has a good matchup into it. But Django can spike and beat any deck.
He healed a lot, and Django just kept coming.
Yeah, the final heal count was, I think, 19. No, sorry, there was another Vigilance in there, so he healed for 24 and still lost.
Yeah. I don't remember if he ever hit the Tarkentown base. I don't think
I believe the Django Red ended the game on 0. Well, that's 3 Ruthless Raiders, it looks like.
And he kept it, right? Yeah, this is his keep.
Yeah.
So he needs to draw a curve.
Yeah.
And then play all those Ruthless Raiders.
Oh, sorry, there's a Kylo's tie and 2 Ruthless Raiders, I think.
Okay.
Hey, there's cheap units. Or are those Fang Fighters? I'm blind. It's hard to... I think those might have been Fang Fighters from the sideboard.
I didn't see it, so I was taking your word for it when you said...
Yeah,
Raiders.
my word is terrible.
All right, so the client game is good because he has a lot of trouble taking it out.
Yeah.
So he needs to now play that game. And it's really... Like, client can be heal for 2. If you're going to kill that 3/2, then you client bounty it first and then heal for 5. That's more of what you get out of that
debating
card.
Fang Fighter on the client shield, which I wouldn't hate. P38 on the client shield, same thing. I like that way better. I didn't see the P38 in hand.
Yeah, he wants to kill those top targets.
Yeah, exactly. We know this CAD blue deck is main decking 3 top targets and 3 perilous positions. Now, perilous position usually kills the unit it's played on in this deck specifically, but still it's decent to kill, and killing those top targets is huge.
All right, so here we're gonna get that heal for 2 I was
Bounty
talking about.
onto the P38. Or onto the Kylos tie. Looks like they're debating, and think it went onto the Kylos tie. Yeah, okay, bounty
I
on the
like the
Kylos tie.
P38. I like the P38. I like when my opponents have unique units. I like to leave
Yeah.
those on the table a lot of times.
For sure. Kyle Craft hopping in chat. This is game 2. Django Red won game 1. Drew 24 healing from Django Blue. So
6 damage, but then back down to 1.
yeah, so 1 damage now on the Django Blue base, 0 damage still on Django Red.
All right, so we're seeing we already know where some of those ruthlesses are, huh?
Yeah, it looks like we see another one here though.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 there, and the 2 to the client is actually huge here because it means that Django can flip and kill him. And you won't have to spend a ton of resources to get the client off the board. With P38 ping the shield, Ruthless Raider ping for 2.
I think he's at 6. It is a little hard to tell.
He should be at 6 because he was at 1, got hit for 3 with the P38, and then Ruthless Raider came out to hit him for 2 more.
Yeah, I'm writing it on paper, but
Yeah.
you know, and sometimes I'm wrong. So should put him to 10.
Yeah, it's basically Boba Blue, right? It's just who needs to cheat on resources when you can tap things. Oh, Tarkentown to finish off the client. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the P38 killing the shield. That was well played.
Oh, there's an arm to the teeth. I feel like you want to try to get that out sooner rather than later before you get into the Super Laser Blast territory, but you also want to wait until it's not just going to immediately die to power the dark side. So it's kind of, I'm kind of interested to see what Django Red does this turn. It wouldn't surprise me if he ends up like playing something like a Greedo and then playing it out of hand. Okay, so the space unit already down to power the dark side.
I think you want the arm to the teeth on Django.
That's true too. Like usually you want it on a space unit, but I think in this case you might just want it on your Django leader. But it's gonna get tapped so easily with the other Django out.
Yeah, I kind of like continuing to put units on the board right now and just get your damage there.
Yeah, so like Django Red going to base. I wouldn't be surprised to see Django Blue go into Django Red's leader.
Yeah, me neither.
They need different middle initials or something. It's so awkward just saying Django into Django all the time.
Well, he's a clone, right?
True.
We made another one.
Another one. Crafty Smuggler here. So there are lots of interesting options for this arm to the teeth because you can put it on the Django leader who has 4 health left, or you can put it on the Crafty Smuggler who still has a shield. I think that's what he's debating is does he want to run it out here?
Yeah.
Either way, it's going to be risky. Yeah, either way, it's going to be at risk of certain removal. If you put it on the Crafty, it can get Vigilanced away pretty easily, but if you put it on Django leader, it can just get tapped down really easily. I kind of like just putting it on the Crafty, honestly, and then you make him have to have exactly the Vigilance. But I don't know, this does kill Django leader if he goes into it, so it's not bad here either.
Right. Yeah, I like this.
It's always with these decks, it's which card do you want to play around? So
we get to see. Did you confirm visually that it was 2 more Raiders in his hand?
No.
Okay, I think I did see one. I do think I saw
There's definitely one because he triple dark raided into it. So there's 100% a Raider.
Oh yeah. That one.
There were disabling Fang fighters. All right, so
this is nice.
The blue go goes into the red go and taps him, killing himself. So red Django is still alive, but does not get the arm to the teeth And there was the Vigilance, so putting the arm to the teeth on the Crafty Smuggler would not have worked either.
All right, I have him at 11. That looks visually correct. Oh, looks like Loopy's doing it as well now.
Ooh, Justin coming in hot with the Tango. I like that way better than what I was trying to say with like Rango or something. So we've got Blango and Tango for Blue Django and Tarkentown Django. Both Djangos are dead now, but Tango gets the Ruthless Raider out. So
this is the 6 resource turn. I love
Yeah.
having a really big board going into 7, hitting as much as I can before that blast comes.
yeah, either Blast or Snoke. This is the turn where Tango really needs to turn up the heat. The Django red deck really needs to pump in the damage this turn before the big 8s come out.
I think you got to pronounce that Tatango.
Tatango. Okay, I'm down. I'm down for Tatango.
Tatango and Blango.
Tatango and Blango. That's where we're at here. Obviously, to avoid confusion. There's a Childson in hand for Blango.
Okay. No CAD unit, which would not play well into Laser Blast.
No, I mean, I think you'd still just slam a CAD unit if you had it. We do see the Super Laser Blast there, so I wouldn't be surprised to just see a Childson run out to try to stem the bleeding a bit.
I think that's what we're going to see, for sure. Let's see it.
Curious to see if he reveals everything. Is he going to reveal the Super Laser Blast? He does reveal everything. Oh, Snoke too. So Snoke and Super Laser Blast and Perilous. And is I need to power the dark side. So that is not what Tatango wanted to see.
It was a fast reveal, everything too. Like, you really do want to think about that sometimes. Is there one card you want to hide?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So really curious how Tatango wants to play this. Because they know the Super Laser Blast is coming. They know this Childson is standing in the way right now of everything.
A good suggestion. I think the other one's Bango, right?
I like Blango. I like the L sound in there. I don't know why, but I like Blango and Tatango.
All right, I'm a Bango Tango. I like that. I like that.
Bango is the mascot of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh,
is it? Is
nice.
It? For all the Scotty people out there, I know there's a couple in the chat.
Oh, Bazine is huge. He needs like 3 more Bazines. That's still huge. I don't know. Took the Snoke.
No, he's at 17.
I think that's
it's gonna be
fair.
At 22.
I think it's fair to take the Snoke because you're basically gonna make him Super Laser Blast down just a Ruthless Raider. And then it's also kind of big if this.
He has Fire Spray too. So right after the blast.
Yeah, so he blasts and then you Fire Spray, and that seems a little bit better than you trying to struggle through some damage.
Okay.
He waylaid the
loving
Charleston.
it now.
So now you're getting in a lot of damage.
Yeah, so he'd go to 24 if he blasted, and then 29.
Yeah, so he goes to. Yeah, so I think Tatango is playing this very well. Making Blango Super Laser Blast and knowing that he has the uninterrupted follow-up, and then Blango's just in check every turn until he finally gets some more healing out there and has to deal with the Fire Spray.
I mean, I think Tango's gonna 2-0 Bango here.
We could see it because we know there is a power the dark side, so we'll be able to kill that Fire Spray, but he'll just have to immediately answer every threat until he gets some healing. So any of these little Bazine units and whatever are just represent lethal until he can find some more top targets or anything like that.
Yeah, he's gonna put him in perpetual check.
Yeah. Yeah. So Blango up to 24 after the Raider ping. And now I would imagine we just see the Fire Spray drop down from Tatango.
Yep. 29. Does he have the pump in his hand? I didn't see. No, he doesn't.
No. Yeah, it goes back. If he had been able to get in one arm to the teeth hit with anyone.
It's going to be a Tango mirror if he wins this,
Yeah.
right? Because Hunter lost.
Then how do we
lost
differentiate
one.
two tangos?
Well, then we can say Tango and Tatango.
We say Tango 1 and Tango 2.
Okay,
I
that
don't know.
works.
We'll cross that to Tango when we come to it. But for now, we've still got Blanco hanging on. So
Hanging on. Yeah.
he has
We're gonna
fell
see
the
the
dragon as well. He
power.
might fell here just to
It
leave his
depends
options open
Depends on how
later.
many resources he needs
Yeah.
for the rest of the turn.
Yeah. Any Ruthless Raider just does it now.
Yeah.
But that would be. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is tough.
He's just
7th Fleet Defender. So
Yeah.
shield under the range of Fell the Dragon.
Well, he has
I'm curious.
he has a Perilous in his hand, right? Oh,
Oh, Vigilance. Okay.
Oh.
So now there's a little breathing room.
All right, 24.
Yeah, down to 24. So he doesn't have to just murder everything on site now, which is kind of nice.
And you see all his resources are exhausted.
Oh,
That's why he
triple
used
dark
power.
raid. This could be it right here. If he gets a raider, it's over.
Yeah. Or any big ship, he's back in that check position anyway.
So he had a fire spray, but he
Nope,
gets
nope,
that.
that's a
Oh, the
6/5,
tank
right?
is 6. Yeah,
6,
tank is
yep.
6.
Wow.
So yeah, Tatango takes it over Blanco.
As said in the Django Masterclass, always be persuading. Always be persuading. And if you look here, Thrasnos actually has the convention exclusive Palpatine in that.
Yeah,
Django
that
deck.
is
That's
a
what that
gorgeous
is.
card right there. Has the convention exclusive, and he had the showcase buff, which I think really is what pushed him over the edge here.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, and I have a showcase too. So that was expertly piloted by Thrasnos.
Honestly, Thrasnos was did a very good job in that one. I did not think Django Red had a good chance in this matchup, and he just proved me wrong. He played it very well. He played to his outs of the fire sprays and the Ruthless Raiders. He made a couple of cool decisions where on a triple dark raid he got a tank instead of a Ruthless Raider. And yeah, I think he just played it really well. He knew what to play around and how to play around it. So yeah, it's very, very well played by Thrasnos.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to update the brackets a little bit. We have Rob Briggs on Django Eliminated CAD, Burner, 00. And shout out to all of these people. Making top 8 at a PQ with this group of people is a huge accomplishment. So everybody should feel good. And certainly Papa Stones in that Django Blue matchup.
Yeah.
Piloting that deck well. It looks like Derek eliminated Hunter. And right now, last I heard, is Han Yellow was up on Bosk. That's the last.
Okay.
And shout out to Rebel Trader from Take the Initiative. He's a huge friend of Late Night, and we work together on all stuff. But he actually has his own channel that does a league and a bunch of coverage. So please subscribe to Take the Initiative if you somehow aren't already. They have some of the best.
Yeah, also streaming on his channel now. For getting 10th here. Huge ups to Rebel Trader for that.
Yep. With Kira. I know that's actually what he was running today.
Nice.
All right. I'm going to update the bracket we have with some of these winners. So we know that Django Tarkentown, Rob Briggs, will face the winner of Bosk and Han Yellow. Django Tarkentown will advance from the 7-2 matchup. And you know what we have in the top 4 is we have 3 Django Tarkentowns.
Yeah, all 3 Django Tarkentowns advanced from top 8 to top 4. So that's super interesting.
I think it's dead as a competitive deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and then they're either fighting against a Bosk Green or a Han Yellow, which is still ongoing. So
it's just a good deck in rainy weather, I think.
Yeah,
it's just better in that environment.
So yeah, no, it's tech to Portland is so.
Yeah, exactly. So if there's this, so it's definitely gonna be a Django. Do they want to see the Han or the Bosk if to win their match?
I would imagine most people want to see the Bosk because it's a newer deck.
Well, I mean,
that
if you're a
people haven't seen
Django,
as
if
much
you're a
of.
Django,
Oh, if you're
who do you wanna
Django.
see?
That's a good question.
don't
I
think Django
feel
wants
like
to
you
see
want to
Han.
see. Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
you don't want to see Han, and you probably don't know if you want to see Bosk or not. So that means you want to see Bosk.
Yeah, and Django. I mean, Boss does not have that strong of space presence. I mean, I think that
Yeah.
it's a Bosk 30. I mean, so
Yes, it's a Bosk 30.
he doesn't have to worry about ECL Ruthless. I mean, that's
Hmm.
the single strongest thing you can do to fight Django anywhere. Is
Yeah.
do that. But I mean, if I'm the Django player and I did take it to my last PQ, I am rooting for the Django to eliminate Han Yellow, and then trying to deal with the ramp deck.
Yeah.
Django has a lot of shielded units, which is kind of good into barrage decks.
Shielded units and lurking ties.
I'd like to see that because I don't hate Boss chances. You know, I think he has a shot if he makes it.
I mean, I think both decks have a shot against Django Red, but as we just saw, Django Red went into a bad matchup against a deck that was teched to try to beat him and won 2-0. So
Well, he played really well.
yeah, oh, absolutely.
And if
But I mean, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I think all these guys that actually made top, they're they know the lines in these matchups that were historically bad for Django.
Yep, and
So.
he was doing the right thing. He was going wide with lots of like low cost units, and
Yeah.
I mean, I think the arm to the teeth. I don't know if that was main decked or sideboarded. I mean, we saw it in game 2, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a great card when you got to push a little damage. I mean, he made Papa Stones really spend a lot to get rid of that arm to the teeth on Django. And yes, I mean, the Django blue control deck was able to eliminate it before it did a ton of damage. But I mean, he lost his leader, and
Yeah, I was gonna say he killed his leader and didn't kill the Tatango Django.
right.
So the +2 still came in even though he didn't get the attack off with it.
Right. So, and sometimes that. I mean, it's the old is Poe a good unit if you don't have ECL? I mean, sometimes, but I mean, if what's happening, we talked about it with Han 2 blue, red blue, is that you pay Poe on 4. I mean, maybe that Poe gets killed a lot, but he's eating the removal that probably would have killed your Luke later in the game.
Yeah, and it's the same thing in Anakin Blue. I love Poe in there. He's a removal magnet. They have to kill him, and then they have to also kill Anakin right after. It's the same concept. You just need those big units that eat removal, and if they don't have removal for it, you win the game. And if they do, they have to also have removal for your leader or your next thing, or you win the game. So.
All right, so I'm gonna look at the quarterfinals here, see if the last pairings.
Yeah.
All right, so
I don't.
we still have the matchup between Zach and Cam going on for the top one. It's not reported in Melee yet. So, Django Tarkenton Mirror, we know is the other side of the bracket.
Yeah. Trasnos. Okay, Trasnos, who we just saw. Have we seen Derek play?
I don't know that we've seen Derek Moyer.
Okay.
Who's a Django Tarkenton. I mean, at
Having
least,
just watched Trasnos play, I like his chances in a mirror match.
yeah, no, he certainly looked like he was a confident pilot of the deck. And I mean, it's a deck I've been working on since set 3 release, too, because it was very early. There was strong results with Django, and I think that there's the meta moves back and forth. Things go up and down, but I mean, it's a strong matchup into anything. I don't think there's anything that it's a complete punt for. And if you're in the mirror, you're really looking for your pumps. You're obviously looking for good results on your triple dark raids.
Yeah. So we have hot off the press finish from the Maryland PQ where Lego Pizza won the PQ with Han Green against a Kira Green in the finals. That just ended.
I hear that guy's okay at cards.
Excellent.
Yeah, I believe he has 3 or 4 PQ second places. He top 8 at every day he played at SCG Columbus. He top 8'd twice at SCG Atlanta. The guy is just a machine at this game. So it's really happy for him that he got his PQ win.
And the other thing I'll say about Ian is, you know, he's a likable guy, quick to a smile, quick with a joke.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, usually wears a anime hat, you know, so
Yeah.
endearing. But yeah, no, we're actually talking about maybe. I know he feels that we need a refresher on Han Yellow, which would be cool. I think we could get some of the real good pilots of that, of which Ian is one, to kind of update what this deck looks like in set 3. I mean, Han Yellow fever is, you know, certainly, you know, going on.
Oh, it's in full bloom right now. I think Han Everything fever. We've seen Han Blue do well. I believe Han Red won a PQ. Now Han Green's won a PQ.
Yep.
It's reaching Boba status where Han Leader with any color is just able to get a tournament.
Smuggle pushed it over the top. Like the downside of putting a card from your hand into resources just goes away when later in the game your entire hand just becomes your resource row.
Yeah, definitely.
It's huge.
And it's thematic too. I mean, that's intended. I mean, Han Solo is
he's supposed to be a good smuggler.
Is the smuggler in the Star Wars universe. Here, why don't we go over the deck list page? You guys can chat. I'll put that up there. I think I'm going to go through. Actually, why don't we go to a quick break and an intermission? We'll be back with the semifinals soon. Don't go far. The last match is there, and I'm sure we'll have a pairing shortly after that.
Thanks for hanging out.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
All right, what's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and I am here. We actually have a crew coming in. We have Rebel Trader coming in. Jeff is still around, but he's going to take a break from the call on this one. And I'm here with Jonathan from Bothan. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. I'm excited we're on this side of the bracket. I'm sure the Django mirror would have been interesting, but we get to see some mono on Django here. I'm glad.
Yeah, and it's oops. Let me just get the name tag here. We'll adjust the thing. So, what are you thinking? I mean, Mono Han is associated with Bothan for a long time, probably due to Ian Klein more than anything. What are you thinking about this matchup as you're sitting across from a Django?
I mean, I really love seeing 6 or higher deploy leaders. So he's under that bar. Cunning is an amazing card, right? So I still like our chances, but I don't think it's going to be easy. Having that tap is something you have to play around. So if you try to cunning pump a unit, you can't just let it get tapped. So you always have to be thinking about that.
All right. me here. Django Tarkentown is not there. We'll update the rounds. The players are taking mulligans now. All right, and which Django is this, Derek?
It's the left bracket. I'm pulling it up. It is Rob Briggs.
Rob Briggs. Okay, so our bottom player is Rob Briggs on Django Tarkentown.
And then the Han player is Zach with a Z, Z-A-C-K.
And we saw on stream previously, he's undefeated on the day.
Oh, wow.
We know. As going through, he played his last match and he won in the final matchup. And certainly, Han Yellow is a very strong deck. I mean, I feel really good about my decision to highlight it right after Gen Con. And
yeah,
I think that masterclass has done a world of good for the community that Troy and Ian taught.
So he's going to the base. That's interesting. We play these 3/5s because they're so hard for Tarkentown decks to beat. But I've seen some matches where everyone's just going face, and you kind of have a gentleman's agreement.
Right. All right, and the Wi-Fi at Guardian Games seems to be far less strained than it was throughout the day. So we thank you all for joining us. We got about 200 people watching between the two channels right now. And
look at this wealth of options here, Bodhi, with 3 things to choose from.
Right. I mean, and that's what you do. I mean, you either make your hand Bodhi proof or you just don't care about it. I mean, the worst thing you can do is have the one great event in your hand.
He didn't have the triple dark raid, so yep. I think that's what he would have loved to find.
But I mean, Bodhi is a very, very strong unit.
Rebel's ready for you to pull him into voice.
All right, we'll do that. Yeah, I think he actually can move himself, and there he did. Hi, RT. Can you hear us?
Hey.
10th place, buddy. Nice work.
Yeah, it was close. I didn't manage to play a single Django or Sabine all day, which was kind of weird. No Quinlans either. It was a bunch of other stuff.
I mean, it's very interesting that 3 of the top 4 is Django Tarkentown.
Yeah.
Oh, that jetpack. I was just looking at this Boba unit. We haven't been seeing it as often this set. Yep. It looks real good here, and then we see a jetpack.
Yeah, and
then the exhaust. Wow.
And the jetpack is just real strong into Django. Now, the fact that he had that cartel spacer to answer it is just backbreaking on Han.
So good.
All right, so I've been setting up. We're still in game 1, right?
Right.
It wasn't a lightning fast finish.
So, actually, because DJ went into play last turn, right? So
no, that was turn 1. Bodhi was turn 2.
Okay, so was DJ and Django and the jetpack both played this round?
No,
because otherwise the Boba he can kill the shield and then do 3
damage. It has the
shield, or he can go to base.
Yeah,
but
it would die
on attacks. He would die for sure.
Yeah, now it's not worth it. So the tap was amazing there. The exhaust was real good.
Right.
Yeah, jetpack's an interesting one. I haven't seen a ton of Han Yellows on it.
Yeah,
I'm Rebel Trader, by the way. If you guys haven't picked up on that, I'm on site in Portland, right around the corner from these players.
Yep, and thanks so much for the excellent work on the ground and with the cameras all day.
Yeah, thank you.
Can't happen, and we've had all kinds of traffic here. We're getting into crunch time here. We have Zach, who is undefeated on the day in matches. I think he might have a game loss or two based on melee against Rob Briggs, one of the Djangos, who finished 6-1, I believe.
Yep.
I think he's thinking about killing that Boba unit because then he gets to live. He'll get Tarkentowned though. So
Yeah.
I think he's also thinking, should I just go to the base? He's not, not quite sure.
These players are both pretty accomplished. Rob makes basically every top cut in the Portland area, and Zach was second place at the Seattle PQ last cycle.
Oh, and you've got the base for Django as blue on the stream.
I see that. I just noticed that myself. So.
All right, so is this the...
What about that Django blue deck? I mean...
That was interesting. That was a buddy of mine from Eugene, actually.
All right, well...
He's actually right across the table from me. I'm looking him in the eye right now.
Well, tell him we like his deck, and the crowd favorite. You know, it was
commentators say the crowd likes your deck. It's a crowd favorite.
Yeah, it's Blango, because we had to differentiate between the two Djangos, so it was Tatango and Blango in the last round in the Django and Chain matched.
No, I was Bango Tango. I preferred that.
All right, so Han deploys, looking into a Django. The Tarkentown takes care of the Gamma Guard. I think Han probably goes to base here.
Yeah. Because otherwise Django could hit him and exhaust him.
You don't want to put damage on him without requiring your opponent to take an action. Didn't have a blaster. With 3... Oh, he didn't have the 3. He could have a blaster to just drop on something before going to the next turn.
He could also have a blaster in the row. I think that Rob has
that's what I mean,
available. So it looks like it's going to be 2 for Surprise Strike and clear Han leader.
Yeah. And the Daring Raid on the Gamma was just to set that up.
Yep. To get through the Tarkentown. No, the Han list adjusting with Gamma really was not really cool for Quinlan.
It's a lot of tools to protect your Han flip. What can I do to let Han get more than one attack, or at least get that first attack?
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much smuggle.
Stays alive.
Yeah, because he wanted to clear the Gamorreans, but so it's gonna get an attack before it dies here this turn, which is great for the Han player.
Yeah, and he might use it to just clear the Django leader. We'll see.
I think he'll go base. One thing about these matchups is you're on a 30-point base, they're on a 25, so you're really incentivized to just kill them.
Yep, it's 4 damage base to 11, I believe.
It'll be 5, yeah, so it should go to 12.
Oh, no. Let's see, there's a second number in there for some way. Sure, it's to 12.
It's that jetpack, +2.
And we saw the jetpack really work for Zach in another matchup earlier that he played. I think that, if I recall right, was also a Django.
George won his PQ by putting jetpack in. I mean, not by putting jetpack in, but he brought jetpack, and it was incredible for him.
Yeah, that's
now we see it.
George the Hulk is another friend of Late Night for sure. Multiple masterclass winner, teacher, and
it's hard not to be a friend of George.
I just want to give him a hug.
Yeah.
And Django comes in persuading, always be persuading, but that's a real strong play because, I mean, Han needs the ground arena. Now, he might have a Han unit here to answer it, but if he doesn't, I mean, this is a big problem for Han.
If Django can race.
I was gonna say, how often do you guys see the tank get hard cast like that? Usually, I think it's a.
I think it was exploited.
Target.
I think he killed us.
It was.
It was.
Yep.
But still, like.
Yeah, it comes in on Daring on Triple Dark Raid quite a bit because it's a vehicle. All right, so we are here in the semifinal, the top 4 matchup. We have Zach, the undefeated Han Yellow, going against Rob Briggs on Django. We're in game 1. Django has his leader with 4 damage on it and a heavy persuader tank in the ground arena. and Han has the Big Falcon. Looks like the OP Big Falcon to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. If he has Surprise Strike, yeah, he can put him. Now he's in check from the Falcon just sitting on the table there. So he's in a tough spot.
Yep. And I think we talked about, I mean, Surprise Strike, I think, is probably the key card for both here. I mean, certainly the 3 damage pumps, landing those makes your life a heck of a lot easier when you have a tempo matchup. Both decks have plenty of tools to exhaust bounce.
This is almost, I would say, like a dream position here because for Monohan, because can he just claim? He needs to think about what could be in the Django player's hand to get rid of that Falcon.
I'm trying to think if the Django player is a way to win this turn. I think he's just a few damage off.
Yeah, that 30-point base, it matters.
Yeah, so that brings him to 21. If he has like
So
CDR, if he can find Raider, that's 6 more damage.
Oh.
I guess he could have like double Daring Raid in hand, maybe.
I think he just has a unit in hand.
So wait, if he gets, if he has Surprise Strike also, yeah. If he gets Raider and has Surprise Strike, then gets him there.
So another tank, and then a blaster.
You can't.
I think
that would
does it.
It has to be non-vehicle for blasters.
Oh, the blaster's not a vehicle. Yes. So I think I can't think of his out here.
I mean, Ruthless Raider or Fire Spray can kill the Big Falcon.
Okay, he's got the tank.
You're right, Loopy. That's the out. Kill the Falcon.
But that's not what he's got. So he's got a
Persuader tank. Yeah.
So.
If he has Daring Raid, that gets him there.
No, he doesn't.
No.
He has a Crafty Smuggler, and he kind of tilts it over to the screen. Zach continues his roll through the Portland Planetary Qualifier, going up 1 game. Let me mark that. So we're going to go here. Let me actually pop into the deck list thread for a second, and we'll show the bracket. I actually have an updated bracket that I will add here. But, less diverse of a top count than some we've seen today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of decks win PQs, which is exciting for the format.
Yep. And here is the results into the semis.
You gotta get that updated picture of that Boba picture, but with Django on it.
That's Django, I swear. I didn't definitely use my art from the last one. It was AI generated in the first place, because as it turns out, neither Django or Boba has ever been to Portland. That's apparently a famous intersection there. All right, we have Zach and Rob playing in this semifinal. Han Yellow versus Django Tarkentown, and Derek and Trasnos are over on the other game. Do you have any idea how that one's going in the Django Redmere?
No, I could go check on it if you want.
Oh, that would be cool. But tell us about the event. I mean, it was at capacity. They must have pulled from the wait list.
128. They had to pull from the wait list. Zach actually originally was on the wait list, so he got in. He almost didn't get in. Which is a crazy story from not in the tournament to top 4. I played Kira ECL. I think I was the only person on Kira ECL in the whole tournament. There were some 30 HPs, but I was the only ECL. Went 5-2 and finished 10th place. Just a little bit of strength of schedule away from making the cut.
Yeah, that's all.
It was a great time.
Yeah, and you lost to the Django Blue deck.
I did, yeah.
Yep. And that was a tough. Seeing a novel deck like that. I've actually Solo has a Django Blue that's much more mid-range, using heals and triple dark rage. But
yeah,
I think that's an excellent deck too.
It's very similar to my my Afro deck.
All right, so let's get back here. All right, so what are you doing if you're the sideboard here? What about Han? We'll peg the Bothan for that answer. I mean, what are you thinking in to deal with Django a little bit better? What are some of your options?
Oh, I'll be honest, I'm not sure. Do we have his list?
I do somewhere.
We've been doing some crazy things in our sideboards.
Yeah, actually, I heard that there was a Jar Jar in a PQ champion sideboard earlier today. Is that
And
true?
juniors. Yes.
So Junior is this, I think he's what, 14 or 15 in France?
Yeah.
And he plays with Boston and tests with those guys, and he's really, really good at Star Wars Unlimited, I'll tell you what. But he was dared to bring Jar Jar in the sideboard. I don't know if he played it now. We'll have to check up on that because I would love to
He
see
definitely
if
had it.
He definitely
So
had it long.
I would need to see a sideboard. Sometimes we have spare the target for more bounce. He could be doing something like that. It's also about what you're trimming, and then just, what can I bring in just to improve my deck a little bit, not necessarily this is exactly a card I brought for this deck.
Yep, okay. So he's got 2 Bamboozles, 2 Azatucks, which are definitely coming in, I think, from the sideboard.
Yep.
2 Plo Koon, 2 Change of Heart, a Han Solo, and an Enfys Nest. That's the sideboard of the Han player.
Change of Heart might come in to like steal a Ruthless Raider.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not as good as with Steal Your Girl Pelt because he can steal it and then sack it. But, and Bamboozle is not horrible into Django either. I mean, it takes care of shields.
Yeah.
Yeah, is Rob running like the Arm to the Teeth, or what's the other upgrade, the Vambrace Frame Thrower? Is he running either of those?
Yep, hold on. I can... Let's see, where it is. Main screen capture here. All right, so the people can see it. You can see it in the Discord stream as we go through. This is Rob. Rob has Arm to the Teeth in his main deck. He does not want to have in the sideboard. He has a Vambrace in his sideboard. I think that comes in just because, I mean, the main thing Django has to do is, or one of the main things, is protect against Tech DJ. So, with so few ground units, I mean, he prioritizes probably Greedo on Mulligan. And then anything that's like a swoop down or Vambrace or things that help you take care of ground units, I think, come in.
Oh, does he have swoop down? Oh, I see it.
He does
Yeah.
have a swoop down in the board.
So the No Good to Me Dead should come in. I like the swoop down.
Yeah, and this is actually a Django list that's running 3 on the doorstep, which is a cool idea. It actually is a little bit of reach in a lot of situations, and
3 what?
On the doorstep, which is the 4-cost yellow-black event that creates 3 battle droids ready.
Yeah, okay.
So, but that's an interesting reach card for Django too. And
it's like the villain 4-cost.
Yep. All right. So, and then this is the Han list of the undefeated deck. The jetpacks, taking a Hulk. Some inspiration, but I think that's a good card, particularly for the Django matchup. And I imagine that the Azatucks, are coming in, and that's actually pretty big, too. You can take out the Phantoms.
Yeah, it's nice for that. A lot of the ships that it ambushes either aren't going to die because it had a shield, 7th Fleet, or they're just going to kill it right back. So it's not like an ace in the sleeve kind of card, but it helps you be in space a little more.
And when Han loses this matchup, it's usually due to a space rush. I mean, that's the Django thing.
Yeah.
Where's all the Sabine ECL? There was not a Sabine ECL that made the top cut of the Portland qualifier.
Yeah.
I mean, with all this Django, that doesn't overly surprise me.
Also, it's not even a real deck anymore, right? That's what I've heard.
Well, it's dead.
Yeah, basically dead is a serious list.
Yeah.
And actually, that quote comes from the Take the Initiative Discord, which is one of the best communities for Star Wars Unlimited on the planet.
Does?
Yep.
I didn't realize that came from our Discord.
It's like, wait, what?
I think it was said in by a masterclass teacher.
Yeah, I don't think we said Rebel Trader runs the Take the Initiative stuff. If you watch that content on YouTube, it's great.
Yeah.
And we think that Rebel Trader probably has done the most Star Wars Unlimited commentary of any human being on the planet.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
All right, so Django opens with a Kylotai silencer. Han takes out an early tech. That's kind of a spicy play.
I had someone recognize me by my voice earlier today in the tournament.
Yep.
Did you get Are You the Real Rebel Trader?
I didn't get the real. I did get Are You Rebel Trader or You're Rebel Trader, right? Not the real one though.
I get a lot of Are You the Real Loopy when I'm playing on unnamed digital platforms. But
I think we take the ship. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So not great.
I've done that on Carabas before because my Carabas name is Rebel Trader 2 because I initially did Rebel Trader and then forgot the password.
Well done, sir. Always a classy move.
This one's looking great for Django. This is not how Han wanted to start. He did not want to start with tech. He did not want to just spark on the next turn.
Yeah. Now we will probably he probably has a DJ. I mean, given the turn 1 tech, so. We may see that on this turn, and the tempo right here, matters.
And it just means he needs a backup plan if something happens to this tech here, because when he commits that resource down, what's he going to do with those 5 resources if the tech goes away?
Yep. And I don't recall whether Django had Force Choke. I don't think it was in the list. No, he's only 1 damage from being able to kill it with Tarkenton. All right, we have 2 damage on the Django.
Given that he didn't resource, I don't think he's trying to DJ because you would have wanted to put it on them to do it in a single action.
Okay, surprise strike. The Kylotai hitting in for 6. Ouch.
So what is this? 2 to 6? What's that? 2 to 6?
2 to 9, I think.
2 to 9.
Yep, because it hit last turn for 3 and it hit now with surprise strike for 9.
So he did play the resource. Is there still like a mind game here? Like,
no, I think he's just sequencing to make sure that the tech hits, and also to see if what Django's going to do, because he has a lot less options now. I mean, if he daring raids, I imagine he has something else he can do for 5. He
could
does
also
not
be
daring
that
raid. He goes.
What? Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
It would take 2 actions still. It is Zori Bliss coming down.
Oh.
Okay.
That's good, and that's a strong ground presence. Greedo is actually one of the best cards for Django in this matchup.
Okay, the Zori makes sense because it didn't make sense that he would have DJ with that attack as the first action.
Yeah, he still may.
Well, he would need to go up to 5 first.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just kind of scary. But he had the Zori, so if he had both, he had a backup plan.
Yep. And Zach goes into this round with initiative. He has the option to just jam a DJ. We'll see if he removes Greedo. If he has Greedo, I think we're going to see Mr. Unrefusable Offer coming out. Now, Django players, Rob, is doing a smart thing by not overcommitting the Tarkentown. I mean, he could have Tarkentown the tech.
Yep.
Just because. But, I mean, holding it back actually is a lot of times scarier than using it. Zori comes in, doing 4 damage, right? She's a 4/7.
Yeah. Yeah, but playing it safe there. He could get more damage. Oh, did Zori go to base? I thought he was going to Zori Greedo.
Yeah, base.
Yeah, Zori Greedo would be a strong indicator that he did have the DJ coming and was planning on that. He may be.
Yeah, I don't think he has it.
Else. Also, Han Unit's pretty good, which is oftentimes how you deal with Django.
Yep.
The Han player is thinking, okay, how do I protect my flip this turn? Because there's a lot in the ground arena.
I think Tech killed Greedo, and Greedo takes a tank away, which is real bad for Django. One needs those tanks.
Tech shot first.
That's right. All right. So Django's got all kinds of options. Both players have all their resources available still. Han has not used his leader ability to get up to 6 yet. There's a high probability that's happening. And we have the turncoat, or the P38 is what that thing's called, hit in for 3, taking it to 15. Thanks everybody for tuning in to the Portland Planetary Qualifier. We started with 128, 124 are out, and we're down to the final 4. We have Zach and Rob playing in a semifinal.
The other semifinal is a Django Target Town mirror match.
So is it 18 or 15 on Han?
Yeah.
It's 18 now, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Is that a Falcon from hand with ambush?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Lando's Pride. There's a new Lando leader revealed this week. Spoiled for Jump to Lightspeed.
Saw it.
I'm really excited. I'm
Yeah.
really excited about Piet.
Yeah, Piet is the one that's got me most excited.
There's actually a lot of exciting leaders in this next set. I've heard some people say it's looking more like a set 1 set again.
It might. We'll see.
I don't know what that means, but I think it's exciting, and we're almost around the corner.
Yeah.
We're told.
I have a feeling that most. I don't know how I feel about the pilot leaders because it feels like most of them are just going to get confiscated.
And we are waiting on Fantasy Flight to schedule, but somebody will be joining the late night weekly stream from Fantasy Flight with spoilers, plural. So
tonight?
Not tonight, but sometime. Sometime.
Okay.
But yeah, we're excited for our spoilers. We've seen 2 of our spoilers in this game. I mean, some pretty weak units, Ruthless Raider and Kylo Tai. Nobody plays those.
Yeah. Those are kind of bad cards, I'd say.
And Ruthless Raider just continues to get better. I mean, he gets there, and now with all the
capital ship,
all the pilots, and then the busted 12 damage for 6 card off capital ship in red, and Ruthless Raider's a capital ship. So whoever there, selects the, spoilers, the late night gaming ship continues to grow, and we appreciate it. All right, so Django has a commanding lead on damage on base.
Yeah. I mean, from the start, it's looked like a Django game. And it's continued to look like a Django game.
All right. But Zach is up 1-0.
Yep, that'll tie it up for game 3 if he takes it, if Django takes it. That's right, Pop Stones. We loved your Blango Bango deck.
You just keep blangoing away, so... Yeah, and Papa Stones, please put your YouTube channel into the chat. We see you here, and everybody subscribe to this guy. I mean, who doesn't need some Market Watch content from YouTube? Yeah. It's tough when I'm casting like this. I'm spinning a lot of plates to try to make everything work the way we do, so it's difficult for me to look it up. But, certainly we're all about the greater Star Wars Unlimited community at Late Night Gaming. We like to see everybody do well.
So with Initiative, we just saw tap discard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Cunning's a good card.
It's kind of good.
So is Ruthless Raider, though. And speaking of tap, I mean, either Han or Zori's not attacking this turn. I think it's Han, right? Yep.
Yeah, probably Han, yeah. Yep.
This is such a Django game.
But I wanna point out, the tap discard though. I mean, because one thing I think that Han pilots struggle with, and why there's a difference is, I mean, don't buff unless you're sure. I mean,
yeah, and Django leader on the table is really hard to buff against.
I don't think you even consider that one. And the discard can be really good. The discard can be game.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was Mephisto, who was a runner-up at a PQ today. I think on the Boba Yellow Masterclass. I mean, we talked a lot about that as the different modes of cunning, but discard is the one they both felt is not used as well.
That was a pretty quick game, too.
Yep, and McBobber, always the astute Observer, one of my late night gaming team members, said the cunning miss was probably the end of the game, and that is true. When Zach didn't find the Ruthless and he found something else, he decided to scoop. And here we go to a decisive game 3 in the semifinal of the Portland PQ.
Like, Bobber, when are you gonna come up to the Portland qualifier? Better make the next one.
You can't handle the handle the
a
spice.
lot of things broke Django's way that game. So, and Zach's in his head a little bit. He's like, okay, I'm on initiative. I just lost that game. Let's reassess what we're sideboarding here.
Yeah, and the other thing is, don't discount the need to sideboard between the play and the draw. I mean, there's some cards that are significantly. I mean, I think Sabine decks have the most changes that you can make, where that's really important because you can really kind of predict some things. But it is entirely legal and in many cases the right thing to do, to adjust slightly, depending on whether you're going to have initiative or not.
Yeah, it's very different in this game than a lot of others, where you're taking your entire turn, then someone else takes their entire turn. But it does still impact how often you're going to have initiative throughout the game and how easy it is to keep it.
All right, so we're going to go here. We got 0 damage on base. Do you have an update from the other semi?
No, I'll go check on that now.
All right.
So Han starting the game with 22 damage on base is going to be challenging.
I think he'll probably correct that before we go.
Probably.
If not both sides there. The tracker is, right here. And yeah, here we go. And you notice Rob actually doing a little shuffle to the opposing party deck. That's actually what the rules say. And, feel free to, do that as you go through. You always want to make sure everything's randomized. Try to do bad voodoo on the other cards. Now, it's basically impossible that Han can't play in the first turn.
All right, I've got an update from the Django versus Django semifinal. Django's up 1 game.
Nuh-uh.
Which Django?
Which base? Which base though?
Target Town.
They're both
Target Town.
They're both
Okay.
Target Town.
It's Nathan. Nathan's up 1.
All right.
I was just asking the most relevant question. Follow-up question.
We appreciate you guys. We've now been streaming for over 6 hours. We got now well over 200 people watching concurrently between Take the Initiative and Late Night Gaming on YouTube. Thanks everybody for joining us. We are going into the decisive game 3 of the semifinals. Zach, who is undefeated on the day with Han Yellow, against 1 loss Rob Briggs, piloting Django Tarkentown, and quite a bit on the line. I mean, there's some good price support for this PQ too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great to hear. It's been mixed bag with different stores. Love to hear it. With a thinking heart. Oh, he's mulliganing. Ugh. I mean, we saw great games from both of these players. Either one of these guys can take it.
It really is. I mean, I think Surprise Strike is a key card. On Han Yellow, Cunning is a very key card. I mean, that can spin a tempo matchup. On Django's side, I mean, he wants to see his Triple Darks and he wants to see his Ruthless. He also, I think, is looking for Greedo, the Persuader. I mean, he's got to have some options. We can go back to the list before.
Turning my camera off for just a moment.
All right, so Han on initiative uses the Han action.
So I can see that Han is up 1-1.
Huh.
All right. ISB agent into the Liberated Slaves, which is the Trait Soup 3/5 in Hero Yellow. I think it's Twilight would be.
The idea here would be attack into it and then Tarkin Town it.
Alright, so Han destroys a waylay from the research row. I think he's going to hit base.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ISB can now help kill that if they want to.
Right. But a lot of times that ISB agent kind of hangs around for a while to maybe tap down something more threatening.
Boba's an interesting include in these Django decks. I haven't seen a ton of them in there. I think usually they're pretty heavy space, but.
And Han plays a DJ from hand as a 3/5, which is a reasonable play. Looks like a hyperspace DJ too, which is cool looking.
Yeah, I think so.
Chose to claim. So what does that signal from his hand here? Triple Dark Raid into a Ruthless.
Ideally, I think you always want your Triple Dark to find a Ruthless.
Or maybe he just wants to ping and get a tap. The nice thing about that Boba is that you're already tapping units, so he gets to set it up.
And he does in fact have the Triple Dark Raid. Will it do the thing? He gets 7 cards to look. He can play a vehicle from hand ready. If there's not a lot of thought, it's usually Ruthless Raider, which is exactly what happens.
There it is.
Yep.
This game's so easy to call.
Our aforementioned late night gaming ship. And he tucks the Triple Dark underneath it. I think that's a good thing to preserve the bonus state so you don't forget that it's leaving.
Yeah, just like people do with Barrage.
Mm-hmm.
But what if I want to restock my opponent? I don't like it.
Yep, and now, I mean, I think Boba can clear the DJ if he so chooses.
I've actually had something come up like that before. I think I tried to play Bounty Hunter Crew to pick up a Barrage that I just used, but I was keeping the Barrage.
Yeah, it was on your table.
Something like that.
Yeah, an event actually enters the discard pile immediately upon being played, which is where restock can target itself. I usually do put my Barrage under my unit too, just to demonstrate the 2/2 if I'm playing cards on paper.
Yeah, it's pretty common. I put like a green die with a 2 on it outside of the card, just above it.
So Boba's on attack takes care of DJ.
Yep. Don't even have to use the Target Town yet.
I like it. I like the Boba in this list. That's great.
Rob's playing like almost a control strategy here.
Pretty common against Monohan. Like even Sabine decks will do that.
I found it's a pretty good way to beat it as Kira, but I don't know about the other decks.
I think everyone has decided just get rid of Monohan's units and they cannot cunning pump it.
Yeah, that works.
Boba gets bounced.
Bouncy Boba Fett.
It's baby Boba, of course. I think he's going to.
Right. Yeah, now it's time.
Aforementioned Liberator trade. All right, so we go into the next round. 6 damage on Django's base, piloted by Zach. Rob Briggs is clear on board with 3 damage on his base. A Cantina Bouncer in the ground arena for Han. And Django about to flip as we enter the 5 resource round.
Although I do think they both have 6 on base.
Do they? Oh.
I believe so. I think the 3/5's got it twice.
Yep, so we'll update that.
Everything else you said was gorgeous and exactly right. All right, so it's the flip turn. The Han player is thinking, how do I protect this flip? How can I execute it? It's pretty tough against Django. So many tools.
Yeah, I mean, a Gamel guard is something that's there. A lot of times, like, the Han is looking towards, really 7 resources, not 6, that they have to spend. So, like, a Gamel and a Waylay, maybe. You don't really have to worry about the Ruthless that's in his hand this turn, unless he has sneak attack. All right, so Django flips unprotected. And it is now 9 damage on Django's base.
I think the flip is safe. Still, the question is what are we going to do here?
All right. Ooh.
Well,
I mean, that's a tough call.
That is a hand, huh? That's on the doorstep. He's got 2 of them. I think that's what that is. That's a hyperspace on the doorstep. He's got a Ruthless Raider, a Daring Raid, a Fet's Fire Spray, and a P-38. Pick your poison, folks.
That's a lot of tools.
You call one of the 6s, but if you do that, I mean, I guess no matter what you call, Kira can just be killed by Django plus Daring Raid.
I think Django wants to tap Han this turn.
Yeah. Maybe you try to force it out by calling someone valuable.
The P-38 is not an unreasonable call.
I don't think so either. Either that or the Ruthless.
Can you find out exactly what they did call?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So Daring Raid Kira, whatever he's called, he didn't like it.
yeah. Maybe it was P-38, so now we're going to clear it with Django.
On the doorstep was the call.
On the doorstep was the call. All right.
Interesting.
All right. Han uses the ability, making it so he can deploy this turn. Django will take care of Kira.
So yeah, that forces it out.
Yeah, Rob wants
P-38
to play.
can still exhaust Han.
So yeah, I think it's P-38. P-38, right?
Yeah, I think that's what he does this turn because he doesn't have the actions, right? I mean, on this doorstep could still be played, but then the Han gets to attack and go to 3 resources, which is a lot harder to deal with for Django than Han having 2. So here's the P-38, tapping down Han with the Django ability. And we go to the next round. We go to the next round.
Like, in this next round, though, Han can easily take out Django and get that extra resource. Does leave him vulnerable to Ruthless Raider, which we know is in the hand, but...
Yeah, I think, again, I'm not going to put damage on my Han unit if without my opponent just being forced to use their action to do it.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. Could be wrong. There's also jetpack in this, especially on your leader. It's a lot harder to deal with.
I think actually a jetpack on the gun here on Han leader makes a ton of sense for me for a bunch of reasons.
Yeah, so we could see that. Well, let's see what he goes with.
I mean, Django's only up 3 on damage, but Django is down considerably when you consider the health total difference between the 2 bases. I mean, he has to do a lot more damage to Han still, to win. So Han goes in and clears Django, so taking Story's line.
All right.
I think he just Ruthless. I mean, I think you attack with the P-38 probably, and then Ruthless to finish off Han if I'm Django.
Probably, yeah.
Easy.
Another interesting thing about the turn that you kill Django, you take away any ability to exhaust.
Yep.
So it opens up like Cunning to Pump. That's a good window for that.
Yeah, totally.
And Django's going to tap out.
Yeah, so we could see that here.
Yeah, no, Cunning's a blowout. You return the P38 probably, and you buff. I don't think that Django's played a boat. Oh, Django of course wouldn't. Yeah, so he hasn't played.
I didn't see the card in his hand.
Yep.
Yeah, he might not have a cunning.
He's got one in the resource room.
So, yeah, but he can't.
Yeah, no cunning.
He can't do it even with tech.
Yeah.
So, the Cantina bouncer goes in. I think. Excuse me, I'm on the wrong side there. So I think Django's at 9, and then Han is at 14 now. 6 plus 2 from the Ruthless Raider, 6 plus 5, 11. I think would be the Han.
I'm trying to solve this for Zach, and I'm struggling a little bit. But I don't know what's in his hand.
Cunning, yeah, it's difficult.
All right, I think those are the correct base damage totals: 11 on Han's base and 12 on Django's.
I think that's correct.
We're up to
He's
20.
a Falcon in hand. I guess, really either Falcon.
Yeah,
that would be big.
Yep.
Especially the big one that has ambush.
I mean, Zach's having the same problem I am. He's trying to solve this, and he's coming up blank a little bit. I can see his body language. This is a tough spot. Nodding his head or shaking his head no. I mean, when you're in a position like this, you take your time to just see what's my best shot. I don't like where I am, but what's my best shot?
So he takes a lurking tie and resources. I don't think it's going to be in that resource row very long.
Yep. Now, hold on a minute. Lurking tie can't be destroyed by card abilities.
Does it say that on the back of the card?
Yeah, so we don't need to cause chaos in the community, RT. You know dang well that it doesn't apply when it's a resource. All right, so we have, as you would expect, Django in the space arena, needing to do 19 more damage to advance to the final, a Ruthless Raider and a P38 in hand. And then we have Han needing to do only 13 damage, having a DJ and a Cantina Bouncer. Two very powerful cards that are vanilla 3/5s once they're played. And the Django did the spite, the on the doorstep. So he now has 3 ready battle droids, which both can empower some of the exploit cards in his deck and also can tap down whichever unit doesn't attack right now.
Yeah,
if
I'm
Han,
expecting that.
I'm really wanting a surprise strike as we sit.
Or even a blaster.
I think he has a blaster.
He
I
might
think he does
blast
too.
the first
from
attack.
When I saw his just keep blasting.
Yeah, there's definitely a blaster in there.
So anyway,
So
I
it's
started blasting.
I think I saw Kieran in his hand. So we know he's going to attack with a droid as a second action. So it gives you time to Kira.
All right, so
put down whatever's in his hand.
So Zach likes the Cantina Bouncer more than he likes the DJ. Decides to give it a gun.
The DJ is unique, so go ahead and kill it, please.
Yep. All right. So that's probably the end of Han's ability to do damage this turn.
Falcon
Yeah.
could get in there.
I don't think that the Falcon is getting past that P38 if it plays. Baby Falcon you're talking about, right?
Yeah. You'd have, and he doesn't have a lot of actions to burn either.
Right. And as we said before, I mean, if I'm Django, I'm just hopefully surprise striking with the Ruthless Raider right now, leaving the P38 up. Han has resources still.
I thought I saw Kira. I'm expecting it here.
Yep,
Yeah,
and
okay,
here it
there we
is.
go.
All right, so we have the other on-to-doors up. We have the Fet Fire Spray, we have a Kylo tie, and we have Boba Unit, which was bounced early in the game. Bruce Johnson says, nothing like a good
probably
Roger.
just name their play.
I mean,
We gotta see what it is.
yeah, I think the Kylo tie makes some sense, just
Yeah.
because Han's got to keep it.
Yeah, his opponent is very close to being in check.
Yep,
Just shut down.
because he's
their
got
ability
9
to
damage
propagate.
represented right now. Han's it's.
This one was Fet's Fire Spray.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have the ones matched up here. Django's at 17. And Han is still at 11. All right, so those are the correct totals. But Django has 9 damage represented, needing to do another 10 beyond that to finish off Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler.
His Zach has a surprise strike next turn. That's it.
Yep, he only needs 8. So
Yeah.
that Cantina Bouncer with a gun is there. What a match. I mean, both these players taking their time, really thinking through.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a cerebral matchup when you have tempo versus tempo. There's so much ability to disable your opponent's attacks. And, I mean, Django is ready to lay the hurt down on the rest of the turn. We know he doesn't have Surprise Strike himself. What did you say was the call?
Fet's Fire Spray.
Fet's Fire Spray, yep. Which makes sense to me.
The 25 base versus 30 base is always so interesting here.
Yep. Right, because, I mean, there's nothing that Django can do. I mean, if Zach has Surprise Strike, the game is over, I think, because I don't think that there's anything that can exhaust it. Han's going to go into the next turn with initiative. It's unlikely that he's going to be able to do 19 damage this turn. I don't think there's anything that adds that much.
I think we saw a second blaster too. Like what does Django do now in this position?
Well, he's probably considering whether he needs to claim, which just feels terrible.
I know,
He
yeah.
doesn't. He hits
Yeah.
he hits in with the Ruthless Raider for 4, and then 8, and then 2 more. So I think Han is at 20 after the Roger. Both of them attack.
Yep.
And
So does he play the Geonosis?
I think he does.
He does.
Right?
Yeah. Geonosis can't hit
Okay.
the Cantina Bouncer, though, which is the other reason he gave that the gun.
Yeah,
Geonosis
you'd have
can
to.
hit DJ. All right.
No.
So Django has no good to me dead now, I think. Han is looking through his resource row. You know, kind of the second hand for a Han yellow deck.
I'm just thinking after Han attacks, what is
After the
what does
bouncer
Django
attacks.
have?
Yeah, so it's 22.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he can exhaust either Kara or DJ with
And then
Lost
die.
both of them though.
Don't,
Yeah, that's why I was looking at the bouncer.
I don't think that there's anything that Django could have.
I don't see the bouncer. Yeah, I don't see the bouncer.
It would have to be a Geonosis exploiting the Ruthless Raider would tap both. That's what it would have to be.
Yeah.
You could bounce.
or the P38, but I
Yeah,
don't
would.
see it.
Oh yeah, you could exploit the P38 because you would have to
And
exploit.
that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, and then
But then
because
you have to deal with the bouncer
could-
on the back end even.
DJ could be bounced. No, you still have the bouncer's still a problem. He's Ruthless Raider. He does in to base. That is game. He turns over Kira sideways. And I imagine we'll have a handshake soon. All right,
All
so
right, good
what a match! Wow, I mean,
I'm
I
just
think
hearing
those.
a bunch of loud clapping from the other room.
Yep, and great community. Energy is good at the event. RT.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Jesus.
still got a good amount of people hanging around just to watch.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're playing for a lot. I mean, the first round bye for Galactics goes to the winner. Does anybody have one already going into the top 4?
Don't believe so.
All right, so doesn't look like there's any automatic pass downs. I mean, that's something that is happening now. Zach continues to go. I mean, he is 9-0 in matches on the day. Django, I think, took a strong game too from him, but ultimately, I mean, Han Yellow was just too much.
That was impressive too. It was looking really good for Django, going into his DJ deployment, and then there was he just got him so close to check so fast after that.
Yeah, and I think the blaster, from the row on the Cantina bouncer, was real good. And I mean, it's just tough. I mean, Django was 2 actions from lethal himself, but
yeah, I mean, it's one of those games where in the board state at the end of the game, the other player could have killed you with everything they have on the table. You just don't have enough actions.
Yeah, Zach, I'm being told, was the second at the Seattle PQ set 2.
Yep, he was.
We should know that because we announced it. I remember that day, I think I did like 18 hours of commentary that day because I was up very early doing Baltimore, and then I think I came in to do co-commentary towards the finals, and I was probably pretty actually loopy at that point in the night. All right, so let me update the brackets. And we have another Han versus Django Tarkenton, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to be heading out for Jeff to come back. You, the three of you, to cast the finals together. So thanks for having me join.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for working with us and getting this excellent commentary out there. And everybody, subscribe, join the Bothans on Discord. I mean, it's one of the best communities around, I think. For Star Wars Unlimited, and a huge thanks to both you and Jeff for stepping up and helping co-commentate today. We can't do this without you.
Yeah, glad to do it. It's always a blast. See you guys.
Yep, thank you, John. All right.
See ya.
Do you know who won between Derek and Trasnos?
I'll try to figure that out now.
All right, thank you, and I'll come in here. If you are around, Jeff, feel free to start chatting with me as I kind of update the overlays.
Hi.
Hi. Though his video isn't here. What did you think of that last game? Were you able to watch it on YouTube?
I watched a bit of it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just one of the reasons that Han is good into that matchup is just you think you're winning the race until you're not, right?
Yeah. And it's just really powerful. I mean, there's so many different things to worry about. I mean, it's tough there, but I mean, I think that Rob certainly should be proud of his performance today.
Oh, absolutely.
We heard there's always people grumbling around the Star Wars Unlimited community, but I mean, people were calling out Django as not performing lately. Well, this PQ, would disagree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
We had 3 of the top
Put in some
4.
good numbers. It's beat some decks that were basically designed to beat Django, and it still put up some good numbers. So I think this is a huge showing for Django. I'm really curious how this is going to affect the next couple of weeks. If we're just going to see a rise now that people have seen it put up some results into some what otherwise could have been bad matchups.
Oh, I felt very good. I ran Django into my PQ, and I ended up 5-2. And one of my games is on stream. You'll see that at some point, and that was actually one of my losses, where I lost to Sabine, which happens from time to time.
All right,
Nice,
I've got the results of the other Django Tarkenton mirror match. Django Tarkenton won.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate the.
This is the high level commentary.
It was Thrasnos.
Thrasnos. All right. Yep.
So that's cool though. So the one that we saw win against the Django Blue is going to be in the finals.
Yeah, and I really thought that Thrasnos piloted very well in his top 8 match.
Definitely agree.
And that's a hard thing to do, but it is open deck list once you get into the top cut. So he did see what was in the Django Blue list, which is an advantage, and he really had a great game plan of going wide, lots of low cost units to eat up 1-to-1 removal, and then just overwhelming the hearing eventually healing eventually.
Yeah.
With his units. All right, so hopefully Zach's going to stay at his side of the table. We'll have there. It's kind of nice when I just have to change one thing about the overlay.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see the different lines that Thrasnos takes. We saw things like Armed to the Teeth in the first round, or in the first round of the top 8, but those are a lot riskier against Mono Han with the waylays and the cunning taps. So I'm curious how Thrasnos is going to play this. It's basically it's a completely opposite style from what we saw when he was trying to rush down the Django Blue that was healing for 25 damage again.
Yeah, I think I may be even taking Arm to the Teeth out against Han. I don't think Han has access to Bamboozle. Actually, no, he does.
A lot of them played in the sideboard.
He does have access to Bamboozle in the sideboard, which makes it worse still. But, I mean, the only card...
It's really critical if you want to beat Anakin for Han Yellow to have access to Bamboozle. It's one of the best ways that Han doesn't lose that matchup.
Yep, and I have had Bamboozles in my 60 for Quinlan, and actually I have a Bamboozle main still. I mean, people are missing it. I mean, it seems there, and most of the people who, tell me how Bamboozle is bad in matchups just don't actually run it themselves. So
yeah, it's honestly it's been my pet card since set 1. I've always loved Bamboozle. I was running Bamboozle main deck in Sabine Yellow set 1, and if I'm running a yellow hero deck, Bamboozles are somewhere in the 60. I love that card so much.
Yep, and sometimes if you're running yellow villain deck, Bamboozle.
Yeah, I think Bamboozle is really good in CAD Red. That is a debate you'll get to see on the CAD forums. If you ever want to see Sharky and Yoda Killer argue about something, ask them if Bamboozle should be main deck in CAD Red.
Ah, well, that's interesting. Carlos runs Bamboozle, or is that Sharky's card?
No, Sharky's on Bamboozle. So that's why the Bamboozle deck that I have built in SWODB so that I can playtest against has Bamboozle because I run into Sharky and he always beats me. He beat me in the 1K we played in last week with his Bamboozle to tap my Han down.
Yep, and
I call him the Bamboozler ever.
Yeah, get boozled is the right way you say it, and actually.
I'd love to say get boozled. That's my go-to.
And I've been in disagreement with Mickey D, who's a great player, and he's another Bothan. He's a great Quinlan player, but he doesn't understand that Bamboozle is a card that he needs. At some point, he'll come around.
Gotta love the boozle.
He likes to explain how it's bad in DeBosk, but I think Bamboozle's actually good in DeBosk.
Yeah.
But Mickey actually is going on a first round bye. He placed a runner up at a PQ, but the winner already had a bye, so we'll see him there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 2 weeks ago in Chicago was the weekend of Quinlan, where we had that winning all over the place. This time, I think it's Bosk really asserting, which does not surprise me. I mean, we were talking before about green-red as dealing with all this tempo. I mean, we were talking about Vader originally, which was a round 1 match. And Vader also actually is good for a lot of the same reasons. Bosk is good into the meta, I think. But we had Bosk Green really do well in several tournaments today. And Yellow Fever continues, and I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah,
Yellow Fever
with Han Yellow.
I think the big difference between Bosk and Vader is with Bosk you get you get 9 ramp spells and one of them can be doubled, which is nice. And when your leader flips on 5, it opens up a lot more overwhelming barrage lines to kind of shore up the aggro matchup, which is really nice.
I almost wonder if I should play the Only Hans intro. During it's been a minute since we've had Only Hans. We got a minute to kill during that. Do you guys want to hear some Only Hans?
Oh yeah, I gave Sharky some yellow palp tech. It looks like he's loving that on the some potentially unnamed digital platforms.
Oh yeah, and
that's good.
I like Sharky, and he's one of those guys. I mean, we have a lot of them in the community. Star Wars is a good community, but just a really earnest, good player out in Colorado. So if you're listening, Sharky, we love you, buddy. Okay, where is?
Yeah, this is a fun game to play, but the best thing about this game so far has been the community. That was my favorite thing about SCG Atlanta, was meeting everybody in person, whether it was the KTOD guys or the Bothans that I only worked with in Discord. So it's just so cool getting to meet with everybody and talk about the game and hang out.
And if you can get to one of these events, I mean, plan to play, but I mean also, going out with the community after to wherever the establishment is, really is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally eating after 12 hours of a PQ is a really good feeling.
I've ran into so many people at this event that I've only get to see so often from Seattle, Portland, other places in the area. They're like people that I played once at a tournament like several months ago, and they like are coming up to me to say hi and like check in after every round. It's great.
Yeah, that's super cool.
All right.
And if anybody listening's coming to the Colorado or the Utah PQs in a few weeks, hit me up.
All right. Well, while they're doing there, I think I am going to play only ons here quick. So let's see if I can get this to go. All right, that was it's only a few seconds long, and I was doing it all there, but that was actually right after Gen Con. We did 3 Han masterclasses in a row with Han Green, Yellow, and Han Blue, Han 2 Blue for Only Han's Week. And
nice.
I still get a lot of comments, and the Han Yellow masterclass is watched regularly still in set 3.
Yeah, there's a in the Bothan Network Discord. There's a Monohan Cabal, and it got listed. It got sent out today, I think, or yesterday, for new people keep coming in saying they want to get Monohan, and it's still thrown in there.
All right, and it's Troy and Ian, who's a Bothan, and actually I'm hoping to get Ian and maybe Alex. Who are 2 excellent Monohan pilots to update. I mean, I think that's content people might want.
If you've never had Ian and Alex in a room together, be prepared. It is wild and it's awesome.
Right. See, the thing is that Rebels list is pretty good into the other Han list.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Alex, the whatever number PQ win he's on now, he won with Han Yellow that had Rebels. He converted because it's better in the mirror to have the C-3POs. And the 3-5s are the Rebels are better than the 2-2 shieldeds when you're in the mirror.
Yep. But I mean, if I'm Quinlan, I'd much rather see the Rebels Han than the 3-5 Han.
Yeah.
Because
from my understanding, the other Han that was in the top 8 was on the Rebel package.
Yep. And if
it was that was Hunter. Yeah.
The Quinlan community would appreciate if the Han stopped running Gamma Guards. You don't need that card.
Well, I think it's getting cut or moved to the sideboard from a lot of the lists because there's less Quinlan and more mirrors and stuff where the and also the rise of like the Boss Green. There's a lot more decks coming around where the guards aren't as good, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see them start moving more to the sideboard.
It was kind of interesting when everybody started adjusting their decks to, the Quinlan deck that we put together. I'm like, oh, that sucks. They have
that's the downside of innovating a deck is it does really well, and then people are trying to figure out how to beat this.
I got accused. I had somebody call me out for net decking with Quinlan, and I didn't know how to quite take that.
I am the net.
I'm like, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. Not wrong. But what you gonna do?
Yeah.
You ever consider abusing your power as a content creator, just posting like some terrible list and saying this is the secret sauce, it's so good, everyone needs to play it, just to get everyone to play it?
I think some of the content creators do that already. No,
absolutely.
Whoa.
There are 100% some psyop content creators out there that will release a video because they want to put people on that deck.
I'll tell you what, though, I strongly considered buying the 13 Quinlan showcases. Right before I did that. Because I was exactly right as to what would happen, but I did not. That would be an SEC violation, apparently. Let's see. I don't know if anybody regulates.
It's like Bitcoin. It's an unregulated market. It's fine.
All right. Let's check the chat. Hope you guys are having fun at the Portland PQ. We're up at 213. People
Yeah, and
watching
this is the
concurrently.
Django player we saw on stream in top 8, so
Yeah.
we saw him play really well into Django
Yeah,
Blue already.
into a tough matchup and into a deck where he had to, I think, adapt a game plan on a fly.
Yeah.
But with the list, and he really did a good job, and I can relate to that. The Falcon is going to trade.
Falcon
with
take out the Kylo's tie and
Tie.
trade. Interesting choice to trade there.
On which way are you talking about?
Well, I
for-
think that Han wants to be the aggressor in this match. If you can get Django into a race and then win with cunning, I think that's what you want to do. He got the Tarkin Town out of the way, which maybe he has a unit in his hand like an Ezra that he wants to play and not get Tarkin Towned, and that was that he's basically saying to Django, you have to Tarkin Town this turn. But I'm really interested by that trade. It might mean that he wants to try to do the Tech DJ combo, and he just needed to get the Tarkin Town out of the way. So I'm really curious where he's going to go from here, because I would have expected him to go base in the normal sense and force Django to trade.
Yeah, it's also possible he wasn't expecting the Tarkin Town.
True.
But
I
think Django has to Tarkin Town there. I mean, if it's there, you can't just let the Falcon stay up there.
Yeah, I probably would have done the same.
So, and I think that's actually what was going through Zach's mind there.
Kira played the Space Arena.
So did we see? Okay, so
No, it's
did
the ground
Django
arena.
pass then?
So the first card plays does set the arena. So I think the Kylo Tai designated the Matt's suggestion of ground arena as invalid. So Kira comes out. I'm calling Ruthless Raider most times against Django.
I mean, because of the nature of this turn, I think it's possibly calls P38.
You could call P30. Yeah, I think because there's also
I
a
guess
force
you didn't.
choke that can just kill the Kira if they don't want to do anything else.
Yep. What
So
did
you
he,
might call the force choke there.
what did he call?
as well? Not P38.
That is a true statement, Jeff. Thanks for the. Thanks for the. As we have Tatango.
We got that much info.
Tatango returns to face the
Yeah.
boss Han Solo. The
The Tango against only Hans.
8-0 Zach trying to finish out the dream run at the Portland.
The call was force choke.
Force choke. Yeah, I think
Okay.
that made sense because otherwise you would have force choke here.
Yeah.
Force choke's kind of become a necessary card with Yellow Fever happening.
Oh, absolutely. It's still good against Sabine, which is why it used to see play. And now you also get to guild the Tech DJ with it. I think it's just a necessary evil. If you're playing Red Villain, you have to have force choke somewhere in the 60. And we saw a lot of force chokes not have the opponents draw a card today. You're supposed to let them draw a card. But in general, I think you just have to run it. There's too many good 5 health units that you just have to kill on sight.
Or there's two, but they're two very getting me good at it.
Well, Sabine, Tech, and DJ. I was
Yeah,
thinking
Tech,
you got 3.
Three. Though, play pattern wise is if you can't hold it out for the DJ, hold it out for the DJ.
Yeah.
All right, so
Going into
Kira comes
base
in.
for 3.
First blood goes to Zach piloting Han. All right, we got the base damage now. We have a Kylo tie. So, taunting him with the force choke.
Yeah. We're really interested. I would imagine Django kept the force choke in hand, even though it's kind of awkward to just hold it until Kira eventually dies.
Maybe he
Oh,
does.
there
have a
is the
guard.
Gamo guards.
Yeah, it's good news for Mr. Solo.
Yeah.
All right, but surprise strike for 6 is pretty good too.
Yeah.
All right.
Surprise strike for 6. It's okay, but when you're already 5 health behind, I don't know. There's not much else you could have developed there outside of a cartel spacer or a crafty smuggler or something. It would have been nice to play to the board, but
I mean, if you had Greedo, you would have cast it but he didn't.
Yeah, definitely.
I definitely like having this gamma guards established with the target town gone.
Yep.
Especially on the Jingo
Absolutely.
flip turn.
And I
Lock
think
up that
he
gamma.
very well might have played that Falcon the first turn, having the Gammo in his hand, because
Yeah.
I mean, you need to set it up. I mean, it's one of the reasons that it's a strikingly different experience playing like Alex or an Ian running Han, and some of the other players. It really takes a lot of foresight and planning as to what your eventual line would be.
Yeah. And that was my thought behind the trade as well. Is I thought it was for Tech DJ, but for the Gamma guards makes sense. Is you're just forcing Django to use their Tarkin Town on turn 1, and then you know that you're a lot safer in the ground arena after that.
All right, so Gamma guards swing in for 7. Let me mark that.
Yeah. So 7 to 6, and this is the big turn for Han. It could be the Han flip turn. It is the Django flip turn. So what do you expect them to have? It's so easy for Django to tap Han, so you can't reliably get to 7. They ISB agent P38. They could play Force Choke Force Choke doesn't tap, but they could play Force Choke for 5 now if they wanted to get real spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Django deploys. So the longer Django keeps his resources up, it really does limit Han. Now he comes in with
Bodhi's
Bodhi.
huge.
I like that.
That could be big.
No good to be dead. He gets to see the whole hand no matter what. No good to be
Yeah,
dead.
so he
is the
sees that
fuck.
there is no more Force Choke to play around, so he doesn't have to worry about keeping his
Yeah.
Kira alive
And
either, which is nice.
That's big too. The no good to be dead was definitely going on Han leader.
Oh, 100%. So now he knows that the way is cleared for his Han to flip this turn. He can't get to 7, so it's not the end of the world for Django. It's not going to be a Han unit this turn or anything like that. But
But that arm to the teeth from the row is big.
yeah, and the P38 still hasn't attacked.
Yep, and I do run an arm to the teeth in my Django deck, and I really do like it for exactly here, because that Gammo guard is just a huge problem here, and now he's going to be able to clear the Gammo and also develop 2 more damage by buffing his P38.
Yeah.
Yep.
Real strong. Okay, and the arm to the teeth makes it so that you can basically be sure Han Solo is not going to attack the Django right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I still honestly wouldn't hate attacking Django. Han doesn't die from it. I think he goes to base here. I wouldn't hate going into the Django, because then you're a lot free, because now Django can just kill Han next turn as well and get another buff.
All right, so the players have done equal damage, which means that Han is up 5, and we have an L3 come in from the row using all of his resources.
L3, yeah.
All right, so the Gamma
Could
guards
use
is
the
gone.
resources, but 2/2 for 2 is not what you want.
Han Solo has the flooded ground arena.
Ooh, there's a jetpack in hand now.
Yeah. Django has initiative, which is hugely important.
Yeah.
Jetpack is interesting here.
The jetpack is interesting. So
Han
Han has to do 11.
Unit.
And Django has to do 16.
Zach has lethal on the board, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has.
I think so
12,
does
yeah.
so does Django. Right?
They both have lethal on the board.
Because the arm to the teeth, Django hits for 5 and then pumps 2. And then if I mean, so who has surprise strike? That's the first question.
13 damage on the board for Django.
I don't think Thrasnos has surprise strike, because he should have cast surprise strike if he did have surprise strike.
Yeah, I think Thrasnos is a bit shy unless he has the surprise strike.
5.
He has
13. Yeah, he's 3 shy. He has surprise strike.
Oh, sorry, you're saying Thrasnos is short. Yeah. I thought you were saying Han was short, and I was like,
No, Han's got it.
Yeah, Han's got the numbers.
Yeah, but I mean I think that actually Han probably just throws unless he has a way to stop the P-38. I think he just.
Well,
Oh, he's going to attack with Han Leader. I think he needs to potentially take the Django out so he can't get tapped.
well, I think that attack to me signifies that Django has a surprise strike. Like Django didn't go to trade, didn't go to tap anything, and says I'm getting the damage in before you get your damage in.
Well, why not surprise strike on the Django attack?
He sparked. I would have done it on the Django attack too, but he sparks a rebellion, and we will see. He has Daring Raid, which puts him on trade.
So that would still be one short though.
Yeah, and
with
he
the
can't.
Daring Raid.
He only has 6 resources, so he can't do Ruthless and Daring.
Yeah, but I think you take the Ruthless here because then he can't tap anything else.
Yep.
And it looks like the path to victory is clear if you take the Ruthless. Daring Raid can't kill anything on the board right now, and he has no other way to tap unless he has another arm to the teeth
in
smuggle.
the row, and he could. Actually, no. This
could.
This is game 1. He has a second. I think he might have a second.
Can you play Arm to the Teeth on space units?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why a lot of this. That's why the
it in
space
Django.
decks like it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I
All
didn't
right.
realize that.
It is not non-vehicle.
All right. So Han comes in. He should go base.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Zach doesn't need any pumps or anything else to have lethal this turn, so it's on Django to have more damage out of somewhere.
Well, we know what's in his hand. I don't think he's got it.
Yeah, it would have to be something from the resource row.
I mean, I think he needs to cast cast the Ruthless now to survive. I mean,
The Ruthless got discarded.
He's
the Ruthless
got
got
Daring
discarded,
Raid,
okay.
you mean?
It got sparked.
right. So, what else did he have? He had a Daring Raid that doesn't help to tap.
A Daring Raid
I
and a
think it was
7th Fleet
Seventh Fleet.
Defender is in his hand right now.
Yeah, no, I think that's potentially Johnny Ballgame.
Yeah.
I mean, he goes Daring Raid to save himself. So he's not.
It doesn't
he's not
kill
putting
anything. The
himself-
L3 still has a shield, so
Yeah, no,
Daring Raid doesn't kill
I don't
anything.
think it does.
It taps something though.
No,
No,
the
it doesn't.
unit has to deal damage to
The
tap
unit has
something.
to do damage.
Oh, that's right.
So he can take him to 29 is what he can do.
Yeah,
Which
get him to
is-
29 and then die.
If we were playing horseshoes or hand grenades, that would
Yeah.
do it. But in Star Wars Unlimited, close is not good enough. So we now have Han up
Han's up 1 game by 1
game.
damage.
by 1 damage. What a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, came down to it. I think it really came down to that spark. If he didn't have the spark to take out the Ruthless, that could have gone very differently.
Yeah, FFDF in chat bringing up a good line. You could Daring Raid your own P-38 to have it tap something with the death trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, if he did that, so he did the Daring Raid to base and the, Daring Raid to base and, so he would have had lethal with the next attack.
Except, well, I think it changes what Han does too. But yeah, no.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm saying it makes Han have to do something else.
Yeah. So I think that line of play probably has you attack with Django, buff the Kylo tie, then attack with the P-38. And
I think you still buff the P-38 and attack with it, and then you decide if you want to do the 3 damage with Kylo's tie or take initiative after whatever Han does.
Yeah.
All right. So both players are sideboarding. Let's
Mm-hmm.
find the list. We got to get the thingy up. Thanks to everybody watching along to the coverage of what was a 128 player tournament. We're down to 2
Yeah, down to 2.
in the finals. So this is the list of the undefeated Zach. I mean, he on Django. I mean, he's probably used to it at this point. I mean, we know he brings in the Azatux because we've seen them in other matches that he plays. I don't know between Enfys and Han Solo if you move to one or the other.
I actually think this is kind of an interesting. I would go so far as to call it an unusual Han list. A lot of people that are on the L337 are also on the Crafty Smuggler to have more 2/2 shielded units. This is kind of a mix where you see two guards main, 2 jetpacks main, and the L3. So this is a lot closer, I think, to George the Hulk's list, where he's going deeper into the smuggle. So you've got the jetpacks for smuggle, and you've got the 2/2 shielded that's a smuggle.
He's kind of a smuggly guy, that George the Hulk.
Yeah. So I think what this list gives you is a lot of times you'll want to activate Han on turn 1, play a 3-drop, and then with this much smuggle, you activate Han also on turn 2, and play a 4-drop, and then you smuggle on turn 3 so that you keep cards in your hand, and it gets you back to playing on curve for the flip turn. I think that's what this style of deck really wants to do. Because a lot of other mono Han lists, they don't really want a Han activate again on turn 2 after they did it on turn 1 because their cards go so low. But here you have multiple 4-cost smuggle options in the L3 and the jetpack. So you can do something like play a Falcon on turn 1, play a Kira on turn 2, and then smuggle a jetpack onto the Kira on turn 3.
Yeah.
And then you still have cards in hand and you're ready for the flip turn, and you've developed a pretty menacing board.
Yeah, and certainly the jetpack is a good card in Django. I mean, I think it's very close to being. I mean, it's tech against Tarkentown type decks, and it's tech against Django. So
yeah,
and there's a lot of that going on. All right, let me see if I can find the Thrasnos list for us. Thank you guys, and thanks to Guardian Games both for running a great event and getting us all the deck lists throughout so that we can do coverage. No Thrasnos.
Yeah, and shout out to the crew at Guardian Games, Alex and everyone else who judged and made the event happen. It really ran very smoothly, no hiccups at all.
Yeah, I think
nice.
Thrasnos Nathan must be.
Yes.
Yes, right. I believe so.
So he's got a cool Django list. He's got 2 Armed to the Teeth main deck. We saw one of them last game do some work. In the sideboard, I think that he's definitely bringing in the other No Good to Be Dead.
Yeah.
For number 3. I mean, that's a card you certainly want against Han Solo. I mean, I don't know if Bazine is great in Han.
I think Bazine is fine, but you really want waylays as well, because DJ is a leave the battlefield trigger. So if you waylay the DJ, you still get your resource back.
Yep.
Right. So I think that's there. Into Han, you're maybe pushing back or trimming some of the
Palpatine there for exactly Snoke, pretty much.
Yeah. Palpatine is a Snoke counter, but you need that. I mean, that's how you get through it. I mean, we saw how many Snokes shut down Django, and
absolutely.
He was prepared.
Yep.
If he would have come with those Palps on the board. All right. So I think that they are shuffling after their sideboard. I always do a pile shuffle after I sideboard just to make sure that I have 50 cards in my deck, because that's probably the worst possible way to lose a game is to not start with an illegal deck.
Lose game 2 of the finals.
Actually, the finals of the Chicago PQ, I was in the finals, and I just didn't set my deck correctly. I caught a 47 card thing on my pile shuffle, and then I corrected it before I started, which is exactly what you want.
Yeah, buddy, mine got a game loss for 49 card deck.
Yep, I mean
the tournament today.
So pile shuffling counts your cards. So that's there. And it's bizarrely hated by some people. I had comments about how people who only pile shuffle, it's because they're expecting to lose the next round and they're trying to kill time. I'm like, first off, that was me as the player. That has nothing to do with it. I pile shuffle literally. It has to do with whether I adjusted my sideboard or not. That's when I pile shuffle.
Yeah.
If I took any card in or out, I want to count to make sure that I have 50.
Yeah, I caught
another
a
interesting
51
thing in this
card
Django
deck
list.
pile shuffling today.
Sorry, go ahead, Ripple.
I was gonna say I had a 51 card deck and I caught it by pile shuffling, which is not illegal. You can add more cards from your sideboard, but it's not something I would have wanted to do, obviously.
Yeah, it's not usually ideal.
Except if you're
one
European.
other interesting thing about this Django list. Yeah. One other interesting thing about this Django list is the Geonosis Patrol Fighter that I haven't seen in a lot of other lists, because that can also bounce the tech or the DJ to interrupt the combo.
That card should play in Django. I mean, I ran it too.
Yeah.
Two of this is a similar list. I like more than one copy of Cad Bane. I mean, so that's really one way.
Cad Bane's really good.
That I disagree with there, but he's very close to what I ran. Not far off at all.
Do you think
And
the
it looks
Europeans are like that because they don't pile shuffle?
Maybe they are. I mean, so we'll get there eventually. But we got Boss coming to America. I mean, it was very difficult to find an American Boss player to help with the masterclass. But shout out to Griffin, who joined me and Thork in a great hard control masterclass. If you haven't checked out the intro to it, we got a song by Symbiote, and we'll leave it at that. But those are always great.
Nice.
I think Bosk is easily a top 5 deck, and it's underrepresented for how strong it is, for sure.
Yeah. I think Boss Green is insanely good as well. We've seen Boss Blue for a while, but
you'll
It took
find
a game off of Zach on the top 8.
Yep. And actually Cam Sullivan, shout out to him. I saw him in the chat here. He was the top 8 Boss player who got through it here in sunny Portland.
Yeah.
So Portland wasn't actually sunny today, right?
No, it's pretty foggy.
Shielded battle.
All right, so there we have L3 played by Han Solo, who's up 1-0 in the finals of the Portland Planetary Qualifier. Thrasnos, who's piloted Django. He was 6-1 through Swiss, right? So he would be 8-1 right now.
Yep.
On the day, trying to finish the deal with Django Tarkentown, a space-heavy aggro tempo deck. That, as it turns out, is still pretty good.
Seeing a lot of smuggle in this Han's hand.
That's
So I'm interested how this turn and next turn are
on
going to play
brand
out
for
him.
Han Solo.
Yeah. ISB agent coming in with the ping. So currently winning the shield battle is Django.
All right, I see a jetpack in Han's hand.
Yeah. I think he's deciding if it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. I think you just get in a couple of damage and let your guy die to the crafty smuggler shield.
I don't think
it's either.
jetpack L3. I mean, on a deck that runs 3 Darren raids.
That's a fun image, though, is L3 with a jetpack.
The best is, jetpack's actually pretty good in yellow Palp. So, picture Palpatine with multiple jetpacks. That is a Rando Mando special. A great Palp player from Wisconsin. He almost struck down Columbus with it, the SCG there. And I like Django's plan here. What did Django do? He's flooding the ground arena against Han.
Yeah.
I mean, that is your best defense to Tech DJ. I mean, Force Choke is a good backup if you got it, but the best way to deal with it is to have units in the ground arena.
Yeah. And here is a turn where I could potentially see Jetpack coming in to protect the slaves from the tap down and make him throw more than 1 unit plus a Tarkentown in there.
Yeah, particularly if you also have Surprise Strike, because all of a sudden you're really cutting Django's health down with your trait mash 3/5.
Yeah, it would feel really bad if Greedo hit, because then you'd still just hit the Greedo attack would take off the shield, and then the ping for 2 into Tarkentown.
And this just in from Dallas, Texas. Anakin Blue has won that PQ.
Nice.
Another deck.
I am familiar with that deck. I'm a big fan of Anakin Blue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take the initiative season last month.
Yeah, it's a good deck, and I'm really happy with how it's evolving and how now there's multiple different kind of families of the deck with different varieties in there.
And we did have the slaves get a jetpack. I mean, I think every slave wants a jetpack.
Yeah. Imagine you just get out of the Imperial prison camp and someone gives you a jetpack, you're like...
Yeah.
What
Oh, interesting. Greedo went to base.
And
I would have
That
expected.
makes sense.
here comes the triple dark raid. Will he do the thing? He really needs to do the thing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Greedo going into the slaves would be it's very high variance. Oh, I think I see a Geonosis Patrol Fighter, which could be good if there's not a Ruthless Raider. Oh, there's a Ruthless Raider, so you're fine. You just do that.
I don't hate Geonosis, though, either.
Yeah.
All right, so the thing has happened. Han Solo with 5 damage on his base. Oh, I got these backwards again.
We see Han activation, so now there's 3 resources up for Han. Into the tech played from hand, so interesting. Played 2 smuggle cards this turn, but neither from the resource row.
Half the cards in this deck have smuggle anyway, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know what card we haven't seen played today is Scanning Officer, which certainly is something that you consider bringing if you're in green.
I had a
This
6
meta.
scanning officer play this tournament. I hit Hotshot Blaster, Tech, and Millennium Falcon.
Oh, nice.
Were they all ready?
Yeah,
How did you win
That's
that game?
I think
Awesome.
so. Yeah, I did.
I imagine so.
I think I'd already basically won by the time I did it, but
There's an interesting
see.
choice here of which you kill, because tech represents all kinds of shenanigans, but the liberated slaves is representing 5 damage. And you're already at 7.
yeah, it's hard to tell like how relevant the card advantage from Tech is going to be in a game like
Yeah.
this, but I'd probably go for slaves.
Yeah, I think that the nervous part is you could just immediately get DJ'd next turn.
Yeah, but you have Greedo.
You do.
Wouldn't
Greedo
have
has to
card
hit
anymore.
though.
Yeah.
So I think I agree with going for the slaves. It's just nobody likes getting DJ'd, and you've got that. It's just got to be a possibility in the back of your mind. But I
Now,
do think it's right to go for the slaves.
He is post-boarded, so he may have Waylay stashed away too.
True. Yeah. More answers for the DJ if it does happen. At least then you'll get to deploy your leader. Still.
Well, I think actually if he DJs out and then he Waylays it, that puts Han in a real tough spot here.
Yeah.
Assuming he can follow up with a 3-drop to tap the leader when it comes. All right, so on the initiative, Zach has to decide what to do. Han always have options because he has his hand and then he has his other hand in the resource row.
Yeah.
I see a cunning for sure.
That is certainly an option. Always risky to cunning pump against Django, but I think in general, cunning is still the card you want to see to help you win the race. Usually, you're just using it to tap their units down. You
Yeah,
can
or
try
go for
to
discard.
pump. Infus Nest is discarded from Han.
Who has initiative? Zach. right?
Han has initiative.
Yeah.
Is at 5 resources with the tech out, but it is very risky to DJ even if you have it. It's also very unlikely you're going to get to go to 7 at this point with your standard Han shenanigans.
All right.
Yep.
We've got 233 people watching live. I'm sure thousands more on the replays. Thanks for joining us on coverage of the PQ.
Gamorrean
Portland, Oregon.
guards.
Without Sentinel.
Not
by
a
the way.
sentinel right now.
Oink oink. Becomes a sentinel
But
when Han
I-
comes.
Yeah. Interesting. You could have tried to hold it. So like Han activate to go to 6 and then play the guards right before you flip. But I think I like this anyway. If they're spending time to take out the guards, then you can still have time to potentially flip. I think he's taking out the Greedo, yeah.
All right, risky, but
It's
Whoa,
Palpatine.
Fancy
Did Palpatine
Palpatine.
Fancy Pelt.
I didn't expect that to make the cut.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think when you have the convention exclusive one, you just always bring it in.
I guess, yeah.
You know, just for the swag. I mean,
Exactly.
that's one way.
It's
to do
like
it.
putting Jar Jar in your sideboard for Han. You bring it in so that you can destroy it when you kill a Han resource, and people look at you funny.
I don't. I mean, real ones don't just sideboard Jar Jar. I mean, that's
True. True.
Yeah.
When I see him actually played on stream, then we'll do it. And I think that there's no Twin Suns deck in yellow that should not have a Jar Jar.
Of course.
I saw the Twin Suns deck pod. Excited about that. Tell you what.
I hope we get a Jar Jar leader someday.
Me too.
All
Ooh,
right, so-
also has the no good to me dead. So just all the answers here for Django so far.
But he's getting low on cards. Playing 2 events for basically utility.
Yeah, he's getting low on cards, but he's not far behind in the base race. Han's not gonna get a 7 next turn either. So you've got one more turn where you can get your Ruthless Raiders or your Fire Sprays down before Han can play their big things. I think Django's liking his position right now.
I think that's a true statement.
We see a Zori down there. That could be a good that could be a good play for Han this turn. Use your resources, keep your cards in hand, and it's just another big thing that they have to kill.
That's exactly what Zach chooses to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Zori's been really good in Han. A lot of times with more people being prepared for the Han deck, you get stuck on 6 resources, and it's so nice to have a card that's not in your hand that helps you deal with that. And then also the draw into discard is really nice. Late game, you can have no cards in your hand, and you attack with Zori to draw a card, Han activate to put it down, and then smuggle something out, or just play that card, and you don't have to discard if you're down to 0 cards in hand.
Yeah.
It's just really nice to give you more options for what to do.
All right, so the Ruthless Raider comes down, probably doing 2 damage to Han Leader.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 more to base with Django.
So 15 up the base on Han. So Django is officially winning the race right now. But it ain't over.
Yeah, but tempo changes now because Han has initiative. No good to be dead is gone.
Yeah, Han gets to attack with either Han unit or Zori, depending on whether they value the resource or the card draw more.
I mean, I think Django has a cunning, which might make the difference in this game.
You mean Han or just
Han, excuse me. I think Han has cunning.
Yeah.
I think I have seen cunning in his hand.
I mean Django and cunning is, maybe not insane.
That's a card
Or
that's
cunning
in
and Django.
Django.
I think if you want to get the cunning off, I think you have to attack into the Django first to try to play around getting your unit tapped by a P38.
Oh, you're talking
I think
about
so
the buff?
too.
I don't know that I'm buffing, but I'm maybe exhausted.
I would
with
love to
cunning.
buff. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
me too.
that's
If you can pull it off.
it's always risky against Django, but
Ruthless can be returned to hand with cunning.
true.
Yeah, it can be. But then you're just letting it, play again to tap something else.
Yeah.
All right, so Zach has to do 18 damage to Thresnos' base to take home the Planetary Qualifier. Thresnos has to do another 15. Zori kills Django.
All right, that is setting up for the cunning, it looks like.
Yeah.
Right. There's other options though too.
Yeah.
There are, but it makes me think that
That's a
there is
jet-
a
that's a
reason that Han is worried about getting tapped this turn.
I don't hate jetpack on Han leader at all.
Does
Yeah.
he enough? He has the resources to go jetpack cunning, right?
Right.
Yeah, at 6 naturally right now, I believe, or could be at 7. May have decided to stay at 6.
You know, Han Pilot's always puzzling things out, thinking through his options.
Yeah,
in
I
his
mean,
hand. He might look at his other hand, which he does.
Yeah.
All right, so, and here we go. The time limits are relaxed in the top cut of the Planetary. It's up to 75 minutes for a best of 3. There is a tiebreaker system, which we're not going to get to today. Two for jetpack. So I think. Or maybe not. Is that your final answer, Zach? We'll see.
It's tough. There's so many things to play around and so many decisions to make.
It's going to blast her.
Yeah, Blaster's not bad. Just get in the damage now. They can't be tapped if they attack right away. Then you replace the smuggle and then get your temporary resource from Han as well.
12 to base.
So 5 up now for Han.
He's got another Ruthless.
He does have the other Ruthless.
Taking Han to 17 damage on base. He's got a resource ready. He's not going to need it. Oh, man, I don't know. Maybe he has a Greedo.
Double Raider is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he needs to do some things. So he's got
this Django deck had 2 tanks main. Is that? I'm trying to remember.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because tank is going to be big here for getting in the last couple of damage too, even through something like a cunning tap.
Yeah. And we'll see. I mean, tank also can exploit, which is relevant.
No, that's what I'm saying. You tank exploit both the raiders and kill Han, and you can do 4 more to base. So it can get you that extra reach.
Right, because Han's at
With-
21
through the
damage on
exploit.
base. Surprise
Oh,
strike.
surprise strike and bearing raid.
So
not a lot of turns left in this game.
he loses the surprise strike, which is very sad for Django.
Yeah.
To double agent Bodhi Rook.
Zach still has that cunning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like Nathan is considering playing this daring raid now versus taking initiative. If he plays the daring raid, he could get messed up bad by that cunning exhausting both the raiders.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would prefer keeping initiative here. I think this game's going to come down to 1 or 2 quick actions.
Our favorite Hulk is in the chat. recognizing.
Well,
Zach
but
for a very hulky list, really.
But George, you should know that the jetpack was not smuggled. We were astonished, but it was just played from hand.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to play your jetpacks from your hand.
Yeah, apparently it's a legal play.
No Hondo in the top cut, and that's unfortunate. Unfortunately, the hate hitting the, trying to deal with yellow fever is taking Hondo as some collateral casualties.
Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah. Hondo don't like no scanning officer, I'll tell you that.
Ooh, jetpack Bodhi.
Jetpack Bodhi, so the shield goes away.
But he's big now.
BN Boba Stonks, that's Hunter, right? In the chat?
Yes, that is Hunter, who top 8 at this event.
We like your cut of your jib, Hunter. Well played on stream earlier. I'm sure you'll catch the replay. I think you and I called that, if I recall right, Jeff.
Yes.
All right, so
Yeah, that was a good one.
we go into crisis mode. We have
Greedo
probably
and Kylo's tie in hand for Django, so nothing there.
yeah. Zach doesn't know that. He's got 2
Nope.
Ruthless Raiders in the space arena, needing to do 9 damage to win. Han needs to do 12 damage and has a Zori Bliss with 3 damage on it. And yeah, that's Bodhi with a jetpack. That's what that is. Now he needs to take that shield off Bodhi.
If Zach has Surprise Strike, he's got lethal this turn.
Yeah.
But Thrasnos, I believe, has lethal. Did he keep the Daring Raid?
No, he used the Daring Raid to kill Han
Han.
Leader. So his hand
okay,
his hand is a blank right now. He showed us his hand. It's Greedo and Kylo's tie in hand for Django.
No.
Okay, so he does 4 damage to take Han to 25. Surprise strike.
Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, he's got the surprise strike for deciding which one to do.
All right, so to the 20 damage on Django's base.
People are saying that Han Frederick got a resource. I'm gonna go alert the judge.
I didn't notice if Han needed to defeat a resource or not.
He did need to defeat
or
one
if
because he attacked last turn.
Yeah, he did need to defeat one. I didn't see if he did. It shouldn't affect the outcome of the game.
I don't think so either, but I mean, we want to make sure that it doesn't happen. When the person asking if the resource is a guy named Damn Dark, I think that we probably should look at that because I'm not sure that it did. And actually, what you do here is a challenge. I mean, we'll see what the judge decides to do. He decides to make him defeat. I don't know if there's going to be anything else that happens as part of this.
There shouldn't be, because it's just the end of the game. He didn't need the resource. It didn't affect the game at all. It's just defeat now. Could be a warning. But yeah.
That's it.
All right, they resolved the resource thing, but that's game.
Right, because Bodhi comes in.
Yeah, Bodhi comes in for the last 5.
Yep, so I think both of the games, Thrasnos did 29 damage to Han. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah.
Wow, that's got to feel
Both games
bad.
were 29 to 25 with a 30 HP base winning.
Yep, so, all right. Well, that is your Planetary Qualifier. Zach pilots a clean sheet. Han, through the meta, through the diverse 128-player field, and manages 9-0. And Thrasnos takes care of the Django Blue deck that was eating Djangos all day. We have 3 of 4 Django Tarkin Towns in the top cut, but the lone solo actually wins the day. So
yeah, only Han's getting the job done.
And what are your thoughts on that match?
I really liked it. I think that it was well played by both players. We saw some really interesting decision points with where to do daring raids. I think we saw Han make some really good decisions about getting information before he acted, whether it was via Bodhi's or Kira's. There were a lot of places where he could have tried to go for getting up to a 7 cost, and instead he said, "No, I'm gonna Bodhi and make sure you don't have the card that hurts me the most, or Kira," and then use all the information that I have to make the best play. I think too many Han players swing for the fences and say, if he has something, he has something. I'm just going to try to get to 7. And I think we saw Zach play really well, realizing when it wasn't worth the risk to do that, and when it was best for him to take other lines to try to make sure that he didn't get blown out.
Yeah, and Zach has just been presented with the champion playmat.
All right.
So nice.
Have him lay it out on the table.
Yeah, have him lay it out over in front of the camera.
And then see if he wants to talk to us for a second. If you can handle it.
I can go do that, yeah.
And I see Yoda Killer in the chat pointing out the 5 PQ wins for Han 1 today. Maybe looking for a suspension, but I don't know that Han.
As long as they don't fix it before I get to play my PQs with Han.
Yes. Sharkbait says great stream, and certainly all the thanks go to Rebel Trader and Guardian Games for getting this event on. I mean, talking about
absolutely
the games is pretty easy. Shout out to Jeff and Jonathan from Bothan Network and Poem, who co-commentated with us. I mean, this was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
This was
a great time.
I don't think that was another one that was.
All right. Looks like Zach is going to join us for a little post-game interview.
All
right.
right.
I'll have to give him my headphones probably, so I won't be hearing what you're saying, but he will.
All right. So, and thank you very much, RT. Great job with the camera work and adjusting the playmat as everybody bumped it 45 times today. I saw you fixing it, from time to time, and really helped a lot. And we look forward to working with you next week for another Planetary Qualifier. I think Atlanta.
Yeah. And huge congrats again, Rebel, on the 10th place as well. 5-2 at this giant PQ is no joke. So well played.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, Zach should be here soon.
All right. So, in the meantime.
Where do I need to stand? Can I sit down? Yeah, whatever. I feel like it'd be better for side by side. Oh, not on camera.
All right, so I hear him talking a little bit.
Yeah.
We will.
We're trying to get a chair set up.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Okay, if we're not on camera, I could just sit here.
We'll go through. I'm trying to see.
All right, I'm handing my headphones over to Zach.
All right. Right before I sneak in an Only Hands. Maybe we'll end with a Only Hands as we go.
Hold up. All right. Hello, what's up?
Hello,
You guys hear
Zach.
me?
So, you just went 9-0 through a PQ with Han Yellow. How's your brain holding up?
It's something. It's getting there. I scarfed like half a burger before that final round.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, the practice paid off. That's all you can hope for.
So tell us about your deck. Tell us about the choices you made in your list to help get you through this field of Django today.
Yeah, so pretty normal, right? For Han Yellow, like the good stuff, non-C3PO. I ran C3PO all last set. Loved it. Super fast. Race Sabine. If you draw Cunning, you win. It was great for set 2. Set 3, I just switched it up. I think this is a safer list. I feel more comfortable on it. I feel like I can, if I want to, I can take a step back and just control the match. And there's a benefit to that comfortability, I feel like. And then a last minute addition, those 2 jetpacks.
Oh.
That card is insane. My
yeah.
buddy Steven just destroyed me in testing in the mirror. And I was like, these have to go in. I'm going to play Han mirrors. I'm going to play Django. Jetpack is fantastic.
Yeah, and we had the pleasure of calling several of your matches. Those jetpacks, certainly into Django, play a significant role. What else are you using jetpack for in your matches?
Well, I never actually got to play the mirror today, but I feel like, not even in the mirror, but just protecting Akira with a jetpack can't be overstated. It's pretty gross. It keeps their hand locked down an extra turn. And if they want to swing into a 5/5 Kira shielded, be my guest. So it's basically just Kira shielding and then sticking a unit, usually on 4 resource. I try to look for a jetpack and a 3 cost. And I'm going to ramp. I'm going to jetpack to save a 3/5 I have on the board and stick it. And it just becomes a 5/5 monster shielded for that turn. And then play another 3 cost to flood the board. And that worked all day long.
All right,
Nice.
So tell us about your sideboard plan. I see Bamboozle in there too. What are you using that for?
My sideboard is a mess. I'm so bad at sideboarding. So Bamboozle, it's like your Sabines. I played a Luke today that came in against the Luke Green. Yeah, anything that I feel like there's gonna be upgrades. Jedi lightsabers just destroy if they can stick it on a leader. So any blue heroism, I'm scared of that. General's Blade is out there. That card is nasty. So yeah, any decks that I think are running those bamboozles are great. I mean, at the end of the day, I ran Leia last set, 2 cost, tap a unit down, race them. Bamboozle is basically that with a different upside instead of a unit.
Right. So how do you feel Han is positioned, right now? Is he too strong?
This is very contentious. I thought in set 2 he was better than Boba. I said this to people, and I had great records into Boba. And then the rest of the field Han was great into, just like he is this set. Boba Green was tough, so I will say I think Boba Green had an edge, but overall, I would say Han was the best last set, and he's definitely the best this set. I dodged Cad Banes, so I could be lucky there. But he's in such a good position. I wouldn't say he's too strong, like Boba band too strong. I think his biggest, the biggest problem with him is in weekly plays when you're playing against casual players and you're playing DJ, CeeLo Resource, and they're casual. They're not playing all the time, and it's just like the meanest combo in the world. Like you just stop them from playing, playing all their big cards that they want to play. So
and they never get to their leader because you chain the DJs.
Exactly, and I think that's the issue with Han right now. I think competitively, I don't know. I've never really played against Han except for as Han, so maybe people hate it. Sometimes it's hard to look from the outside when all I've been playing is Han since I've started playing this game. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm. As far as competitive, I think he's fine for now. That's my official stance.
So are you going to Galactics in July?
Yeah, I guess I gotta book the tickets. Yep, I suppose so. I will be there.
All right, so we had the honor of streaming a couple of your matches. We have actually a couple hundred people still watching online, so check it out.
Awesome.
On the replays.
Yeah, I will.
This is I think 5 PQs Carlos says that went to Han 1. Today in total. I don't know, at least one of those was green. Because
oh really?
But
man,
green won Maryland, yellow won France here, and a couple of others.
Yeah, and Han Yellow does not want to see Han Green. I mean, it's kind of the new Boba Green.
Yeah. But, that sounds good after I just said he's fine.
But there's a couple other ones. I think we see Bosk having a couple wins today, which is in direct response because Green Red is a potential counter there. How did that match with Cam playing Bosk go?
Yeah, so it was interesting. I was scared of that, right? Any deck that ramps into OB, I feel like is pretty good into Han. So you got to play pretty tight. So I was 6-0 going into final round of Swiss, and I actually sat down, and he pulled out Boss Green. I was like, well, I know I could just forfeit, be in the top 8, go eat dinner, or I can get practice here in case if there's more Boss Greens. So I sat down and I played, and it went very well, and I learned a few things. And then we played back-to-back. We played the first round of top 8 as well. And it's really just, I focused on, it varies so much game to game, what you draw. Like one game, it was let him ramp, I'm flooding the field. I've had a Millennium Falcon on since turn 1 in space that he has no answer for it, and he can't bounty it because I can just bounce it. This thing did like 15 damage in the game. So he can ramp all he wants. I'm just going to do damage at space. Other games, I need to rely on DJ to keep him off of Vaders and all that. I think it's a great deck. Han has all the answers if you know how to use them.
All right. So, any final words for solo enthusiasts out there on how to succeed at a PQ with Han? What's the secret sauce?
Put your head down and keep grinding. Find a partner that is willing to play any and every deck, and be willing yourself to play any and every deck into every deck in testing. And really just get the reps. It's can't be understated. Play the deck you're most comfortable on, and if you want to be most comfortable on the best deck, start grinding it. And just good luck.
All right. Well, thanks very much, and congratulations on a well done match. And Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
see
thank you
see
so
you at
much for having me.
Galactics in Las
And thanks
Vegas.
for absolutely. Thanks for commentating. I'll be pumped to look back. I'm really excited to look at, I think it was Django
Blue.
last round of Swiss, or second to last round of Swiss. I need to study that game because that set was crazy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
I think
that we had you on stream against
the first
Django.
game I think I played like perfect, and then I could not replicate that in the like the next 3 Djangos I played. So I'll need to study that one.
All right,
But
so
yeah, thanks so much.
yeah, thanks again, and thanks for joining us after. Congratulations, and we'll see you in Las Vegas.
Yeah, big
Absolutely.
congrats, Zach.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Peace.
anybody still around? If you haven't subscribed to Take the Initiative and Late Night Gaming, and join us in the Discord, all of those good things. Check out Bothan Network as well. There's a Discord invite, I think, in the description. If not, I'll do that on the replay. Any final words for us, Jeff? I am going to play the Only Huns one more time before we're done.
Yeah, just a big thanks for having me out. I always enjoy commentating these big events. Always a pleasure to work with you, Loopy, and Rebel Trader and John and everybody else that came out. So yeah, thanks for letting me hang out.
Yep, and 11 hours and 6 minutes later, we're about ready to go. RT, are you back with us?
I am, but yeah.
All right, any final words before we hit my Only Hands outro, I guess as it is today?
I just love it that we have such a great community and we have the ability to do streams like this where we've got a production scattered across the entire country and everything's going smoothly. So
yep, and we're working together next week too. So check us out. And Symbiote's partnering with us and doing the camera. So we got more PQs, and then we got one after that in St. Paul. So long as I can find someone to host it. So
yeah.
All right, so check out when's the next Top Cut for the TTI League?
Let's see, the December Top Cut is still ongoing. I think there's 1 or 2 matches left to be played. Maybe just one. We might just be on the finals, so that should be pretty soon. And then after that, it just starts at the start of the month.
All right, very good. And from Late Night Gaming, thanks for joining us. This is Loopy signing off. You watched this far. You're my hero. Let's listen to some old.
All right, thanks so much. The store wants to close.
I'm solo, I'm Han Solo, I'm Han Solo, I'm Han Solo.